theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hello, it is Julie B and Karl, and we're here to do our theory and prediction stream. I didn't know if we'd be able to get it in tonight, but I decided to finally do a theory stream other than that really brief, weird one that I did last week right before the new episode, which is like the most last minute that we possibly could have been. You know, I'm finding it difficult to get videos done and do a second live stream this season. It's just taking really way too long. But, you know, so I don't have my video out yet. And you might have noticed there hasn't been a video released yet this week. But it's almost done. So I decided to just do a live tonight, even though it's not quite done yet, because I'm just gonna then commit to getting off the stream earlier than usual, and then I can finish it and get it released early morning. It'll come out early morning, which will be the deep dive for episode 3. Which really needs to get done. So it's gonna get done and released tomorrow. And so it's gonna need some extra help. It's not great to release the episode breakdown on Saturday. So if you could make sure you watch out for that and give it a view and a comment and a like, you know, it's extra important this time. Well, every week I've been putting them out a bit too late, to be honest, but it's really going to be needed. When it's late like this, it's extra helpful. And I know it's nearing the end of the week, so people may be out of hypes, but if you happen to have any hypes and you want to give hype to something this week on this channel, then that would be the thing to hype rather than this live stream. If you could save it for the video that I promise is really coming out tomorrow. It's gonna be released probably around 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll do a scheduled release because I won't be awake then, but I'll schedule it to come out at 9 a.m. So please check out that video when it comes out, and whatever you can do to support it, like the video, comment, hype it. It's gonna really need the help. That's gonna be the only video coming out this week. Just barely under the wire right before the new episode tomorrow night. So I've just had a lot of trouble getting it done. These episode deep dives I do, they're time consuming. So it's probably gonna be maybe 20 something minutes long. So it's gonna be lengthy, I think. And I have to record it. The only thing that's left to do is to just record it. I have it all written and the images are all ready to go. So anyway, so we're gonna talk theories and predictions ahead of season 4, episode 4, and for what for what they can be. I mean, let's face it. From isn't leaving a lot to the imagination lately in terms of what's coming in each episode. I feel like I've seen half the episode before it even airs. So, and it's particularly bad this week. So, we know an awful lot that we shouldn't know about episode 4. We know some crazy reveals, some really crazy spoilers that MGM put in the episode trailer. I was not happy about it. As a theorist, I like there to be mystery in this mystery box series. I like to be kept guessing. I like to be surprised when it comes out. I don't want to know half the episode plot before it even airs. All the big reveals. I mean, come on. It's just it's upsetting. I don't like it, but it is what it is. This is what MGM wants to do with their show. They're spoiling their own show, and I guess they don't realize just how much we care about the mystery and like to make theories. They think, we're all in it for the character drama like the showrunners are. Like that's the main thing that they care about too, is the character drama. I don't know. I don't really understand it. Do they think that we're here doing all these live streams every week for hours and hours on end just so that we can talk about how much we love the character drama? No, we want to talk theories. We want to theorize. And what is there to theorize about if they lay out half the reveals in the trailer, for God's sake? So, well, it is what it is. It's out there. So I decided we'll talk about it, but we'll only talk about it in the second live stream of the week. On our Monday streams, we're not going to talk about episode trailers at all. So for people who don't want to know, this is your spoiler warning. For people who don't want to know what's going to happen in episode 4, based on the trailer, that is. If you don't want to know about the trailer, we're going to talk about the trailer in this live stream. We're not going to talk about them on Mondays, though. So if you want a place to go where you can just, shut out all the spoilers for the episode trailer, then I've got you covered. You can come to the Monday streams because I won't talk about the episode trailers on the Monday streams. We'll only talk about the episode that has just aired and theories and predictions just based on that, nothing else. So I would highly recommend, though, then don't watch any other From channels because they're all talking about it. It's out there. So if you're somebody who doesn't want to hear about what's in the trailers, then you're going to have to avoid pretty much all the From channels. I honestly think I'm the only one doing live streams who is not talking about the episode trailers in one of them, which is the Monday stream. I don't know of any other channel that skips the trailer completely on a live stream. So if you're somebody who just wants to avoid it, then watch the Monday streams because we won't talk about them at all. And you can just shut out every other From piece of From content that's out there, unfortunately, because it's out there. So everyone else is going to talk about it. But at least that's one little space you could go to and keep the mystery alive if you want. Because I know there are some people who are really hardcore into not watching the episode trailers at all. So I wanted to throw that out there. that being said, let's say hi to the chat, and then we'll get into our theories and predictions, and we'll talk about this crazy trailer that dropped. It airs every Sunday night on MGM. Apparently, it's not in the app, but it came out last Sunday, as always, after the episode on TV, and then it makes its way onto the internet within a day or so. I got word on the street is that there's another trailer out there, though, not for the episode. Now, I don't know if I can't confirm this for sure. I haven't been able to find it, but I got a DM saying that there's another trailer out there, that MGM released another trailer. They really have to be stopped. They're out of their minds. We have to flood. If we don't want this to continue, we've got to start flooding the MGM social media account with complaints, all of their social media accounts. We've got to start complaining if we want this to stop, because they're completely out of control. They've lost their minds. They need to fire people at the promo department, if you ask me. Hey, Jordan, nice to see you. Hey, Bill Chill. Hey, Doc. Good evening, my people. You know the deal. Hit that like button and subscribe. Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much. Yes, please hit the like button. I always forget to say that on my own until somebody else mentions it. Please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, because we're getting closer and closer. I think it's at 2.34K now. So it's inching up every week. And so I'm hoping maybe we can hit that goal of 3K subs by the end of season 4. I forget sometimes what season we're in. Hey, MG, nice to see you. Hey, Lady Imano. Hey, Alyssa Ann. Welcome, everyone. Hey, JT Moore. And Jessica Newberry. Hey, Jessica has been leaving me some nice comments. Cool. Glad you could make it to a live. Hey, Jen Hack. Nice to see you. Hey, Football Affinity. Let's go. I have a question. What do I think Henry is screaming about? Could Victor let's see, be something? Hints why he stayed alive so long. Could have been the real mole this whole time. Oh man. Yeah, that would be nuts. That would be nuts. Unfortunately, I think they're making it I think pretty apparent what it is, and it's not as anything as exciting as that. I think what the reason that he's screaming is because in the drawing it looks like the man in yellow is eating. This is where we're getting into spoilers for episode 4. Just again, warning, because the trailer for episode 4 revealed all the goods. The man in yellow is eating the corpse of, I think, Miranda, because the bottle tree is there in the picture, and there's a corpse laying there, and the man in yellow is eating from the corpse, so eating the organ.
Delicious.
Oh God, you scared me. Right as I was saying, talking about something so creepy, I just hear a voice. That was creepy. Yeah, it's really disturbing. Eloise is the man in yellow. Eloise is the man in yellow. Well, that would be nuts.
Well, maybe she's in the man in yellow.
Maybe. The man in yellow can shapeshift into anybody. So,
maybe she's digesting in the man in yellow.
Oh God, so her organs are in the man in yellow. Yeah. Yeah. Oh God, that didn't click for me at first for some reason. Oh God, horrifying. Yeah. It's so sad. Poor Henry and Victor. I mean, to realize not only did Victor lose his mom in such a brutal way, but the man in yellow, he had to watch the man in yellow actually dining on her organs. Lovely. No wonder he forgot everything. Hey, Jim Boyd Stevens. Nice to see you. Hey, Miss Joan. Michael, welcome. Hey, Tarot T. I'm weak. The accuracy. I guess you hadn't seen the intro to the channel before, and Alyssa also hadn't seen the intro song. Yeah, it's it's a lovely creation, isn't it? It's great. I really can't thank Mr. Gregory AI enough many times over for making that for the channel. And it's so it was not me. It's not me bragging about myself. Grant made that all on his own and gave it to me as a gift, just because I like Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar, and so he made that based on Not Like Us. So it's, in the spirit of Kendrick Lamar. Obviously, it's a braggadocious theme song. Of course, it's just how it has to be. But it's cool. Hey Kelly. Let's see. Hey Daryl Seymour. Hey Jeff. Nice to see everyone. Hope you're all enjoying your Friday night. Hey Schmokey, welcome. And Benjamin. Nice to see everyone. Daryl says, you guys seen the episode 4 sneak peek? Now, Daryl, are you referring to the regular trailer that most people have already covered? Or are you referring to that extra thing that I heard about? I don't know. I didn't know if the thing I heard about was just for episode 4 or for the rest of season 4 in general. So let me know, Daryl. Oh God, more? They released more. Oh my God. The episode 4 sneak peek is very telling. As if they didn't reveal enough already. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Stop. MGM, will you please fucking stop it? God damn it. This is a mystery box series. Do you not realize what you have here? For God's sake, stop. These people must be stopped. God, they can't keep a lid on their own show. It is ridiculous. Last season, we had to only worry about those idiots who were online leaking everything in an unauthorized way. And now we have MGM spoiling their own show constantly. It's insane. Hi, Shadow Skulk. Hi, beautiful peoples. I've been missing y'all. We've missed you too. I hope everything is going all right. I hope you're okay. It's been a while. Haven't seen you that much. I know you've been popping in here and there, but hey, Code Knox. Let's see. Hey, Miss J's Reviews. Welcome. Jen says the trailers suck. Refuse to watch them. Yes, I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. I didn't want to watch them either, but I finally had to cave because everyone else is doing it, and I have a channel, so I can't really bury my head in the sand. Because I'm going to hear about it one way or another. People are going to mention it in the chat, and I can't get mad at you because, it's an official thing. It's not like it's a real spoiler, so I'm not going to tell people they can't talk about it in my chat because it's, it is what it is. Hey, Larry, I'm off spoilers since last week. Yeah, don't blame you. Oh, you mean trailers? Yeah. Well, it's worse this week. It is worse. Hey, Annie. Yep, Citizen season 2. I've given up and watched them. Yep. It's kind of unavoidable at this point. Hey, Alice. Nice to see you. Football says at least we know Doug is back. Yep. I think that's a big reason why they put out crazy spoilers with Doug in them, because they probably were worried that people would get upset and stop watching the show because, we got really accustomed to the idea of the man in yellow, and then they just, boom, have her, a brand new villain. As soon as he appears, he's gone again just as quick, so maybe that's why. That could be the reason why they spoiled it, because they were afraid people would give up on the show and get mad and leave because they wanted Doug. And I think that if that's the case, then they don't have enough faith in this fandom and how much we love this show, because even if we're disappointed that we're not getting as much Doug as we were expecting, we're not going to quit the show over it. I mean, my God, you don't invest as many hours as we invest in this show and then just say, oh, well, it's not, the villain isn't what I thought it was going to be, or isn't what I was hoping. The man in yellow didn't stay long enough. I guess I'm quitting the show. I don't think so. That wasn't going to happen. That was never going to happen. So that was just really idiotic, and they need to have more faith in their own show if that's the way that they're thinking. Come on. Are we gonna just quit the show after this kind of investment? It's gonna take a lot worse than that. I mean, I'm disappointed that we didn't get, as much of Doug as the Man in Yellow as we thought we were gonna get. I still think it's not enough, even with Doug coming back, with a flashback. But I'm not gonna quit the show because of it, and I don't think anyone else would have either. Will Doug be in the Discord watch party for this week's episode? Yes, he will. He comes every week and watches with us. He'll be there. He doesn't chat, so I'm not gonna, hype it up like, oh yeah, he's there and he's chatting. No, he's there watching with us, but he doesn't chat because he enjoys watching the show and not like talking through it. And I will say, when I chat, I miss so much, so I don't blame him. You miss half the show when you chat, but he's always there. Hey, David Agile. That's ultimately what disappointed me about Lost. It's like they completely neglected all the mythology that they set up in the finale, all about the characters. Right. Yes. I mean, I know a lot of people felt that way about Lost. I didn't think they completely neglected it. I mean, they answered a lot of questions. They did answer a lot, and they did build up an interesting mythos. But I hear you. They made it more about the character drama, and they let a lot go in the end, and a lot of people were not happy about that. Larry says, I don't mind talking about the trailer. I just don't want to see them anymore. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we're going to talk about it. I'll put some images up on the screen. I will probably play it too. I'm going to play it off of another channel, and because I didn't have time to take screenshots, and then we'll just look at the images from it. But so I'll do a warning before I play it though. MG says, seems like Doug's taking a short sabbatical from socials, possibly due to a bike close call. Don't know the details. Sounds like he's okay. Not sure if he got scuffed up. Yeah, he's taken a break from socials for a while, but not because of anything health related. He just took a break. There's nothing wrong. Trust me, he's fine. He did have an accident though. A car hit him on his bike, but he's perfectly fine. He just had a few bumps and bruises. Thank God everything is fine. It could have been a lot worse. I mean, we don't even want to go there. It could have been a lot worse. So it's there's nothing wrong. There's nothing nefarious going on. Trust me. I'm friends with him on Facebook, and everything's fine. He's not on Instagram right now, so you'll just have to take my word on that. Hitflix says, good evening, Miss Julie B. Well, good evening to you too. And that sounds like is that a channel? Just curious. You've been in the chat before, and I meant to ask if you have a channel, if that's a channel name. David says, but it's no mystery we are in the collective unconscious. Well, it's still quite a mystery, though. It really is. But I hear you. I agree with you on that. I like your ideas about the collective unconscious and the different, esoteric meanings that you ascribe to the show. Jen says many channels are laying off the trailers. I go there. Yeah. Okay. So there are others. All the major ones are covering it though. Tony Teflon, Jeremy Ice and Fire, they cover it in detail. Some other channels cover it, and, like Parkland Media and Real Cinema Therapy did an awesome live stream on Wednesday night, which I watched. And she did an episode breakdown, and then they talked about the trailer after. So for those of you who don't want to talk about the trailer, they do a nice spoiler warning at the end, before they get into that. So they break down the episode, and then they warn anybody who wants to step away, who doesn't want to hear about the trailer. They warn you, so that way you can go to their live streams and you don't have to worry about it. So shout out to Lori and Jen. They did a great job on Wednesday. Hey, Carl Tree. Or Carl, is that Carl? Wait, Carl Ree. Did I say Carl Tree? I'm having trouble reading that. Carl Ree. Okay, Carl Ree. Is the episode out? Not yet. It is out Saturday night. I always say Saturday night to avoid confusion, even though it's technically Sunday at midnight, but you're going to want to watch for it on Saturday night. So I have my watch parties scheduled for, I scheduled them for 11:59 p.m. Eastern on Saturday night, just so that people don't get confused and miss it and think that it's the next night, because you say Sunday at midnight and it's confusing. Yeah, 24 hours to go, and it will be out less than 24 hours now. And we do the watch parties in the Discord every week. So if you want to watch with us, I'll stream it every week as always. And we have a great time in the Discord with our watch party. I do a double stream. So I stream it twice back to back, and we do a voice chat after that. Bill says, I will not spoil you all, but let's see. Episode 12 has Julie fighting Megatron. Yeah, good one. There is no episode 12. MG, episode 4 comes out Saturday night into Sunday morning. Yes, indeed. Scarlett, you didn't get a link because you haven't answered my other DMs. So let me catch up with the chat, and I'll go over to Discord and send you a link. Just give me a minute. I'm just way behind. I'm like 10 minutes behind the chat here. Let's see. Jordan says, common misconception, it's the reincarnation of Megatron. Okay. Hey, Aaron Courageous. Yep, I'm so excited for this episode in particular. I believe there will be a lot of big lore drops and answers to questions we've been having for a long time, with even more questions. Yeah, that's for damn sure. And there's something that I've been predicting for a long time that it looks like part of it's going to get confirmed in episode 4. I've been predicting that Julie would go back and she would story walk back to the night of the massacre, the day of the massacre rather, in the 70s. And I think that it's going to happen. Well, it's going to happen, but the rest of it, I think that it's going to happen too. So the rest of my prediction was that Julie would meet young Victor, and that's why Victor is so comfortable with her in, the modern era. He's so comfortable with Julie from the time he met her. Why is he so comfortable with her? I think it's because he met her. And I've been saying that since after season 3. I put that in my predictions for this season before the season started, but I've been saying it since like over a year now, that I think Victor met her and she's going to story walk back there, meet him, and possibly save young Eloise too. She might be the missing piece of the story, and maybe she saves Eloise. That could be part of it. So we'll see. If that happens, and I would feel better about this giant spoiler, because then there could be a much bigger reveal to come that they haven't shown us yet in the episode trailer. I hope. That would be cool. But I don't know if they would give something away like the Eloise reveal in episode 4 so early. You never know, though. They need to show us what happened to Eloise, though. They really do. Annie says, can't believe how fast this week went. Yeah, it did go by fast, indeed. Hey, AA, nice to see you. Let's see. David says that one wasn't supposed to have been realized, apparently. Released. I heard that there was a trailer that came out I heard that there was a trailer that came out that got leaked that wasn't supposed to actually come out. Yeah, I did hear about that. Daryl says there was a 10-second trailer that came out a while back which showed scenes from like episodes 4 and 5. Yeah, so I don't know, if there's another new official one. I heard that there's an official one that came out today, or if there's just that unauthorized one that came out by accident. Yeah, so that if it showed scenes from 4 and 5, if episode 5 is going to be crazy. So I really don't want to know much about episode 5. I wonder how much they're going to spoil. Who wants to bet how much they're going to spoil about the insane episode 5 after we get episode 4 in the trailer for episode 5? They're going to spoil so much. I guarantee it. That's going to be the Cannibal Village massacre episode. Anyway, okay, let me just, I won't go off on a bunch more tangents. I'll just get caught up with the chat here really quick. TCP says, at this rate, MGM is going to accidentally release the full final episode of the season next week. Right? What the hell? Oh my god. Yeah. At this rate, honestly, like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like the clown show they've got going on over there. Annie says, I can't believe this is how this is going. Revolt against MGM. Wild. It never had to be this way. I keep saying it because we now know it's Amazon doing it for new audiences. That's right. Amazon has control now. So, they're trying to get new audiences, hyped about the show. And they're leaving the faithful day ones in the dust. That's true, Annie. I don't understand it. I could see trying to get people hyped about the season by showing a bit too much, maybe 2 trailers before the season begins. But why the episode trailers? Why do the episode trailers have to be so crazy? That part I don't really get. I mean, you've already got new people hooked in if they're watching episode to episode by now. So that seems unnecessary. I feel like they're going too far. Hey, just Stacy Lee. Hey, catching another live from Australia. Nice. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Cool. It's cool how many Australians we have in our community. Larry says, I think Spider Noir is on MGM Plus, thanks to From Success. I'd like to believe. Oh, okay. Spider Noir. I hadn't heard of that. Okay. Spider Noir. I'll have to Google that. I'll make a note to Google that later. Let's see. Annie says apparently they did it with Monarch, spoiled the whole thing, then posted on Apple TV. Hey, did you like our spoilers? Almost like a taunt. Wow, that's wild. What the hell? I've heard Apple TV does a lot of spoilers too. Shadow says 55 watching and half haven't liked. Please, folk, go like the live. Yes, please. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Please hit the like button. It doesn't cost a thing, and it helps people find the stream. It tells YouTube to push this out there and show it to more people, and more people find the channel as a result. So please hit the like. It's not just feedback from me. Let's see. Annie says, big suits thinking profit over the day one fans. If we show the new audience what's in this show, more people will watch. Yeah, I guess so. I guess, but it's frustrating. And I don't see why they have to do it with the episode trailers. I could see releasing too many full season trailers, but why all these episode ones? Daryl says, I think Henry is screaming because he is seeing Man in Yellow eat his wife in the drawing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why he's screaming. God, I still can't believe that. That's unreal that they're actually going with that. I mean, it's not really surprising. Now we have an answer as to why the monsters steal the organs. They're probably delivering them to the evil entity to eat them. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it's always been. But I'm just shocked by the trailer and the image that we see of the Man in Yellow eating them. Anyway, Anon, Man in Yellow likely ate Eloise. Oh God. Hey Anon. I think Eloise is gonna be alive, but we'll see. I think that would be a real bummer to find out after all this time that the mystery was just, guess what? Man in Yellow ate Eloise. That's where Eloise has been all this time. That's why they never revealed her fate, because Man in Yellow ate her. That would suck. I want her to be alive. I think she's gonna be alive. Eloise is in the future with Julie. Hey Jane. I think so too. I think it's gonna be something like that too. Julie will save her somehow. Larry says, "Do the monsters eat the people too, or just Man in Yellow?" Probably just the Man in Yellow, I would think. Yeah, Karl scared me too, AA. Yeah. Jump scare. Yes, Karl with the jump scare. It scared the shit out of me. He chimed in. He was like, delicious. Oh my God. It's such a dark moment when I'm thinking about the Man in Yellow eating people. Oh my God. MG says Man in Yellow ate Miranda. Eloise escaped with trauma and dissociative identity disorder and escaped to the real world. Abby equals Eloise, all grown up. Still my prediction. Now we know where the trauma came from. Yeah, I think that's a great theory, MG. I love it. I love it. And let's see. Jay says Mother's Day special. Man in Yellow unalives Tabitha for not being a good one. Oh God. Yeah, Mother's Day special. We find out Man in Yellow ate part of Victor's mom. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. Like that's great timing for Mother's Day. Wow, that's really great. Scarlett, we are doing spoilers in the second stream of the week only. Spoilers from the episode trailers. So that's what I decided as a compromise, since so many other people are covering the episode trailers. We'll talk about them only in our second live of the week, which is this one, not in the Monday streams. I am standing firm on that one. Hey, Brandon K, nice to see you. Let's see. 70 people. Awesome. Thank you for watching. Please keep hitting that like button so we can make up this gap with the likes. Larry says some people say the monsters eat the organs, but I don't think we've ever seen that. Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen that. No, we have not. We haven't. Even when Boyd watched Tian Chen getting ripped apart all night long, we didn't see what happened to the organs. I felt like that was their opportunity to show us, and they didn't. But now I think this can pretty much explain it. TCP says Eloise is the actual car. She shapeshifted into that car. That's the license plate, says Eloise. Well, I definitely think that the license plate is a clue that Eloise is alive, because it looks like Eloise. I do think that that's a clue. We're going to find out that Eloise is alive. Hey, Lori. Nice to see you. Great live on Wednesday. Awesome job as always. You and Jen did a terrific job breaking down the episode. Hey, B. Welcome. David says, what do we think of the idea Julie is dragging people from the past to the present cycle? Maybe she is causing the past Jades to appear to Jade and cause a past version of Jim to see Ethan. Dragging people. I doubt it. That's a really cool idea. But I think Jade is seeing all of the past Jades, which, spoiler alert, there is another trailer that MGM released showing Jade seeing the past Jades, past, visions of himself. And I think that's because he's going to use the mushrooms to see his past lives. And he'll finally realize that they're his memories, like I've been saying all along. People didn't want to believe it because Jade said, oh, well, it felt different. My visions seemed like something else, something that wasn't supposed to be there. It didn't feel the same as what Tabitha experienced with getting the flashes of Miranda's memories. And I I still held my ground, and I said, Jade is just confused. Jade just doesn't remember, and he needs clarity. He needs a revelation. And now the mushrooms are going to give that to him, and I finally am going to be vindicated on that. And his past selves are going to appear to him from all of those visions, the guy under the boulder, the Christopher, the who else? The guy under the boulder, the Civil War soldier, the Puritan drinking out of the skull, and Christopher, and they're all gonna appear, in a vision to him, and that'll be from the mushrooms for sure. I think. But you never know, David. I mean, I think Julie could come up with a different way to story walk where she doesn't have to go into a seizure, where she won't go into a seizure, and it could be a way for her to physically story walk. And if she can physically do it, she could bring somebody with her, like Eloise, for example. And maybe she left Eloise somewhere else. She story walked with Eloise and took her somewhere else. Boyd story walked, if you want to call it that. Boyd went into the dungeon dream state without going into a seizure. He physically went into it. So if Boyd could do it, maybe there's some way Julie will figure out how to do it. And that's why Julie is, she's going to learn how to control the story walking. That's what she's trying to do right now. So I'm predicting that she's going to find another way to do it. And Karl and I were just talking about that recently, earlier this week. Like, there's got to be another way she's going to figure out how to do it, and so I think that's going to be the key, and then she could be able to take somebody with her. Larry says, now I'm wondering if Man in Yellow always eats the people, if he has to or just likes to sometimes, etc. Yeah, he just likes to do it sometimes. Yeah. I think he probably always does. That's I think it always happens the same way. Hence she says, this is my favorite part. This is always my favorite part. It always happens the same way. So the townspeople tear themselves apart. The total massacre ultimately happens, and then he gets to have a smorgasbord of people, and he eats people. And I think it always happens the same way, because that's indicated by him saying it's, what happens next. It's always my favorite part. So I think this is a story, and it always happens the same way. The fact that she said it's always my favorite part, it points to this being like a story, like one of Ethan's stories. You talk about a story like that, you point to what your favorite part is. That's because every cycle must have happened in a really, really similar way. So I think in every timeline, the Man in Yellow infiltrated the town as a mole, as a punishment for something happening, some forbidden knowledge that they gain. And he infiltrates the town as a mole every single time. That's what I think. Hey, YHM, welcome. Could Donna be Eloise? You never know. I doubt it at this point that there's going to be a crazy, twist like that, right? And I think what is going to be the end of Donna's run on the show, because I'm predicting Donna will get killed off in the Scarecrow massacre of episode 5. I predict Donna's going to die. So, but she is the right age to be Victor's sister. But I don't know. Hey, it would be a wild twist, so you never know. She's definitely the right age. But I don't think they're going to pull that so late in the game. She would have had to be lying all this time or have amnesia, and Donna is so genuine. I just don't get that vibe from her that she would lie about being Victor's sister. And she doesn't seem like she has amnesia either. She's too with it. She's too coherent, Brendan says the trailer is amazing. A lot of answers. Yeah, that's for sure. It's going to be, episode 4 is going to be phenomenal. And I can only imagine how much more I would enjoy it if I didn't know what was coming. If I were just watching it and it were going to surprise me with that, oh my God, I would be losing my shit. So I'm sad that I'm not going to get to be surprised. But I am excited that they're going to give us some wild answers. And the beginning of confirming my theory on Julie's story walking back to the 70s, because it's a multi-part theory. So part 1 is confirmed. She's going to story walk to the massacre of the 70s. But now we got to see, is she going to meet young Victor, and is she going to save Eloise? And and if it doesn't happen this go around, it could happen in another trip too. You never know. She could do it more than once. But I think this is kind of the make or break moment. If they're gonna show her meeting young Victor and saving Eloise, they're probably gonna do it now. But you never know. David says the other one must have been an episode trailer for a later episode. They think it's from episode 9. Oh shit! Really? Episode 9? Are you kidding me? That's nuts. Episode 9, it must be wild if that's the case. Oh no. So if that was a mistake, then somebody needs to get fired, because that must have some crazy spoilers in it. I hope I don't find out. Hey, adorned by Charisse. I stopped watching a lot of the previews. Well, before we really get into it and we show images from it, I'll do a warning in case anyone wants to look away, walk away, whatever, the wrath of Julie coming. Yeah, you don't want to unleash my wrath, seriously. You don't want to do that. So Jen thinks Julie is definitely causing ripples or breaks. Interesting. Larry says, I like hearing Julie angry. Not everybody would say that, trust me. It's not fun, I can get very amped up, but I get to go on sometimes I can go on like a righteous indignation tangent. Trust me, I can. Anon says the mystery of MGM's marketing plan. Yes, I will never understand why they're doing this much for the episode trailers. They don't need to do this much just to hook new viewers. They've already accomplished that if people are watching the show. B says, I pretty much stopped watching any trailers or teasers. Yeah, I don't blame you at all. Don't blame you. MGM means mysteries gutted masterfully. Good one, Jordan. Nice. Perfectly said. MG says there was a leaked trailer of episode 5 that may have been MGM's fault, aired by accident early on. Oh, okay. Okay. May have been, yeah, that's what I heard. But a friend of mine DM'd me and said that another trailer came out apparently. So I don't know. I've got to find out if there's anything else going on. Jordan says if they had owned Twin Peaks, Laura's killer would be revealed in the trailer. Yeah, 100%. 100%. David says Julie visiting the 70s massacre and OG cycle was always in the cards after season 3. Yeah, I think so too. That's when I was thinking it's gonna happen, I was thinking they've got to do that to show us answers, to give us, much needed answers regarding what the hell happened in the massacre of the 70s. Julie is a perfect way to do it without having to do a bunch of, poorly written flashbacks. How many more flashbacks is Victor going to have about to back then? I think it's much better if we get some answers through Julie instead. So that's one reason why I predicted it was going to happen. That's a great storytelling device. Much better than Victor getting more memory dumps, lore dumps through Victor. We've had enough of them. And I don't want to see anybody else having a magical epiphany either, like Fatima did about the way the monsters were created. Like, I saw them. I saw how they were created. It would have been nice if we actually saw it with her instead of just hearing it through exposition. So, hey, Pixie Vine TV, Amy, hope you're doing well. TCP says, who is the guy they got reviewing the trailers before they release it? Probably Elgin. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, probably Elgin. Because Elgin is not the brightest bulb. MG says, I got partly spoiled on that episode 5 one a few weeks ago by accident. Didn't see much, but enough to be annoyed. Yeah, that sucks. I bet it's going to reveal way too much. Jordan says, let's see, couldn't, okay. Keep going and thanks for sharing. Okay, that was at Brandon. Amy says, yeah, I'm not watching the trailers. I've heard they're spoiling stuff. Yeah, I don't blame you one bit. So, like I said in the beginning, for anybody who does not want to hear anything about episode trailers, we won't talk about them in our Monday night streams on the episode that had just aired. So, when we break down each new episode in the Monday streams at 10 p.m. Eastern on Mondays, we won't talk about the trailers. So, if you want a place to go and talk from and you don't want to hear about the trailers, I've got you covered. You can come watch those live streams, and we won't talk about the trailers at all. I can't guarantee that no one will reference anything that happens in the trailers in the live chat, but I've hardly ever seen people talking about it as early as Monday night, because for the most part, people aren't really talking that much about the episode trailers on Monday night yet. So I really haven't seen much in the chat as far as that goes. Can't guarantee it won't happen, but for the most part, I doubt you're going to see much of that stuff in the chat on Monday nights. Most people are not talking about them yet. Alyssa says I give up and watch the trailers now too. Hey, Mike Light, the trailer spoilers aren't that big a deal. There's still plenty of mystery to uncover. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm trying to remember that. Let's remember how many more unanswered questions we still have, right? How many unanswered questions do we have? A lot. Scarlett said, Doug said we should say the man in Sophia. Yeah, that would be great. That's perfect. Sophia in yellow, but I think man in Sophia is even better. Man in Sophia. That's perfect. MIS. Would love to see a spin-off prequel of the beginning of how it all started and Miranda and Christopher cycle and the Civil War soldiers cycle. Yeah, YHM, I would too. I'd love to see that. How it all started? Hell yeah, sign me up. Like a Welcome to Derry kind of thing. I would watch. And what happened in the 70s? Oh yeah, totally. But definitely some of those earlier cycles, that would be great. Jordan says, did nobody learn from the leftovers that we should leave the mystery be? Yeah, seriously. Let's see. Brandon says, now that Julie, the story walker, is running through time, how much damage could she actually do to the current From community? I mean, a lot. I think I don't think she could do a lot in terms of changing the story, but she could have done a lot in terms of doing things that were already meant to happen. So she could have done something consequential, just not anything that's going to change what's already been done. So I don't think she's going to wreck anything, in my opinion. I think Ethan is right, and you can't change a story that's already been told. And I don't think you're going to be able to. I don't think she's going to be able to, like, change history, rewrite history. Hey, Tam, nice to see you. Lori says, I think they spoiled it because they are showing Doug as a zombie-like creature to attract other people. Yeah, I think that could be. That could be. Daryl. So the sneak peek was also, I'm guessing that the sneak peek was also from episode 4. Daryl, just confirm that for me. And I would say leave alone, just because I think we already know enough about it. I'd rather not know anymore. I don't know about anybody else. And I appreciate you asking. And hey, Tony, nice to see you. Fax no printer, Julie. That's funny. I've never heard that expression. That's funny. I need to watch Lost after From. I highly recommend it, Benjamin. I loved it. I really enjoyed Lost. So don't let people tell you that it was terrible and the ending sucks. A lot of people loved the ending. There are a lot of diehard Lost fans who rewatch it over and over again. So decide for yourself what you think. Go into it with an open mind. I thought it was terrific. I just watched it for the first time and finished it in January. Brandon says, what? No, Doug, as the man in yellow could show he was always in the town but shape-shifting. Yeah, I could see that, I think he was always there from the beginning. I think he's our big bad from the beginning. But I think the Doug version, that shape with the suit and everything, probably came from the early 20th century. Yeah, MG, I would agree. You know, if it's even more revealing than the first trailer, I think we know enough. And Larry says Lost Rules. They pretty much answered everything. Yeah, I agree. I think they did. Damn owls never being what they seem. What are they? Who knows? But I think aliens. LOL. Eh, so the owls? I don't know. Jordan. What do you mean by owls in the show? Um, but like the owl references in the show. Elgin said like he and his grandma would always crochet owls. He says, I'm trying to avoid trailer spoilers these days. I will probably slip away when that comes up. Okay. Totally understand. Oh, totally understand, B. David says, Do Not Enter is a movie that is like From in a nutshell. The sacred ceremony of the self and transformation. Eating the sacred heart being central. Oh, okay. Interesting. I need to see. Do not enter. I'm gonna make a note of that. Do not enter. I'm guessing. Oh, it's a new movie, 2026. I'm gonna make a note of that to watch it. Cool. I love From. So anything that's like From, sign me up. Stefan, welcome. Stefan thinks this is a Fae story. Well, you would not be alone in that. I know there are a lot of Fae theories out there, and I think there are definite parallels to Fae. They take people's stuff, like the monsters steal people's stuff. And he says, oh my gosh, they are cursed. Liz and her husband were also in a car accident. Protect the cast. Almighty power. Right? Seriously, it's so scary. Glad that they're okay too. Let's see. Benjamin follows all the From channels. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad, I'm glad like there are so many people supporting so many From creators, because there's so many amazing From creators that deserve support. Brandon says, this I just thought about looking at From. Shows that Pennywise is a story walker like Julie. Man in Yellow does not see time like everyone else. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, Pennywise, they're going to bring time travel into that storyline. There's going to be a new It movie, and they're going to be messing with the timelines. So yeah, that's interesting. And I think that Pennywise is going to be a lot like what our evil entity is in the end. Our evil entity, I think, is an ancient evil shape-shifting entity, very much like Pennywise. And so maybe even an extraterrestrial too. Who knows? Could be. It could be another extraterrestrial-like thing. Hey, Big Heck. Heck says, I like the trailers. Hey, now, no offense to you. Like, if you like them, you like them. Not everybody minds spoilers. But, a lot of us don't like them. And so that's why we have issues with them. But, hey, if you like them, nothing wrong with that. Hey, Maze, I'm just going to take what the show tells us. Julie can't change anything, but it will be fun to discover what she's already been a part of and having the Julie arc as a vehicle for telling the history. Exactly. You just said it right there. I've always said I think they're going to use the story walking thing as a device for showing us the history of this place. It's perfect. And they could do it without any weird magical epiphanies like Fatima had with the smiley pod in her, how she had that epiphany and just randomly dropping exposition on us. And Victor just remembering more stuff. They can show us so much more, and they can show us stuff from before Victor was there. And they don't have to just use flashbacks from Tabitha and Jade remembering stuff either. I love that they can use story walking as a way to show us things that have happened before this timeline. So, so you're with me on that, we agree that Julie can't change anything, but I think it's going to be great to use this as a vehicle to discover other times in the history of this place. That's what they're going to use it for. It's a perfect storytelling device where they don't have to use exposition, which is not the best form of writing. It's really not. It's kind of weak writing. Let's see. Hey, if I still had a connect, I'd watch episode 5 on shrooms. I just love how the brain. I love how the brain lights up from Sykes. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. It's interesting. I've never done it, but I've heard it's illuminating, and I've heard it can be therapeutic. To do micro doses responsibly of that kind of thing. TCP says only thing Julie changing is her hair conditioner. Yes, exactly. I should do a poll and see what you guys think overall. Wow, I'm still nowhere near catching up with you guys. I think I'm just gonna have to start skipping through the chat faster because I'm still nowhere near caught up. And I need to open up a new tab so I can go send Scarlett the link. So I was thinking, I'm just gonna catch up really quick, and now I see we're an hour in and I'm not caught up at all. Sorry, Scarlett. Let me send her the link and then we'll get back to the chat. Jen says that I like the channels that separate trailers into different vids, and yes, Julie, spoiler warnings help. Okay, yes, I'm happy to do that always, because trust me, spoilers make me upset. Even official spoilers make me upset. Hey, welcome, Riz Monkey. Love the watch parties. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Glad you like them. So we'll still be doing them every week. Brendan says the stream party was great last week. Thank you, Julie. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. Sometimes MGM has some little hiccups where everyone is trying to play it at once, and so the website buffers a little bit, but then it gets back on track. We have tech difficulties every now and then, but then it worked out, thankfully. I always get nervous when that happens. Let's see. Larry says maybe the show is telling us if we watch it on shrooms, we might actually figure it out. I think I'll try. I probably would have anyway. Yeah, probably. Probably. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So, Jen says, my cat decided to put her claws on my tent, stretch it up, and leave a freaking rip. Oh, that sucks, Jen. That sucks. Larry says, has anyone arrived in the town not via a driving vehicle? I wonder if that's important. I doubt it. I wonder why. I doubt it. I think they probably all have come via car, and previous to that by horse and buggy, and then before that maybe even by boat. But it's interesting. I wonder why. Let's see. From the trailer, let's see. Brandon says, I believe the man in yellow may chase Julie, which leads to Victor's survival. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's a very logical prediction. Could be. Maybe that's that enables Victor to stay safe. But I know Victor stays down there all night. And Victor's able to draw a picture of the man in yellow. Well, sorry, I'm about to talk. I've got to be careful. I won't say too much crazy stuff yet, because I'll get into episode trailer territory. But well, I'll just say it. Okay, I am gonna, spoiler alert, address something from the episode trailer. So 3, 2, 1. So Victor is able to actually draw another picture of the man in yellow. Not just the one we see in the main trailer, but he's able to draw another picture of the man in yellow. And how does he do it? I mean, how does he do it without getting killed? I haven't heard anybody really mention that. How the hell does Victor draw another picture of the man in yellow? He draws a picture of the man in yellow eating part of a body. And so it's you got to wonder. I think that if the evil entity wanted Victor dead, I have always said it, he would be dead. But it doesn't want to kill him. I think the evil entity doesn't want to kill Victor. He is a useful tool for this place. He's a useful tool for this place. And so that's how Victor, I meant to leave this comment up. That's how Victor is still alive, because he scares people off from asking too many questions, at least up until now. So I think Victor, I'm sorry to say it, but I think Victor is in danger of getting killed off, because he's actively trying to remember things now, and he's not discouraging people from asking questions anymore. He was so traumatized that he would always tell people, don't go looking for answers. People who do that don't come back. And so he was a good tool, like the people the lone survivor who would get left over after the Mongols would come through and sack an old city. They'd leave a lone survivor behind to tell the story. And I think Victor is that person. Victor, of course, is too traumatized to remember a lot of details, but he warns people not to go looking for answers. And so I think that's why he's been allowed to stay alive all this time. But, that's about to end. So I think Victor is fair game at this point. And the fact that he's going to now remember that the man in yellow was in town before, that he's going to know who the man in yellow is. He's going to know what that jacket it came from. And if that's the case, how much is he going to remember? In the episode trailer, he says the man in yellow, he said he arrived in town like everybody else. And then everyone died and he ate everyone. And so I'm sorry, but that puts Victor at risk. That means that people could look at Sophia as a potential mole, and Sophia could, it could definitely, kill Victor as retribution. Knowledge comes at a cost. If he reveals the knowledge that she's the mole, spoiling some of her fun, I think she could take Victor out. I'm just saying. I know people don't want to see the reality that could happen, but it could definitely happen. Stefan says, I think Kenny is going to be replaced as Boyd's sidekick. Yeah, I think I think like Kenny could turn on Boyd, so I could totally see that. Big Heck says, I mean, they already spoiled the new monster. Yeah. Well, yeah, they did. They put the new monster in the main trailer. That's true. So that's kind of crazy that they did that. They have a new monster and they spoiled it in the trailer. But I feel like that really got people amped about the new season. So I guess that's okay. Larry says, would be cool if Eloise has just been time traveling this whole time. Right? I think that would be cool. Melissa says, I thought about the other day, I wonder how the normal world is dealing with the whole bus and all the people on it missing. Right? Yeah, that's a great point. The whole bus just disappeared. That's got to be a big missing persons case right there. David says the Scarecrow Uncanny Season 4 trailer was completely unnecessary. We would have never assumed that was coming, and now we already know. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I hadn't really thought of that, but I agree. Yeah, we never would have expected that the Scarecrow entity was going to be a thing, and they shouldn't have spoiled that either. So Jim thinks Acosta is going to find a pattern, evidence, and not want her bullet. I think so too. I agree. I think Acosta is going to find something major. Yeah, absolutely. Stacy says, I hate spoilers, but I'm such a FROMaholic, I can't help but watch these trailers. Yeah, I'm with you. I gotta watch everything. So, it is what it is. So yeah, I think Acosta, like Karl was saying that Sophia might show up in one of the photos in the basement in from the past, and So Acosta could out Sophia as a mole that way. That would be a cool find. She's going to be looking through the stuff from the past, and imagine finding a photo of Sophia. I think that could happen. I could totally see that. So Lori says they did have a new spoiler today on their MGM page on Instagram. Oh shit. Really, Lori? Oh my god. Not another one. Sorry, I have to take a drink sometimes. And then there's just dead air. I saw something on Instagram today that confirms my my speculation that Donna, not confirms it, but it supports my speculation that Donna's going to die soon. Because on Instagram, there's a quote where Donna is going to tell Tabitha, if anyone's going to do something to risk their life, something stupid to risk their life, it's me. Let me go to the Instagram and find the exact quote. Yeah, I think Donna is a goner. Almost rhymes. Oh, okay. It's a clip. I see it. There's a clip on Instagram. Donna's talking to Tabitha. It's not that spoilery. Sorry, I just realized I started saying it without warning people ahead of time. It's just Donna talking to Tabitha. And she's trying to convince Tabitha not to do anything stupid and risk her life, because Tabitha had left a note for Donna saying that she was going to try to go through the tree and get out again. And so Donna's got to have a talk with her and warn her. So yeah, she's going to, so, if anybody doesn't want to know about it, it's not that spoilery. So I'm sorry, I didn't realize that what I was talking about was from a clip. I thought it was just a still image with a caption on it. But it's not that crazy. It's basically just Donna saying like, hey, if anyone's going to do something stupid that could get them killed, it's going to be me. Which I think is a weird thing to say, personally. I don't think Donna does stupid things. But yeah, it's like, if anyone is going to risk their lives to do something stupid, that person is going to be me. That's what she said. And she said, if anyone's going to risk their lives to do something stupid, that person's going to be me and not you. That's all. That's just Donna talking to Tabitha. So yeah, I think that's more, more hinting that Donna's going to die soon, that she's going to do something dumb, and she's going to die in the Scarecrow massacre of episode 5. So, TCP says newcomers don't even know how bad we had to wait and how bad we had to wait. And these jerks can just binge watch most of the show, right? Yeah. Seriously. It's crazy, right? Yeah, yeah, I had to I was able to watch seasons 1 and 2 back to back, so I wasn't here from the beginning either. But yeah, I hear you, and but I had to watch week to week with everybody else in season 3 and season 4. I wouldn't want to binge the whole thing personally, because I like to theorize. I wish I had been here with you guys from the beginning, theory crafting from day one. I wish I had. I really do. Hey, S7929. And we just passed 100 in the chat. Please hit the like button. I'm just now seeing Scarlett's messages in the chat, so I wasn't ignoring her on purpose. I was way behind the chat. I got overwhelmed by so many chat messages. So just so you guys know, I wasn't ignoring her, but I got behind the chat, and I hadn't heard from her before the stream. I hadn't heard from her, so I just started the stream. So I did send her a link too. I sent her a link, but I was behind the chat and I was just trying to catch up with it before I stopped what I was doing and went over to my Discord tab, because that it makes me have to stop following the chat, open up a new window, let Discord load, and then, generate a link. I just wanted to try and catch up with the chat a little bit before I stopped and did that. And, lost track of time a little bit, but I sent her a link like half an hour ago or 20 minutes ago. So she's been able to join for a while now if she wants to join. She is always, of course, more than welcome to join. Let's see. Okay. And David says it must mean something that Tabitha saw Smiley eat Miranda and Victor drew men in yellow eating Miranda. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's got to mean something. Benjamin says Eloise has to be alive. I agree. So I'm gonna run a few polls. And so first poll is gonna be where is it? I'm trying to start a poll, and this is what happens when I leave the YouTube tab and I open up a new thing. It slows everything down. That's why I didn't want to open up Discord and send a link right away, because it takes forever to make anything load. Okay, and I'm opening up YouTube. See, I'm running this thing from a Chromebook and not a laptop. I don't have a working laptop, so it's difficult. I'm juggling trying to do multiple tabs on here. Everything takes forever, and slows the machine down. So let's see. Okay, so is Eloise alive? Let's start with that. Yeah. So, or how about I'll do this. So where is Eloise? So I'll put in Julie saved her and sent her to another time. No, I have hardly any. I don't have much room for character count here. I'll say Julie sent her to safety. I'll put Julie sent her to safety. Let's see. Where is Eloise? Julie. I'll do Julie sent her story walking. And then what's another one? Living out by the cabins. Let's see. Escaped to real world. And then other. Or I could just say dead. I'll just say dead. So let me know what you think. What is going on with Eloise? And let's see. Maze says, interesting that Victor came across Man in Yellow dining on his mom. Oh yeah, I read that one. That's the one that made me think to do the poll. Let's see. Interesting. No, I didn't read this one. Victor came across Man in Yellow dining on his mom when he eventually found her. I am hoping he doesn't remember that it was Eloise. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe it was Eloise too. Could be. Melissa says, I only saw those pictures before I really knew what I was looking at by another YouTuber. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I saw a crazy spoiler a few weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago, from a trailer showing Julie in the 70s trailer. And I was like, really? I would have rather seen that when the episode aired, but let's see. Like the first false memory is always wrong, and after each revelation, the memory changes. Right, David. Benjamin thinks Eloise is the one growing the food in the woods. Big Heck wonders who's dying soon. I think Donna. Let's see, I don't know how to say this. Guapito man. I don't know if I'm supposed to pronounce that all together. Eloise is somewhere dreaming. The entire From is her dream world. Oh, what a cool theory! What a cool, very meta theory. That's amazing. Let's see. Mordecai screens it all. Hi, stopping by for a few. Cool. Welcome. Nice to see you, as always. Let's see. Happy Mother's Day. Yeah, what a Mother's Day. Guys, just to be clear, oops, I just hit the wrong button. I was trying to highlight a comment and I hit the wrong button. And accidentally hit the ban button on one. Hold on, let me fix that. Let me go fix that. Anyway, just to be clear, I was not ignoring Scarlett's comments in the chat or being cruel or anything else. I was just saying hey, I need a little bit. I only have a Chromebook I'm working on here. I didn't hear from her before the stream started, and I can't just stop what I'm doing and open up a new tab in the middle of the stream when I'm way behind the chat and try to send a link through Discord. Discord takes a really long time to load. So I needed a little time. I hadn't heard from her. So I didn't send a link because I figured she was busy. So I wasn't trying to slight her in any way. There's no ill will on my part whatsoever. I just want you guys to know that. Regardless of some drama that was in the chat. Anyway, hold on. I'm trying to just fix what I just did, and see, this goes to show how difficult it is to juggle more than one thing at a time, because I just hit a wrong button and I'm trying to fix it. Hold on, guys. Just a moment. It won't let me. It won't let me do it. Hold on. Oh, shit. Yeah, I can't do it. Anyway, hey, Saggy Star. Nice to see you. I'm trying. It's a shit show at the moment. Oh, god damn it. I'm trying to reverse what I just did. I don't know where the setting is for community moderation, and I can't find it. It's not in it's the spot where it normally is. What the hell? Oh wait, no, is that it? Yes, I found it. Okay, never mind. I found what I needed. Okay, I found it. I fixed it. It's all good. Okay, sorry about that. Zaggy says, do you think Eloise being alive is still relevant to the story? It's something that I asked in another life, and I just want your take. Or another live. Yeah, I think it's relevant. I think it's going to be relevant in that it'll be a really interesting wrinkle to the whole deal, to Victor's family dynamic. I think it's relevant. If it wasn't relevant, let's just say, if it wasn't relevant, they would have already told us once and for all that she's definitely dead. if it wasn't relevant. Like, they would have made it clearer than this. So I think that there must be relevance. I call her the human Chekhov's gun. There must be some relevance to it, or she wouldn't, like, they wouldn't reveal that she's still alive. So I think she'll come into the story and, you know, influence Victor in some way, and come back into his life. And I think that it'll be a cool reveal if we find out Julie had something to do with saving her too. You know, so let's see. Now I'm really far behind. What's going on now? I didn't ban anybody. I accidentally hit the ban button on somebody and then I fixed it, so it's all set. No, no, it was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose. I swear to God, I didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. I was trying to, like, highlight something, and instead I did that, which made a tense situation an already tense situation worse. I swear to God, I didn't do it on purpose. Anyway, but who was making a joke? now what's going on with the Big Heck was making a joke. The Julie in yellow. Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm not gonna ban you for making a joke, Big Heck. No worries. It's all good. You can make jokes. Bill said Jim's man bun and Christy's hair are banned. Yeah. Bill, what did Bill say? Yeah, I didn't see what Bill said that could have been. You guys are funny. Yeah, jokes are allowed. Yeah. Accidental ban was reversed as soon as I was able to figure out how to do it. It took me a couple minutes to figure out how to do it. It's not the first time that's happened either. I've done it before to people. It's happened a couple of times. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little bit too easy to do by accident. You know, you can also put someone in timeout by accident. Um, Hey, Shaquay, nice to see you. Do you think there were other times Julie story walked because besides the times we've seen? I believe she story walked to the time Randall had a gun to Kenny's head in the restaurant. Um, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure we're going to see more. I think we may see that she goes to another time in the past of the show. You know, like some other event that's already happened on the show. So I think there could be something else. I don't think she's going to be responsible for as much as some people think. You know, I don't think we're gonna, just because there's time travel, we're gonna find out that all of a sudden she's responsible for loads of things. Just a moment here. Sorry about that. Yeah, so you're talking about when there was a knock outside of the restaurant. Somebody knocked at the diner, and so it could have been Julie story walking. It could have been, and that enabled them to get the drop on Randall, who had the gun to Kenny's head. Anyway, let's see. Yes, Amy, it's an easy mistake to make. You click the chat, and it does something to someone's name and silences them or something. I've done it before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Bill said Julie B is pulling a Sarah. The voices told me to ban you. Yeah. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Big Hick said I got a hall monitored. Go to timeout. Oh, has it happened to you before? Shit. That sucks, getting timed out. But it happens, people make mistakes and, offend people sometimes. Daryl says, just know if anyone banned me, I would show no mercy unless you are Sarah, then you get a pass. Brandon says, okay, thanks, fam. I would with ease protect the fam. You guys know I'm here for all of you. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Thank you, Brandon. We appreciate that. Mitchy Mitch, hey, who is Kay Dillon? Who wrote Flight of the Chromonocle? Well, you never know. Maybe it's going to be some crazy bootstrap paradox and Ethan wrote it or Julie wrote it. That was an idea Scarlett had. Big X said, I'm about to ban myself. The sound just got banned. Saggy says, I don't remember that scene with Kenny and a gun and Randall. I was supposed to go back and rewatch it. Yeah, he grabbed the gun and put a gun to Kenny's head and said, we're going to take a walk outside and check out these monsters. He didn't believe that there were actually monsters out there. And then there was a knock at the outside of the diner, which we always assumed was a monster. And it turned out, well, we don't know, but somebody thinks that it could be future Julie. You never know. It could be. But yeah, there was the knock, and then they were able to get the drop on Randall. Yes, we're back on topic now. We are back on From now. Thank you for that assist there, Brandon. The timing of the faux ban is hilarious to research. I'm glad you're amused by this, Big Hack, because it really didn't. It was very bad timing. Alyssa says the poll results are so even right now. Oh, cool. I'll have to take a look at that. I'm curious. Brandon says, yes, Julie wrote the book and doesn't even know it. If Julie is the author, she can change the story. Yes, that's a great theory that Scarlett thought of, that Julie could be the author. Let's see. I really don't like this whole Randall Julie shipping stuff resurfacing. Yeah, I don't either, Big Heck. He's too old for her. And people don't realize it because he looks young and she looks older than she is, but she's supposed to be a 16-year-old girl, so she's way too old for that. 52 likes. Yeah, please show love and show support please hit the like button. Thank you, Saggy Star. Appreciate that. Let's see, I'm gonna scroll back up and read more through the chat. Jane says, Julie, I like your videos and the theories you share. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. And I've got to work harder to get my next video out. Hey, Trace. I've got to work hard to get my next video out, which is my episode 3 breakdown deep dive tomorrow morning. So I'm hoping I can get that done. I'm sure I can do it. As long as I don't stay on here for too many hours, I can get that done. So we'll get that out in the morning. So around 9 a.m. Eastern, I'll be putting out my episode 3 deep dive, and please check it out, like it, comment on it. And if you have any hypes, they would be much needed and appreciated, because it's coming out so close to the new episode, and it's gonna be difficult to get people to watch it now. Let's see. Daryl says the new trailer that got released today. I think they were talking about the episode 4 trailer. Oh my god. Yeah, I can't believe they released another new trailer today. We'll just stick to talking about the trailer we already know about. Hey, Jehovah Sins. Julie has an Elder Scroll. What is an Elder Scroll? I'm intrigued. Thank you, Saggy Star, again. Hey, Destellar Napster, welcome. Nice to see you. Please subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Trying to reach 3,000 subs by the end of season 4. And belated good night to B. Let's see. Stefan, anyone wondering why the crows are warning the townsfolk about the man in yellow? I don't know, but I agree with you. I think they're warning the townsfolk. So let me since we're not looking at any pictures, like let's take that opportunity to put a picture up on the screen and just have something up here and before we dive into the trailer for episode 4. Let's see. So yeah, why are the crows now warning people, potentially warning people about the man in yellow? I think they're warning people. I didn't think that they were good up until now, and that just goes to show you that I'm flexible. I'm willing to adjust my perspective with new information. And the 2 different scenes with crows in this episode convinced me that I think they're trying to warn people. I'm always willing to keep an open mind and adjust my perspective with new information. TCP says Donna's sister is the original Man in Yellow. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I know people have some conspiracy theories about Donna and her sister. I get it. Let's see. Oh, I hope you have a wonderful Mother's Day too, Saggy Star. Thank you so much for popping in and supporting. Very much appreciated. Jen says, I would freak the F out if I arrived in From. I would actually respect the characters that freak out and don't take the situation lying down. Thus, I like Acosta, Jade, and Randall. Okay, well, you're not alone in that. A lot of people feel that way. Saggy Star says, what do you think the relevance of her being alive is? Still being alive is Eloise. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I think she's going to be relevant to Victor, helping him in his character growth. I think they need to hurry up and bring her back, though, because I think Victor could get killed off this season. They need to hurry up. Hey, Rick Costa. Nice to see you. Man in Yellow gets peckish and he likes flesh. Totally normal. Oh, yeah, it's totally normal. Let's see. Okay, I need to skim through these comments a bit more. Bill says, I eat Man in Yellow. I eat dead people. Yeah. Oh shit, Man in Yellow is a vulture. Yes, he is, indeed. Daryl, I'm definitely concerned for your sweet Sarah. I'm worried for her. I think Sophia has some evil designs on Sarah. That's one of my predictions. Sophia is going to be trouble for Sarah. I think that Sarah, one of the voices in Sarah's head, could warn her about the Man in Yellow. I think the voices are spirits of the dead, and one of them could warn her about the Man in Yellow. I think some of them are spirits like Boyd's wife, for example, and could warn her. So that's why I think Sophia moved in with Sarah to keep a close eye on her. Maze says, is the dungeon built over the remains of a faraway tree? Is this how they trapped the ballerina monster before Boyd freed them? Could be. I mean, that's an interesting idea. Maybe it's a special location over the remains of a faraway tree. Yeah, you never know. I tend to think the ballerina monster was just a vision that was part of the music box entity. But if you want to call it like the cicada entity or the music box monster, maybe that's really interesting. Maybe the remains of a faraway tree somehow trapped that entity. How did it get trapped to begin with? That's a big question. Why was it trapped at all? That's something that has always puzzled me. Alice says, I think Jim was looking around at invisible story walking Julie when he was speaking with Ethan at the RV after his death. Yeah, that's a cool theory. I like that. I think Jim was looking and listening to the boy in white coaching him on what to say to Ethan. But story walking Julie, you never know. Hey, you never know. Could be. Hey Kayla, nice to see you. MG says painting of the boy in white seems to have a mouth shaped like a crow, maybe an allusion to the crows being a manifestation of the boy in white. So they might be the boy in white trying to warn the town the man in yellow is there. Yeah, I could see that. Absolutely, could see that. Tam, we're only talking about the trailer that most people have seen, which is the trailer that came out last Sunday night for episode 4. So apparently there was another one that came out that may have scenes from episodes 4 through 7 in it, but we're not going to be talking about that one. So don't worry if you don't want to hear about it. I haven't even seen it, and I don't know where to find it anyway. So it's got future episodes. Oh my god, that's crazy. So it's okay. It's just all right. That's one I already knew about. It's 10 seconds long. Okay. Let's see. So David says, I think it is as Man in Yellow said, they tore themselves apart. Sophia is instigating them. Then after they kill each other, he feasts on them, closing the loop until 2 cars arrive again. I can't imagine that they literally kill each other, though. That part, I think they're going to tear each other apart, metaphorically, and then somehow the monsters just go to town and, once people get broken down enough, like, how do we think this happens? I mean, I think that people get broken to a certain extent. They get broken and then they just wipe the board clean. The monsters go to town and kill them all. No matter where they are, even if the talismans are there. I just can't imagine the residents literally ripping each other's chest cavities open, but I guess it's possible. But what do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think. How does the massacre actually happen? I've always thought something crazy has to happen, like someone has to attempt child sacrifice or seriously consider it or something, but it doesn't look like that's anywhere near happening in this cycle, so maybe it's something else. Like I thought that's what that triggered it last time. Like Christopher was going to sacrifice Victor and Eloise, and that was it. Like that ended the cycle, and the monsters just killed everybody in retaliation, or basically to close the loop, to close the cycle. Like, okay, we're reverting back to child sacrifice again. The cycle is now complete. Let's wipe the board clean. People are broken now. Let's see. Let's see. Julie has one of the Infinity Gauntlet rings. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's an Infinity ring that's probably going to pop up in the next episode. I think so. Boyd is probably going to find that in the next episode. I think it's going to come from the hand that reached up out of the ground. He'll find it on the ground. I think it was on Abby's hand because in the trailer it looked like there was a wedding band on that hand. Episode 5 trailer will include a certain moment that wasn't in that 10-second trailer. Okay. So that trailer was not just for episode 5. Yeah, that came out a while ago, so I am aware of that one. Yeah, it's definitely going to be lonely once From is all done. No show will ever feel the same. I absolutely agree with that, Big Heck. Let's see. I've heard Widow's Bay is very good. I'm definitely going to check that out. S7929 loves the trailers. My hijacked brain needs constant stimulation. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess some people don't mind them. Huh. Okay, just looking through these old comments and just gonna highlight some random things before we look at the trailer in a few minutes. Okay. Brandon says Ethan is the storyteller, not creator. Julie can see the events, but also pushes the story along unknowingly. Teller Walker, who is the story writer and influencer. Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. I think Ethan is the storyteller, not creator. I don't think he's making everything up and causing everything to happen. I think he's like a narrator, and he's telling the rules of how things work. I don't think he's making it all happen. He's not the creator. He's just the storyteller, the narrator. And Julie is kind of pushing the story along unknowingly. I absolutely agree with that. Okay. And Brandon thinks the crows are the trapped souls. I think that's a cool theory. It could be. Maybe the trapped souls are in the crows, the souls of the dead. Could be. Jen says Julie needs a rope and needs to walk back and forth in the ruins. Maybe she will find a pattern. Yeah. I think she needs to really focus on the person, place, and time where she wants to go. Like the person she wants to see and the place and time she wants to go to, and really concentrate. Brandon says the funeral, the crows came for Jim, but Jim was among them. Yeah, that's a great theory. There was one crow that stood right at the grave of Jim. So if we look at the funeral, there was one that was right there, and I know Lori. I think Lori theorized that was Jim, that Jim's soul was in there, and hey, it could be. Right there at the grave, the crow was standing there, and all the rest of the crows flew up onto the building nearby, but one of them, if I can find it, one of them stayed right there. Here it is. Here's the funeral scene. And it just hung out in that one spot. Where is it? Right here. They even did a close-up. The crow had its own little close-up, and it just stayed there. So like they showed up, and so this one came first, and the Matthews all looked at it because it landed right there and that was in front of Jim's grave. We can see it in a few moments after, at the edge of the grave. See right down there. Boyd is standing here, and right there's a crow, and there's the Matthews family. So this is Jim's grave. Sophia's over here, and then the pastor is there. So this is Jim's body. So maybe that's Jim. Maybe it's Jim Crow. Literally. It could be. Hey, third shift lurker. Wish I could tell people my experience on shrooms and LSD without judgment. Hey, we won't judge. You can tell us. Hey, no judgment here. No judgment whatsoever. As long as people do things responsibly, hey, you I find that fascinating. I would be curious to hear about it. So feel free if you want to share. And MG called it a long time ago that Jade was going to need to trip on the mushrooms from the woods. Yeah, he's been predicting that for a year or so, that was going to happen. So kudos to you for calling that. Maze says hundreds of years ago, before cars, it would be interesting how they came into the town. Yeah, there was a wagon wheel at the cabin village. So I think at the cabin village there was a wagon wheel. So I think that's probably alluding to how people came back then. So Saggy Star says, I think besides the side characters, everybody we see that has most of the screen time has a role to play, and I can't seem to see what her role is. It's like she's taking someone's place. So referring to Eloise. I can understand that, absolutely. But if they bring her back, I guarantee you she will have a purpose. David says if they end the show with Julie changing everything and we see the RV go past without seeing the fallen tree and a smooth transition, I'm going to be bitterly disappointed. Oh. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that they're going to change everything and just wipe the whole slate clean and, and none of it ever happened. Like, stop the sacrifice before it happened, and then it's as if none of it ever occurred at all. Like, all the events will just be erased. I don't think they're going to do that. I think that would be a cheap ending, to be honest. So I wouldn't expect that to happen. Jen said maybe Mari is the man in yellow, started with the haircut torture and just moved on. You never know. Alice says Julie's story walks Victor out of range. Maybe so. Bill says Victor is tool and his memory is terrible. Exactly. I think that's why Victor's been able to survive. He's been allowed to survive. Daryl says, I don't think Victor knows that the man in yellow can shapeshift. Well, let's hope not. Let's hope Victor doesn't know that the man in yellow is a shape-shifting mole, and then I think he'll be okay. He'll be safe. David says Victor has to remember Man in Yellow before dying. They will probably stretch that out to the end of the season. I think so, too. I think that if it'll happen, it'll probably be at the end of the season where he remembers all of it. Let's see. Jen says, well, why did the monsters warn tell Victor about being in the caves again? Do they have Eloise? Yeah, that's interesting. You never know. I think that was foreboding that Victor's going to die, incidentally. The monster saying, Victor, if you keep coming down here, one of these days, we'll make you stay. I think that was, that was foreboding. That was ominous that something is probably going to happen to Victor eventually. I think that was a threat on him. That was definitely a threat. That new monster is crazy and mysterious enough that it's not really a spoiler. That's true, Larry. The Kool-Aid Collie Patch monster is crazy and mysterious enough, indeed. That monster is the scarecrow that Ethan talked about back in season 1. Multiple scarecrows. That's right, Daryl. He talked about it. He said that Victor had scarecrows in his drawings. So he said there's scarecrows, boogeymen, a giant spider. So I expect there to be a giant spider too. Saggy Star says, if Donna dies, it's not going to make sense because I feel like we have a set amount of leaders on the show and she's one of them. But that's going to be helpful to taking this place down, though. They'll tear each other apart more easily if Donna's not around to be one of the two pillars of the community. Think about it. Donna gets taken out, and then Boyd's authority gets undermined, and Boyd could lose power later in the season. Kenny and Acosta could take over, and they'll tear each other apart more easily. Daryl says that Donna quote is from the sneak peek I was talking about. Gotcha. Okay. That sneak peek makes it so obvious that Donna is going to die. I think so, personally. I don't think it's, a spoiler or anything, but she says that she's going to, if anyone's going to do something risky, some stupid thing to risk her life, it's going to be her. So that's definitely foreshadowing. Lori says, I agree. Donna's conversation gives away she will die. Yeah, I've been saying for a couple of weeks now, I think Donna is gonna die, and she's got on the Sci-Fi Vision channel that Jamie is interviewing Liz Saunders on June 3rd. That's right after episodes 5 and 6 air. So that's perfect timing to do an exit interview for her. I think that's another clue that she's going to die. Why randomly interview Liz Saunders in the middle of the season? Something major must happen with her character. Sci-Fi Vision does interviews based on something major happening to their character in that time frame. So, like, she interviewed Samantha Brown right after she stole the ambulance and, all that craziness. She interviewed Samantha Brown. And she interviewed Nathan Simmons, who plays Elgin, in the aftermath of him losing his eye. I mean, not right after, but still. And she interviewed Jamie McGuire along with me and Scarlett right after he reemerged on the show and came back to life. So I think she's interviewing Liz Saunders. This is not from any inside knowledge. I don't know why she's doing it, but I think she's interviewing her because Donna's going to die. Just my opinion, just my guess. Daryl says nothing.
R.I.P. Donna. R.I.P. Donna and her pockets.
Yes, yeah. R.I.P. Donna and her pockets. Nothing wrong with setting up Donna's death. It is an emotional scene. I agree. Brandon says, with the facts from this series that we have all seen, the crows are there for new arrivals. Those are the trapped souls trying to warn them, but they can't talk. Yeah, that's a great theory. I like that a lot. I like that. Amy, I'm right there with you. I'm so mad that the trailers reveal so much. Imagine the impact of seeing the giant scarecrows without MGM spoiling it. That's a great point. I hadn't even thought to be mad about that, but I will join you in that. Mitch says, I think Victor will find out because he keeps the count on the people in town. Yeah, it could be. He's going to find out about Sophia. I think so. Let's see. Oh, Jay, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot that I had said if people want to call in and share theories that you can do that. I can still do that. We're not going to do a crazy length tonight. So like the most I would do is maybe 2 more hours maximum. And then I gotta cut it off. So like I'm gonna impose a limit on myself of 4 hours tonight. But I could do that if anyone still wants to share any theories. So yeah, give me a few minutes here and I'll throw the link up. Laurie says, I wonder why Man in Yellow didn't bury his yellow suit in that suitcase underground. Did he want anyone to find it? It seems kind of careless. Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think, I don't know. I think he put it in a special spot though that people don't visit. The foundation of a building that we've never even seen before. So it is a little careless, but I think it was pretty safe to say they weren't going to find it. I mean, people are not as curious as they should be. Boyd had never even checked out the inside of the Peach truck until season 2. He was like, I've passed this so many times and I've never gone inside. Like, seriously? You've never thought to look inside this giant tractor trailer that's just parked here? I can't believe Boyd never looked inside of it. And they also didn't even know that the car graveyard was there. Boyd wasn't even aware of it. So they don't look around as much as they should. Hey, Terrence. Welcome. Have you heard the theory that Carla is Eloise? Wait, Carla? Who's Carla? Who was he trying to reference there? Carla. Who could that be? I'm trying to think whose name is similar to Carla. I don't know. And this was like half an hour ago, so I'm not sure.
Acosta, maybe?
Oh, maybe Acosta, yeah. Yeah, that must be Acosta. Yeah, that's right. I have heard that theory that Acosta could be Eloise. I have heard that. I don't think so, but you never know. You never know. I personally don't think so. Okay. Now, just kind of skimming through the chat here. Trying to catch up really quick, and then we'll play the episode trailer once I catch up here. I'll give a spoiler warning before we play it, the one for episode 4. And then if anyone wants to call in and share theories, I'll open that up to do that. No, I haven't checked on the Discord lately. I haven't had a chance. Things have been kind of crazy for me. But I'll definitely check it out. Let's see. And you're welcome to share with us what you were talking about in there.
The chat is saying that Terrence meant Clara.
Oh, Clara. No, that theory I have not heard. Interesting. Yeah, I have not heard that. And he says, from a magical perspective where you lean to, they could be the souls of the townspeople, or they could be attached to the man in yellow entity, and they will also come to feed once Sophia starts. Maybe the crows are there to celebrate. Who knows? Yeah, it's possible. I don't think they're evil anymore, though. I think they gave this vibe like they were trying to warn people in this episode. That's what I was feeling. God, time to eat intestine. Oh God. Yeah, I guess it's possible. But if they were celebrating, who was it that I heard mention this? And I thought this was a good point. I forget who said this, but it might have been, I can't remember, but I heard somebody say, if it was the crows, then how come they haven't celebrated any of the other deaths? So many people have died in this place. How come they've never done this before? How come they've never, showed up at funerals and acted like they were celebrating before? Why is Jim so special? I think it's more likely that they were trying to warn people that the man in yellow, the evil entity, is right there among them. Let's see. Football Affinity says, knowledge comes at a cost. Last time Boy in White told Christopher too much, making Man in Yellow come out. That's why Boy in White doesn't want to talk this time. Jim did too much, and that's when Man in Yellow comes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so that's what you're thinking happened last time. The Boy in White told Christopher too much, making Man in Yellow come out. Okay, that could be it. That could have been what triggered it last time. It could have been what made like the Man in Yellow infiltrate the town last time. Yeah, I think that makes total sense. Let's see. How do I say this? Lakila, I'm just gonna say Lakila. Welcome. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. Ghost Jim was real Jim sent to Ethan by Julie. She pulled him out of his chapter in the story to point Ethan in the right direction. I think he was very likely the real Ghost Jim. It's entirely possible. And that's interesting, the idea that Julie pulled him out of his chapter to point Jim in the right direction. I think he's the real Jim in ghost form. I think he's the spirit of Jim, the real spirit. But that's a cool theory, because I know people said that the scar on Jim's head looked too fresh. So you never know. Let's see. Brandon says the massacre doesn't make sense if you look at it. Why was everyone outside when they should have been hiding? I think it's because something different happened. Something triggered the whole thing. We're missing something. I think they probably were hiding, but the monsters got them all. I think the monsters could have gotten them all at any time they wanted to, and they just didn't because it wasn't time to do the total massacre yet. This is a game. They're pretending that they weren't able to find everybody, but I think they could have done it at any time in the past. And now I think, honestly, I think they could invalidate the talismans now later in the game if the right event is triggered. And just do a whole game changer. So the question is like, how did that happen? What triggered the whole thing? I do think people were trying to hide, but they weren't able to hide, effectively enough because something triggered the total wipe of the board at that point. Let's see. So Alice says Eloise is already back. I told you guys Tabitha is Eloise in season 2. Got a lot of pushbacks, but now we know our characters do not always get their memories correct. So I'm still holding on to my theory. Hey, you do you. That's a very cool theory. I will never poo-poo anybody's theory. I think that's cool. You can absolutely hold on to your theory. All theories are welcome here. And that's, you never know. People's memories are often inaccurate in the show. MG says some people speculated there's a midday eclipse that catches everyone outside in the dark and the monsters kill everyone. Might make sense of the map tracking weather, solar cycles, etc. Yes. Yeah, I could totally see that, That would make sense. There is an eclipse. There's an eclipse somewhere. I've seen it. Miranda was tracking like moon phases on the Peach Truck map. So maybe something to do with that, maybe that was a clue that there was an eclipse. Akila says, I think Jim was looking around because he came from a chapter where he's scared to be outside because it's dark and monsters are coming. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you never know. Interesting stuff. I like it. Let's see. Benjamin says Crow Jim. Yes, it could be Crow Jim. Let's see. Brandon says Julie needs Boyd's torch. Okay. Gold leaves bad to me after Germans World War II. Yeah, so the crow landed next to the gold leaf. And David pointed to that, saying, in alchemy, gold leaf represents the final perfected state of the great work, both physically and spiritually, most significant for the journey coming to an end. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay. Let's see. Just trying to catch up now. And Brandon, I agree that it's a hero's journey, like Ethan says. Yes, absolutely. And so the hero has to collect items to fulfill their quest. Oh, fascinating. La Flama Blanca. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I really hope a Jade and Tabitha romance doesn't happen because that would be cringe. I am with you. Everyone else seems to be shipping them, and I feel like it would be cringe. I think it's too soon after she lost her husband and too predictable. So I'm with you. I don't need to see it. The time passes too slowly in this place, and it'll be too soon no matter how long it takes for the show to end. And we know it's ending after season 5, so she'll still be, kind of in mourning. Brandon says Jade's bartender ghost advisor said stop drinking, not eating mushrooms. Well, specifically, Tom said sober up. And I think that was bad advice because technically being sober also includes drugs. And now it's going to turn out, I've been saying this all along, guys, that was bad advice. I've been the only one saying that. I know it sounds weird that sober up is bad advice, but I've been saying that includes drugs. And I didn't predict that Jade was going to do mushrooms. However, I did say that when he does pot, it seems to calm him down enough to think straight. The pot seems to help, and it helps Julie quiet the voices that are screaming in her head since the cicada dungeon. So I think that was bad advice. I think Ghost Tom is sent by the evil entity. So anyway, let's see. What is Annie saying here? Let's see. Did you guys see Tian Chen in the last episode? There is a woman. Tian Chen? What? There is a woman who was not at the funeral. I counted them, by the way, and there were 42 people. Where were the other 5? We know Jade is 1, so that leaves 4. That lady who we saw who was not at the funeral, if she is an extra, why was she not there? The clothing does look like something Tian Chen would wear, except her shoes were sneakers and not loafers. Timestamp is 17 minutes last episode. That's fascinating. That's weird. Okay, I'll have to take a look at the 17-minute mark. And I don't know why there were people missing there. That doesn't make sense. We know Jade is supposed to be the only one who was missing from the funeral. Brandon says, of all people, the man in yellow went after Sarah, but remember what Sarah did to Elgin. Sarah is not going to crumble from voices. No, she's not going to crumble, but I think the voices are going to warn her that Sophia is a mole, that she's the evil entity. And that means Sophia could definitely take her out and claim that the monsters did it. I think Sarah's going to die this season, guys. Sorry, Daryl. I think Sarah's going to die. I'm officially calling it. She's going to die. Belated good night to Big Heck. Thank you in advance for watching my video when I release it tomorrow. Let's see. Yes, I will definitely go back, Annie, and take a look at that and see if I think it looks like Tian Shan. So, All right, I'm almost caught up with the chat. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the trailer, and then we can talk theories. And if anyone wants to call into the panel and share their theory, you can do that. I'm going to impose a limit around the 4-hour mark. I'm going to need to shut it down tonight. And we've been going for about a little over 2 hours now. 2 hours, 9 minutes. Hey, Chris Barmore, welcome. I thought the crows are people who died in the town that can't be reincarnated. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that Tabitha and Jade are the only reincarnated people, but you never know. There could be others. Daryl says in the episode 4 trailer, we also see Donna looking like she's also having a heart-to-heart with Jade when she tells him he might not come back from the tunnels, hinting Donna ain't coming back from the cabins. Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm afraid so. So we'll pull that up really quick. Just give me a few minutes here. Almost caught up with the chat, and we'll look at the trailer. Yeah, she tells Jade something like, you may not come back from this little trip of yours. That's foreboding and foreshadowing that Donna is not going to come back from her little trip. She's saying Jade may not come back from his drug trip from the mushrooms. She's not going to come back from her trip to the woods. Definitely. I was saying it when nobody else thought she was going to die, and I'm sorry to say I think they're going to actually kill off such a major character who I really do love. I love Donna. Jen says, why don't they capture the crows and walk out? Oh, that's wild. So you think like if they capture these guys, I had a blurry photo of the crow up by accident. If they capture these guys, they could just walk out of town. Oh, that's wild. Wouldn't that be crazy? If there's some like secret, imagine if there's some trick that they don't know about yet, and once they do it, they could literally just walk out of town. That would be nuts. In the end, that's probably what's gonna happen. Like there's something that they could do. I don't know what yet. I don't know what it's gonna entail, but they're gonna be able to just leave. It'll probably be something more dramatic though, like a flood, and they'll leave on a boat. Somehow the boat is going to materialize. Susie says they aren't celebrating. Julie is always wrong. Well, you mean Julie in the show, I hope. Yes, I agree. Julie in the show is usually wrong, and I don't think the crows are celebrating. I agree. Susie said, not you, Julie. Yes, just to be clear. Julie gets the powers because she don't have the knowledge. Yes, I agree with you. That's right, Brandon. Jim helped solve the puzzle that nobody could do, that no one could do. He figured out the music notes. That's right. So let's see. Daryl says, Susie, how dare you say Julie is always wrong? This is her channel. Yeah, well, we know she meant Julie in the show. It can get confusing sometimes. Sometimes people say stuff like, I hate Julie. Julie is so annoying. And I have to remind myself when I look at the live chats that they're not talking about me, because people talk about Julie a lot these days. David says the crows came as an ominous warning because Sophia is the murderer, but they are also guardians of the threshold. When they get too close to the edge before it is time, they intervene, like with Fatima. Oh, interesting. Okay. Like Fatima was about to gain too much forbidden knowledge from the tarot cards, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. I think so too. Let's see. Annie says, has Ethan said anything about the crows? If so, that's what it is. 100%. But Ethan has not said anything about the crows. But yeah, if Ethan said something, I would say, yep, that's what it is. Mike Light says we will see the scarecrows in episode 5, probably. We know the boogeyman is the man in yellow. Now all we need is the giant spider, right? Because in the interview with the creators, they called the man in yellow the boogeyman of Fromville. So now we just need the giant spider after we get the scarecrows. Let's see. All right. And he says, that's why I had asked Julie B, how does it feel to say Julie so often when your own name is Julie? It must be so weird. Yes, it is weird. It's very weird. Because Julie is not that common of a name, so I'm not used to seeing my name get said so often. It's really not that common, so I'm not used to it at all. It's very weird. Hey, Robert, welcome. I'm worried for Donna. I would be too. I've been worried about her for a couple of weeks, and it's the clues are mounting that Donna is going to die in that cabin attack by the scarecrows. David thinks the crows observe for Boy and White and make sure they do not get close to the edge before it's time, before they reach the lake and go through their grief. Okay. Third Shift Lurker says, it feels like everyone started getting angry and crazy and began killing each other without thinking, and the monsters came and harvested the organs afterwards. Yeah, maybe. Brandon says monsters can run during that time. Chris says, I think the crows are people that died in the town but aren't able to reincarnate. Okay, yeah, you never know. Reincarnation could be more common than what we know. I think it's just Jade and Tabitha, personally. Chris Rice says there are lyrics to a poem in the diner. The poem is "Hope is a thing with feathers" for the crow theory. That's right. It says "Hope is a thing with feathers" on the wall of the diner, and it says so the poem goes, "Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all." I'm not sure how much of it is on the diner wall, but there's a piece of it on the wall. And then there's part about I forget what the other poem is that's on the wall, but there's another Emily Dickinson poem. So that there's a point for crows being good because hope is a good thing. And the main battle in the show, I think, is happening between hope versus fear. I think the man in yellow represents fear, obviously, and the boy in white represents hope. The hope of the dying children. The hope of the children manifested the faraway bottle tree. We were told that they poured their hope into the roots, and their roots became the symbol, which became the tree. So we're basically supposed to glean from that the dying sacrificed children created the faraway bottle tree with their hope. Their hope created it, manifested that tree. And so I think the boy in white is on the side of them and on the side of hope. And maybe the crows are too. I think the crows are too at this point. Daryl wants Jade and Tabby to bang. Of course. Maze says, don't really need everyone killing everyone. Abby massacred planning on her crazy ass own. Yeah, I wouldn't like that either. And don't worry, I don't think it's going to happen. At least not in this cycle, but man, maybe it did happen in the past. You never know. I just can't imagine everyone killing each other in that way, ripping their bodies open like that, ripping them all to shreds like the monsters do. There were people who were cut in half, guys. If you go back to the massacre, there were people who were actually, let's go back and look at the images for a minute. There were people who were cut in half. I have a gallery. Let me see. Tether, where is it? Let me go back to, it was season 1, episode 4. And just look at, where the hell is it? Okay, it's right here. There were people who were cut in half. I just can't imagine the townspeople doing that to each other. How would they even do that? How would they go around killing each other in this manner? Like, it's kind of hard to imagine for me. Let's see, Victor, this is where Victor remembered a big piece of the massacre. Yeah. So in this shot, you can see there was a guy cut in half. Right here. The dog is standing between two different halves of this guy's body. How in the hell would the townspeople have done this to each other? They were brutally ripped to shreds. They had limbs laying on the street, arms and legs. I mean, it's just kind of hard for me to imagine them ripping each other to shreds, literally, but maybe they did. I mean, they do have tools there. They do have all kinds of tools. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Did they literally rip each other to shreds? Let's see. Yes, they can run when they want to. The monsters can run. They know they're apex predators and they don't need to run, like MG says. Smiley shows they can run when they want to. Chris wants a Groundhog Day style episode of Julie trying to save Jim and failing over and over again. Oh man. Yeah, that would be fun. If we had more episodes, that would be great. Yes, the monster that almost scratched Julie moved kind of fast. The waitress monster. Yes, it did. And Granny Monster picked up speed in the house. She definitely did. They can move fast when they want to. The monster that slit Katri's throat, that monster moved really fast like a ninja. Daryl says Sarah ain't dying in season 4. You just don't want it to happen, Daryl. We know how you feel, but it could happen. I think she's in trouble. She's got the man in yellow entity living with her now. Let's see. Chris likes the eclipse idea. That's why Miranda got going to the bottle tree. She would know better to try at night. And young Victor looking to sky when leaving cellar hiding spot. Right. Yeah, he did look up. He looked up. Let's go back and look. Well, that's at the beginning of the episode. Hold on. That was at the beginning. Victor came out. So let's just look at the massacre, since we're going to revisit the massacre in episode 4 when Julie story walks. And I keep saying things that are in the episode trailer. Sorry if there's someone listening who didn't want to know that. But I said at the beginning of the stream, be forewarned that we're going to talk about that. So yeah, Victor came out. He did look up at the sky. He looked up. Maybe he was surprised that it's still daylight. Maybe it didn't get dark when it should have. But Miranda died in the dark. When Miranda got killed, it was nighttime. So that, I don't know, that makes the eclipse thing a little bit harder to time exactly when that happened, if that did happen.
Maybe everybody went outside and was like, "Oh, look, it's an eclipse," and then wow, all the monsters came out and got them.
Yeah, it could be. So this is what we saw of the massacre so far. When Victor remembered, we had Victor looking down the street at all these bodies ripped up to shreds. There's the Star Magic Motel sign, and the dog chased the boy in white down the street, and Victor followed him. I think that this was to, I'll just give my interpretation of what's going on here, since we're going to get more information about it in the next episode. I think the boy in white was trying to befriend him and distract him from the carnage. So he gets him to follow him down the street. I mean, granted, he could have maybe taken a less direct route, but the camera needed to show us the carnage. So I think that's kind of why they did that. But the boy in white brought him down the street. Now there's this little girl here. People thought that there were no other kids back then other than Victor and Eloise. This is a little girl in tap shoes, dead. So there were other children. That was a child. That was a kid. And so the boy in white gets on the merry-go-round and spins, smiles, waves at him, and beckons to him to follow. And when he spins around, some people have thought it looks like he disappears, as if this is some kind of portal. Because it keeps spinning, and then the boy in white is gone. Where is he? So I don't know. I don't think it's an actual portal. I always took that to mean he hops off out of the frame of the shot, because we don't see the whole merry-go-round here. He hops off and then he's gone. So we don't have to necessarily have seen him get off, but it is an interesting theory that this is some kind of portal. I know Scarlett has mentioned that, and the boy in white Why is he smiling here? I know this looks ghoulish, like he's enjoying the carnage, and I think that's a misdirect. That's part of the misdirect, trying to make him look evil. They wanted us to buy into this trope, this horror trope of a creepy little kid. They made him look creepy in season 1 when he first appeared to Victor outside the window doing this shush motion and staring at him outside his window. And now this looks creepy. Of course it does. But I think that this was just to try to distract him and befriend him. Like, hey, Victor, look over here. Don't look at those bodies everywhere. Look at me, look at the merry-go-round and follow me. And he became Victor's only friend for a long time. Victor said that he didn't have any other friends and there was nobody else for a long time. Scott McCord, who plays Victor, has also said in interviews that basically he was alone for a long time, that the creators told him that Victor was alone for a very long time and the boy in white was his only friend. I believe that's true. I believe the boy in white is a helpful entity who is there to try to make this cycle stop and help as best he can, but he doesn't know how exactly to make it stop. He helps as best he can. That's all he can do. And just like Sarah said, he's trying to help, but he doesn't really know how. And he was there to distract Victor in this moment. And the question is, there's so many questions, but what happened after this? Where did Victor go? What did he do? Did he go with the boy in white somewhere? I tend to think he went with the boy in white out of this scene and spent a lot of time in the peach truck. I think he did that a lot, after this happened. But we're about to get some answers. I'm sure we're not going to get all the answers as to what happened back then in episode 4, but we'll find out something. And I think we'll find out young Victor actually met Julie. And that will explain why adult Victor was immediately comfortable with her and started talking to her as if he knew her. Like, 2 cars came. That hasn't happened in a long time. What do you think it means? He doesn't just approach people and start talking and opening up about things that haven't happened in a long time. He doesn't talk about that. He doesn't talk to people that comfortably, but he did with Julie. And then he drew a picture of her. Why did he do that? And also, I find it interesting looking back that Victor, where is it? Victor drew a picture of Julie. Why did he do that? He later told Ethan, pictures are for things that are gone. Then why did he draw this? Why did he draw Julie? He tried to reject a picture of Ethan once that Ethan drew for him, saying, no, pictures are for things that are gone. He didn't want a picture of living Ethan, but he drew a picture of living Julie himself. And I find it interesting that he did this in the same episode when his memories were coming back from the massacre. This was the episode where his memories of the massacre started to return. The episode opened with the massacre. And then his memories started coming back. And as they were coming back, he goes and draws Julie. I think that was him trying to reconcile his memory of her. And I said this before the season started. I said this in my theory and prediction deep dive video for season 4, that I think Julie is going to story walk back to 1978 and meet Victor as a child. That will explain why he was so comfortable with her and why he drew her like this. He was trying to reconcile, his unconscious mind was trying to reconcile, where does he know her from? And she went away and then came back. Pictures are for things that are gone. Well, for a while, she was gone. He knew her, and then she left. She was gone, and now she's back. His unconscious mind is trying to reconcile that. I think that's why he drew her, and that's why he drew her at such a time when, she had just come to town, and all of a sudden now his memories of the massacre started coming back. I think her returning helped jog his memory of that massacre. Like, this girl looks familiar. And all of a sudden now, after 40 years, he's starting to remember this stuff. this is the first time, and they didn't come out and tell us this, but they made it pretty clear, I think, I loved how they did this without exposition. They showed us, without telling us, Victor remembering the massacre. He started to remember. And he said in this episode, I think I'm starting to remember things. He said, you know how sometimes when you dream about something and you think it's just a dream, but then you think maybe it's real and it wasn't a dream. I forget the exact quote. That wasn't verbatim. He said, I think I'm starting to remember things that I thought were dreams. And I think that's why he drew Julie in that moment in this episode. And then later in the episode, he throws a rock into this faraway tree, and he starts to look at the tree, and he remembers the dogs barking. And we saw in real time his memories coming back. Oops, I can't leave that on the screen too long. A person cut in half. The dog barking. So being close to the faraway tree again jogged his memory of the past. And he remembered part of the massacre. And then he went home and he remembered the whole thing and realized it's happening again. And he put up these pictures, and the pictures tell a story. Ethan later said that the pictures are a story. And where is it? Here are the pictures. Ethan later said that Victor's pictures tell a story, and we have to put them in the right order, and then we can figure out what comes next, what to do next. And he's right. They do tell a story. There's the dog, the boy in white, and Victor was putting them in order, the faraway tree, and then he put up the last picture, the massacre. So that's what happens. The boy in white comes back. He should have also put up the picture of the two cars coming back, because it starts with the two cars returning. And then the boy in white and the dogs turn up again. The faraway tree comes into play, and then the total massacre. And then he started digging graves because he realized it's starting over again. Because this happens the same way every time. Just like a story, it happens the same way. Sophia said that what happens next is always my favorite part. Always? That implies that it happens the same way every time. Like Ethan said, they're living out a story. And every time she must infiltrate the town as a mole, and the people start tearing each other apart. That's always her favorite part. That's how you talk about a story. So Ethan is absolutely right that they're living out a story. And Victor is realizing this story has started again. So he put his drawings in order and started digging graves. So I think those are important scenes to revisit ahead of this episode 4, reveal of, spoilers for the episode 4 trailer. It did show Julie's story walking back to this massacre. So yeah, I mean, there are a lot of questions about this massacre. What happened to Christopher? Did he, where did he die? How did he die? I think maybe it would be cool if his body was the one in the root cellar, the skeleton, but probably not. Where did Victor go after this? What exactly triggered the massacre completely? I think Christopher trying to sacrifice Victor and Eloise is what triggered that massacre. That was part of it. People tearing themselves and each other apart and breaking down, their characters breaking morally to the point where the evil entity just wiped the board clean and went to town and killed everybody. I don't know. I just can't envision the townspeople like literally killing each other. Let's see. MG says, let's see. Did you get my DM or see my post about the man in yellow painting not actually having a scar or blood on his cheek? Yes. I didn't see that post, but I have seen other posts about that, and I agree. It's not blood on his cheek or anything. It's just part of the red in the background. That's all that is. It's just part of the blood, the red background. Brendan says smoke was used in some cultures to speak to their ancestors. Example, the herb Black Panther. So Jade's ghost was holding him back, which makes Boyd's ghost holding him back as well. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the Ghost Tom, yes. And Ghost Khatri might have been holding Boyd back too, but I don't know. I think Ghost Khatri might actually be helpful, and Ghost Tom is evil. Yes, Annie, I'm with you on this. We must always remember this question. What would have happened if someone just stepped over the tree? Will they show us? No one has ever stepped over the tree. I am with you. I wish Tabitha had done it. Now we'll probably never know. I'd love to know. I think it's possible maybe there could be a portal back to their world if they did that. Let's see. Lakila says, Man in Yellow is sowing havoc, so he will use Sarah in two ways. He will be her friend to use her face further, or insulating her from the town and tell the townspeople she's dangerous and blame her for things. Oh, okay. That could save Sarah. I could see that. Crow's lives matter. Tam says, my silly theory that I think could be funny and cool, but I don't believe that strongly, is that the motel pool is the Lake of Tears. It's currently empty, but that's it. Okay. No, I don't think that's a silly theory. I think that would be interesting. You never know. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead a bit. Hey Heather, nice to see you. Secret Julie from Storywalker. Okay. Let's see. I was blabbing for a while, so I'm just gonna skip through here. The hope. See, Chris says the hope of the children is what allows Jade and Tabitha to reincarnate instead of becoming immortal monsters. I agree. Yes, I think MG's theory is right. I think that the magic faraway tree is what brings Tabitha and Jade back over and over again. And I first heard that from him, so I think that's correct. I think it's right. That's what's bringing them back. Chris says, are we ever getting any answers about Kimono Lady? Yeah, probably not at this point. It'll probably just be that she's the weirdo, like, what do you call it? What do you call like the thing that somebody who helps women give birth? I forget the name I'm thinking of. What is it? The person that helps somebody to give birth. I'll think of it, or somebody in the chat will, but you know what I'm talking about. I don't know why she was wearing a kimono. I think that was totally random. Didn't make any sense. So, okay. I'm just trying to catch up here. Rainbow colored merry-go-round. That cycle sucked. Here we go again. Yep. I think that's a perfect symbol for this vicious cycle that they're all trapped in. It started with the sacrifice of children. So the rainbow colored merry-go-round is a perfect symbol for it. It goes around and around in circles, and it's for kids, and it's a perfect piece of symbolism. Brandon K says Boy in White was happy to see he survived. Yeah, so maybe so. Maybe that's why he was smiling. Is he happy the cycle is over again, or is he happy he managed to save someone? Yeah, I think that. I think he's happy that Victor is still alive. I think that's what it is, David. Trying to find a decent picture to just leave it on with this. This is blurry. Let's see. The one where he's smiling the first time. This one. Yeah, this one is good enough. MG says, seems a bit like he's trying to distract Victor from the carnage. Exactly. MG says, seems to me like he kind of just vanishes like he always does. Yes, agree. Let's see. Amy says, does that mean that the man in yellow is disguised as the dog in the scene with the rip bodies. I think the dog just goes with the boy in white. I think the dogs have shown that they're helpful, Amy, but that's just my opinion. The dogs seem like they're helping. Let's see. David says, I like the idea that the big other isn't real and they are their own worst nightmare. They are their own monsters. That is a cool idea, David. And please hit the like button if you're just joining. We just crossed 100 people watching. Thank you for watching. Please hit the like. Please subscribe if you're not already. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subs by the end of season 4. And in a minute, we're going to play the trailer for episode 4. But not yet. We're just going through the massacre scene at the moment from season 1. MG says, by having him come to the merry-go-round, focus on that rather than the carnage. Yes, that's what I think. Exactly. And keep an eye out for my video breaking down episode 3 of season 4. It's coming in the morning. That's why I'm not going to be on here all night. That's one reason why. I'm going to make sure I record that and get that released around 9 a.m. Eastern. So please give that a view, a like, a comment, and hype it if you can. If you have any hypes at all, it would be much appreciated. It's going to need a lot of help because I'm releasing it late, unfortunately. Daryl says boy in white was just being friendly. Chris says, what if it permanently stayed daytime until someone else showed up to town? That would explain why Victor was safe all that time. Okay. Yeah. It could have been. Yeah, maybe that's why it was. I never thought of that, Chris. That's interesting. Maybe it just permanently stayed daytime, until someone else showed up. Everything just froze. Bill says, that ain't no dog and that ain't no little boy. Yeah, it's definitely not a real dog or a real little boy. Like, they're not normal. I think even the dog is an entity. Lakila says that merry-go-round has to be important. It appears in the map, and the rainbow colors somehow tie into the Chromonacle story. Yes, they do. They're primary colors, red, yellow, and blue. And they are all the colors, the primary colors of the rainbow. And if you combine them, they make the entire rainbow. So I think that the reason for all the red, yellow, and blue all over the show is because if you combine them, you make the rainbow. And Tabitha is like the Chromonacle. Well, Tabitha and Jade are the Chromonacles lost in the rainbow sky. This whole Fromville place is their rainbow sky. That's why we see so much red, yellow, and blue. And they're usually all together. Red, yellow, and blue in the shot together. And it's inside houses. It's everywhere. So that's why I think they're doing that. And yeah, the merry-go-round, it symbolizes the endless cycle of carnage that started with the sacrifice of children. So it's a children's toy, and, it goes around and around in circles. There was a shot in season 1 of Ethan pushing this thing, and Sarah was on it, riding it. And I think that symbolizes that a child has to guide them in the end. And Ethan needs to be that child to guide the adults in order to successfully complete the quest. So I think that symbolic shot was important. Ethan has to be their guide. Boy in white chose Ethan. He once chose Victor. This was him choosing Victor. And now he's chosen Ethan. For what? I think to be their guide. Victor said the boy in white chose Ethan like he chose him once. He needs to guide the adults because he understands quests. And he's been given special insight by the boy in white. MG says, we know the boy in white told him to collect people's special possessions since he couldn't bury everyone. So that took some time. After that, it does seem like the boy in white stuck around to make sure Victor would be okay, then eventually left and stopped showing up. Yes, I think it was more than just a tribute, though. I think that he buried those items so that the man in yellow couldn't transform into those people later on. I think maybe that keeps those clothes away from the man in yellow. Like, they're out of reach. They're untouchable. The man in yellow cannot transform into them because Victor buried those items, I think. Daryl says, boy in white done this so many times, he's fed up at this point. Indeed. Yes, Bill, you're thinking the way I am. Merry-go-round equals the rainbow sky. Exactly. Yes, Chris. Victor offered Julie peaches. He doesn't just share those with anyone. Exactly, because he knew Julie. I think he met her. MG says once he knew Victor would be all right. Yes. He said he draws everything so the pictures will remember if he ever forgets. So he draws all the important events, the car showing up, Julie, etc. Yes. Chris says, I think the boy in white lost the 78 massacre and was pissed. His outlook changed when he saw the chance to at least save Victor. Right, I agree. He seems like he's fed up. Daryl says Victor said he doesn't want to have pictures of things that are gone. He gave his drawing of Julie to Julie. Yes, indeed. And Lakila, I agree with Michael, with MG here. I think that the boy in white is an avatar of the faraway tree. That's how MG describes it, and I think that's what he is. He's not really a little boy. He was created. He's like kind of a spirit of the tree. He's an avatar of the faraway tree, which was created by the hope of the dying children and brings Tabitha and Jade back in lifetime after lifetime, reincarnated to try to save their souls. That's what I think. Let's see. That is not a dog. Yeah, I think it's a dog. It's an entity that works with the boy in white. I agree, Brandon. Chris says, I think the boy in white is the manifestation of the children. Yes. And the faraway tree, the bottle faraway tree. I think that that's basically what he is. Julie is the boy in white confirmed. Or the boy in yellow. Let's see. Susie says Julie knows that Victor knows the boy in white, so she finds a way to become the boy in white as she travels, and the rest is what we know. How would she do that, though? I don't know. I don't think Julie can just change form. Brandon says, wait for the spider. The town is in a web. The babies feeding are monsters. A lot of creatures eat at night. Indeed. Hey, Faith. Hope everyone is well. Speaking of Eloise, did y'all see the preacher's license plate? Oh, yes, I did. And I think it's a clue that Eloise is alive. Now, we'll see. I don't know. I went out on a limb saying that I think Julie will save Eloise when she goes back to the massacre, when she story walks back. But, you know, I could have egg on my face. We'll see tomorrow night. Julie, we may see later on too. Julie may story walk back multiple times, but I think this is kind of the moment of truth. If Julie's going to save Eloise, I think it's going to happen in the next episode when she story walks. MG says they created the tree to try to save themselves. Yes, they poured their hope into the roots and it grew into the magic tree. And that has been reincarnating the two parents. I agree with this theory, MG. I think that makes total sense. And the boy in white is the manifestation or physical interface trying to help and guide, bringing the two parents back to Fromville and reawakening them to resume their quest. I think that makes total sense. Susie says if the boy in white needs to change from Julie to be heard by Victor and it works, then she is stuck with that casement for anyone going forward. Hey, straight edge junkie. Do you think it has added anything to season 4 so far that we know Sophie is the yellow dude? I feel slow burn suspicions about what Sophie is up to would be more interesting. The scenes would have to change slightly, but still. Yeah, I agree with you. I think a slow burn suspicion about what's going on would have been better. I don't like that they revealed Sophia as the man in yellow already. I don't like it. I think it would have been fun to guess and see. Imagine if we got to theorize that maybe there's a real mole. There's finally an actual mole for the first time. And this time the mole theory would have been correct. Because I don't think there's any other mole. I think Sophia is the only one. And now, we already know. I'd rather not know. I wish they would have kept the mystery going, and instead of having Sophia practically winking at the camera all the time, like, I'm actually evil, like constantly looking at the camera. And I don't know. I would have just preferred not to know about Sophia right away. Okay. Let's see. So David says every cycle had an arrival, a rebirth, and a town massacre like on the cave painting. Then the cycle repeats. So to break the cycle, they have to avert the massacre. The massacre closes the loop and they all get reincarnated again from there. Yes. Sophia is already instigating the next massacre by being a trickster and wedge between people. She sure is. She sure is. So it's starting. She's pitting them against each other as we speak. She's started to try to stir up trouble. And, oh, the Matthews caused all this. The Matthews caused things to turn bad. Planting that seed. Yeah, the Itsy Bitsy Spider song could give us a clue as to, when the giant spider could show up on the show. Probably when we get a flood. That's when the spider comes after the flood. Yes, so there is no scar on the man in yellow. It's just the curve of his chin. On that painting of the man in yellow, it's just his chin. And then behind it there's like the red behind him. Like the red of the drawing behind him. That's all it is. There is no scar on the painting of the man in yellow's cheek. Third Shift Lurker says, I'm thinking Sophia is going to tell Jade that Sarah killed Toby. Oh, that would be cool. I think it would be cool if the monsters did it too, because sorry, I'm dropping my Chromebook. In the trailer, it shows Jade in the cave with the monsters. So maybe the monsters, that's what I'm predicting, that the monsters are going to tell Jade that Sarah killed Toby. Now, I thought that they were going to show Jade a vision of Toby at the same time, but that's not going to happen. At least I don't think so now. I was basing that on that corpse in the trailer. I was wrong. The corpse is Brick, not Toby, but I still think the monsters are going to tell Jade that Sarah killed Toby with her own hands, and also maybe out some other secrets. I still think that's going to happen. So, let's see. What was Susie saying about the Itsy Bitsy Spider? I can't find it now, but I see what generally what you guys were talking about with the Itsy Bitsy Spider song. Monster Midwife. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Tam. I knew somebody would think of it. Doula. Hey, Gabrielle. And she looks like a Japanese Abume. Indeed, she does, MG. The kimono lady. Hey, Harajuku. Juku doll. Welcome. The Lake of Tears might be underground because the man in yellow didn't like Tabitha digging the hole, and Nathan says the spider came from the ceiling, meaning there is a top above the Lake of Tears. Yeah, it could be. When they were down in the cave, Victor and Tabitha said, "Where's the water coming from?" There was water on the bottom of the cave. Imagine if the Lake of Tears is underground, or maybe it leaks into the cave. It floods the cave sometimes. Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting point. Yeah, the spider maybe comes down from up above in the cave. It definitely is going to be coming down somewhere. Mitch says, since the spider is coming from the ceiling, it's probably in a cave. Right. And I used to think we're not getting any spider, but after watching the show through again, doing another rewatch, I think we're going to, because I trust Ethan completely. And I had forgotten that he said in Victor's drawings, there's scarecrows, boogeymen, and giant spiders. So we've already got a boogeyman, basically. We're getting scarecrow monsters, so giant spiders, we're going to get that eventually. Let's see. MG says there's also a drawing with multiple colored spokes. We haven't seen that yet. In the middle of 6 faraway trees, I think. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The drawing. So, yeah, I'll see if I can... Oh, I know what you're talking about. I'll see if I can pull up that link in a minute. Daryl says, go back and watch the scene where Boyd sees the dog for the first time. The dog looks back like Ghost Jim does. Interesting. That's cool, Daryl. I'll go back and look at that. I'm going to take a screenshot of that so I remember to do it. MG says, I think it's maybe near the location of the compass on the map, which is the same 6-color spoked star down there. Okay. Yes, Brandon. See why I love this chat. We all said midwife. Amazing minds think alike. Much love, family. 100%. You guys are the best. Mind meld here. Awesome. Faith, thank you so much. Please strike the like, save video to playlist, ding the bells, share even to yourself, subscribe, and comment in the permanent comment sections when available. And if you'd be so kind, hype. Thank you so much, Faith, for the support. And the best thing that you can do in terms of hyping is to hype my standalone scripted videos. So instead of hyping this live stream, I would kindly, humbly request that you hype my next video. Every week, I'll be releasing at least one video, and that is the best way to use your hype. If you want to use a hype on something, it's best used on my scripted videos. That's what brings in the most new subscribers. For some reason, these live replays don't hit the algorithm. So once it's out there, it doesn't bring in more new subscribers. However, if you hype my scripted videos, that will hit the algorithm and that will bring in more subscribers. So if you could hype my next video, it's coming out around 9 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be my breakdown of episode 3. And that will really need the extra help. Trust me, because it's coming out late. So I would really appreciate that. Third Shift Lurker says, Ethan fails guiding everyone because he's no longer a boy. LOL JK. Let's see. Okay, just trying to get a little caught up here. David thinks the boy in white is omniscient, knows all. Interesting. I think the man in yellow entity is omniscient. I don't know about the boy in white. I think Sarah might be correct that the boy in white is trying to help, but he's not sure how. And that's why he keeps making mistakes. Like, he made a mistake and it seemed like he told Christopher too much in the previous timeline. And Christopher snapped and said, everything here lies. And so the boy in white this time says, I think it's best you learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand, to Victor. And he's kind of leading people to answers more gradually. So I don't know. I think if he were omniscient, he wouldn't have made that mistake. But man in yellow, absolutely. Can see and hear all. Absolutely. Chris, yeah, Julie could have been the one that planted the crops near the old settlement, but I don't think it needs to be that. I think this place is magical, so they could have just manifested on their own. MG says, I think the colored merry-go-round is an allusion to that other colored spoked star formation in the clearing of faraway trees and the colorful compass. We still need more info on where that is. I've always thought that colored wheel that you're talking about is the merry-go-round itself. It's just a representation of the merry-go-round. But now you're making me wonder if maybe that's something else. It could be. Yes, Chris. Sarah saw the boy in white. It's not just Victor. Absolutely. Of course, Tabitha did. Elgin saw him in a premonition dream that he told us about later. And now Henry has seen the boy in white too. So that was crazy, right? Like, Henry allowed the boy in white to see him, which was unexpected, I have to say. Because the boy in white didn't have to let Henry see him. He has selective visibility. He appeared to Sarah, but not Boyd in the same scene. Boyd couldn't see him, but Tabitha could. And yet now he just appeared right in front of Henry and Tabitha and let both of them see him. Man in white. Oh my God. Look at this little man. He is so adult. It was freaky. And his voice was so deep. Like, all of a sudden, why is he like, you're asking the wrong questions? Like, what the fuck? When did he get that old? Oh my God. Brandon thinks boy in white is scared, not frustrated. This may be his last chance to escape because he is aging. Yeah, I mean, things are changing now, it seems. I think this is going to be their last chance, guys. Oh, and I want to point this out. I have a new clue to add to one of my theories. I believe that in the season finale, that a group of people probably, is going to chop down the magic bottle faraway tree. The episode title is called "If a Tree Falls in the Forest." And it goes, if a tree falls in the forest, ... That's the title. And there's no description for it yet. We don't have an episode synopsis, I don't think, anyway, for the finale. But I think somebody's going to chop down that tree. And there's a new clue as to that happening. And what's going to happen if they chop down the tree? I think Sophia is going to recruit a bunch of people and convince them to do it. I don't think the man in yellow can do it himself. I think it's against the rules, because that's the engine of the reincarnation of Tabitha and Jade over and over again. That's what's bringing them back. And it was created by the hope of the dying children, the magical hope of the children. So I don't think he can cut it down. So one of the benefits of turning into a mole, a human, like a normal human looking mole, is that he can convince other people to do stuff. Kind of like on Lost. On Lost, the two magical entities on the show, they couldn't do certain things. They had to recruit regular people to do it. Like they couldn't kill each other, for example. So I think she's going to get people to chop down that tree. And why is that important? Why does that matter? Because I think MG in the chat, I think Michael Gmerkin's theory is right, that if you chop down the tree, it's their last chance. They're not going to be reincarnated again. It ups the stakes. So Tabitha and Jade won't be able to come back again in the next life. This will be their last chance to free the souls of the children and everyone else here. And if they die this time, then that's it. It's, they're screwed if they don't fix everything now, in this lifetime. And I think if they die, then, so this is where my theory diverges from MG a bit. I think that this place will continue to exist and bring in people for eternity. And Tabitha and Jade are the only hope to break that cycle. And once they die, that's it. You can't break the cycle, and this entity will keep feeding on people forever. And all of these souls will be trapped in there, even after death, forever. If they chop down that tree and there's no more reincarnation of the two Chromonuckles, Tabitha and Jade. So the reason I bring this up is just really quick, because the actor who plays Alice, Cordian Moore, he did an Ask Me Anything on Reddit a couple weeks ago. And in that Ask Me Anything, he was asked to give a clue, a one-word clue that's not a spoiler, on the finale of the season. And he said, fall. Fall. There you go. The tree's going to fall. It just fits. They're going to chop down the tree, and it's going to have major implications. So that was what he said in that Ask Me Anything. I don't have a link to it, but I heard about it on Tony's live stream a couple weeks ago, and I forgot to bring it up. Not this week, but last week. Phil brought it up. Anyway, Shaquay says a lot of people are saying they can see past residents who died in background scenes, like their souls are stuck there. Do you believe that's true, or are people just reading too much into it? I don't think people are reading too much into it. I think that's possible. I think we're going to find out that their souls are trapped there. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all if people are somehow lurking in the background after they die. I'm starting to think that all the ghost entities are their real spirits. Even Abby, I think Abby is being forced to work for the evil side after death, because she broke and she killed a bunch of people. So I think the man in yellow is forcing her to work for the evil side and torment Boyd. So I think these are their real spirits, the ghost entities. Oh, thanks, Lakila. I love that theory about Julie saving Eloise. Yeah, I think she's gonna do it. I hope. I'm going out on a limb with this one. We'll see. I didn't make a special standalone theory video on it, but I have talked about that theory since a year ago, and it's in my overall theory breakdown compilation, like my deep dive on all my theories for season 4. It's in there. It's linked in the description of this live stream. All my theory videos, including my breakdown of all my theories and predictions for season 4, that's in there. That Julie is going to story walk to 1978, massacre meet young Victor, save Eloise. That's one of my predictions from that video. So Chris thinks Julie will be the one that discovers Man in Yellow is Sophia. She will story walk back and meet the original Sophia. Oh, that would put her at risk. I don't know. I think Julie has some major plot armor for a while. The fact that she can story walk, I think that nothing's going to happen to Julie for a while at least. Faith says Faith is going to rewatch that and see if there are dead people in the background. Hey, Chris M. Boy in yellow is Eloise. Victor says she's good at hiding in plain sight. Sarah says he's not a boy. He's been around since Victor grew up. Okay, you mean boy in white. Yeah, maybe. That's interesting. Yeah, Victor said that she's good at hiding. He could never find her. She was the best at hide and seek. Yeah, that's another clue that Eloise is alive, guys. I forgot to mention that earlier. Yeah, that's another case for Eloise being alive. He said that she's the best at hide and seek. I could never find her. That's a clue that she's somewhere out there. Harajuku says the Lake of Tears might be underground. Oh, okay, I read that one already. Yes, I think that's a cool theory. Brandon K says showing the Man in Yellow shapeshift gives us the viewers the knowledge. Now we must watch the characters solve the mystery from all of their past experiences. Yes, that's something new that they've never done before. Giving us knowledge that the characters don't have about something. We usually find out about everything as they do, hand in hand with them, you know. So that's a brand new thing for the show. Okay. David says the flood and spiders are connected in the drawings. The flood pushes them out from the tunnels, maybe. Yeah, I could totally see that. The flood and spiders are connected because, like, the spider is, like, coming down with giant raindrops around it. So I am definitely with that. Let's see. What else is here? But Boy in White story walks. He can be any place, any time. Yeah, that's interesting, Chris. That's interesting. Why does Victor confuse the boy? Let's see. The what? The what with Boy in White? Susie says, I think the thing they're looking at in the pool is dried mud around Fatima made to hold the water in order to let people figure out it was through Smiley's eye from the pool. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's watch the episode trailer because that's in the episode trailer, and we need to finally get to that, and we'll see what everybody thinks of everything. Dried mud around Fatima made to hold the water in order to let people figure it out through seeing through Smiley's. I'm not really following. Dried mud is the dried mud mound Fatima made. Oh, okay. I was reading that wrong. In order to let people figure it out, seeing it through Smiley's eye from the pool. I see. Okay. Thank you, Bill, for the support. Straight Edge says, I think we need a really good explanation for why the Now monsters considered it tempting to sacrifice the kids just to be stuck in Fromville forever. Oh, I don't think it was Fromville yet. I think it was a regular town when they did that, and that's why. I don't think they were somewhere where they were trapped. I think that it was a regular town, and then this place was created to imprison them after they sacrificed their kids. Think about it, like a supernatural prison that was created. Okay, just trying to plug in my Chromebook. I'm sure they were lied to some degree, Straight Edge. Absolutely. All right. I want more Julie. She's a screamer. Well, Julie in the show is definitely a screamer, and she makes a wild face when she screams. She's good at screaming, so I'm sure we're going to get more Julie screaming. We can be sure of that. Third Shift Lurker says, what if people who can't see the Boy in White because they haven't fully opened their mind. I think the boy in white does that on purpose. Like, he appears to who he wants to appear to. Brandon says, remember the painting at Victor's father's house in the basement? Boy in white looked older, but the smile was a crow. Plus, Sarah said it's not a boy. Well, Jack Bender, who painted that, said that that's just because when he paints children, they don't look like kids. He said that all the kids he paints don't look like kids. Okay, so what else do we have here? Brandon K says they tried chopping the tree. Boy in white stopped it. Burn the tree in caves and see what happens. Boy in white came and Victor only stopped it because he agreed to. But I don't think the boy in white can stop people from doing it. Victor listened to the boy in white, but I think they can do it. They don't have to just burn it down. I think they can do it. Boy in white doesn't have as much power as the man in yellow. So they can just chop it down. Chris Barmore says maybe Jade and Tabitha have to sacrifice themselves in a certain way to free the children. Could be. I think a lot of people are going to have to sacrifice themselves in the end. Like Boyd, I think, it could very well be that a lot of people have to put their lives and basically give up their lives in order to save everyone. Oh, hey, good morning, PR Ragland. I finally caught one of your videos while you were doing it. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. PR is one of our avid theorists in the From community. Some really well thought out, smart theories. Chris M says Julie will fill in plot holes and we find out Man in Yellow's origins. So let's take a look at that trailer. I'm going to pull it up because it shows a lot of interesting stuff. I'm going to pull it up and we'll take a look at that. Treefall or Lighthouse take 2? Could we revisit the Lighthouse? You never know, Faith. But I think that's going to be an interesting finale. I think it's going to up the stakes for the final season. Like, we got to make this count now. They're going to chop down that tree, and this is going to be the last time that Tabitha and Jade can come back. And if they don't do it in this lifetime, that's it. Then everyone is screwed. Okay, I'm going to close a bunch of tabs here. And I'm going to play that trailer. So the trailer is pretty eye-opening. Let's see what the result of the poll is. So we've got where is Eloise? And it is very, very close, actually. We've got a lot of votes. I'll give people a chance. There's a poll still here. Let me see. I think the poll is still there for you to do if you want to. I'll give you one more chance to answer it before I close it. I'm curious to see what the final result is on that. And let's see. So the trailer, I'm going to pull it up from a friend's channel, since I don't know where else to get it, because they don't put this on YouTube officially. I don't know why. They air this on TV, but they don't put it on YouTube. So I just get it from other people's channels, but there's no like really clean official version. Now, just be forewarned, it's going to lag a little bit. It's going to lag a little bit just because I'm using more memory on my device, but I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it from Tony's channel here. So, spoiler warning, this episode 4 trailer contains a lot of shocking stuff. It came out last Sunday. This is not anything brand new. I'm just showing what has been out there. Most of the fans already know about it by now, but just be forewarned. There's a lot of spoilery stuff in here. If you don't want to see it, this is your chance to click away for now. But, okay, here we go. Here's the trailer.
You go on this little trip. You know you may not come back, right? Yeah. That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
We came in a car just like the rest of us. And when everyone died, I saw him. He was eating her.
So there we go. I'm going to play it through another time. That's batshit crazy.
You go on this little trip. You know you may not come back, right?
Yeah.
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
We came in a car just like the rest of us. And when everyone died, I saw him. He was eating her.
What's the deal, my people? You know it is.
Okay.
Don Tony Teflon. I'm back at you another
now
one.
we have Tony talking. Okay, so that's the trailer. So yeah, absolutely crazy. So let's go through it from the start. So it starts with obviously Jade tripping on mushrooms. Jade is tripping on mushrooms. Oh, first time seeing it. Well, I warned you. I hope you're not upset at the spoilers, because I was. But I that's why I did a spoiler warning, because they put some crazy stuff in here, and I think it was way too much. I think MGM keeps spoiling their own show, and they shouldn't be doing this. So, hey, welcome, 22 Cram. I wonder if the kid painting not looking like little kids is a nod to the medieval period when they did the same thing, suddenly showing a time frame. Oh, that's interesting. You're right. In medieval times, when they painted little kids, they looked kind of adult-like. Good point. Interesting. Yeah. Could be a connection there. Oh, okay. Chris M was saying that Victor confused Boy in White with the doll puppet, the Jasper doll. Is it Victor, or did Boy in White confuse Victor with shifting? Yeah, I think Victor was just confused. That's all. I think that's just Victor's messed up memory. So Jade is tripping on mushrooms, and so PR doesn't mind spoilers. Well, that's good. I wasn't happy, because I like to be surprised, and I think they're giving away too much information in these trailers, personally. So psilocybin mushrooms will do it. Yeah, somebody Geek Academy did a breakdown of the Banded Yellow ain't worth a dime. Yeah, crazy stuff, right? So Geek Academy did a breakdown of the episode 3 that we just saw, right? And he identified the type of mushrooms that Jade found, and they're definitely some kind of psychedelic mushroom. I don't remember the name that he cited, but it's some kind of a psychedelic mushroom for him to trip on. So he is definitely tripping on mushrooms here. He looks like he's high. And got that high face going on. And it looks like somehow Jade got conditioner. Where did he suddenly get his hair actually looking like not frizzy? He's not a frizzy chia pet for once. It looks like somehow they imported conditioner into FROMacademy.
You go on this little trip.
So Donna is saying, if you go on this little trip,
you know you may not come back, right?
You may not come back. So she's referring not to a literal trip, but the mushroom trip that he's about to go on. He's going to trip. And in episode 5, the title of it is What a Long, Strange Trip It's Been. So he's going to go on a trip. And I think from the looks of it, it starts in episode 4, though. He's going to do his first experiment tripping on mushrooms in episode 4. And Donna saying this, foreshadows that she's going to die on her own trip, I think. Warning Jade, If you go on this little trip, you know, you may not come back. I've been saying for weeks now that I think Donna is going to die, and this is more foreshadowing. Donna is the one who's not going to come back from her little trip, her literal trip to the cabins in episode 5. So she's
You
the
go
one
on this little trip. You know, you may not come back, right?
she's warning Jade that he may not come back. And there's another clip that came out of episode 4 that in which she's warning Tabitha not to risk her life. You know, she needs to be alive to be with her kids. Here Donna is going around warning people not to risk their lives, and she's going to wind up dying at the cabin. I'm sure. So thoughts on that? Let's see. Yes, Faith. Grateful Dead. What a long, strange trip it's been. That's a reference to that song, indeed. And see, Susie says, see, Fringe and float tanks and psychedelics pretty much to solve all problems. Yes, I love the show Fringe. Love Fringe, and it's something that Tony cites a lot. Tony Teflon thinks From is going to be a lot like Fringe, and I disagree. I see there are parallels, but I don't think it's going to turn out to be just like Fringe in terms of parallel universes, and I don't think so. But yeah, on Fringe they used LSD to see into parallel universes. So this, you know, now on From, Jade is going to be using mushrooms, and Miranda used LSD to see her past lives. Not parallel universes, past lives in this case, because we know they were reincarnated. So it's a little different on this show. So I don't think it's parallel universes. It's just seeing into their past lives. MG says they are Liberty Cap mushrooms, and he posted a link. So they are psilocybin mushrooms. PR says they normally call them magic mushrooms. The boy in white heard Jade's plea for LSD, so he made the magic mushrooms appear. I'm totally on board with that theory. That makes total sense. I agree with you that the boy in white is there to help as best he can anyway. And so yeah, he heard Jade's plea for LSD and he made those mushrooms appear. I'm with it. It's interesting that Jade just happened to find the mushrooms now of all times. It's convenient timing, right? Even Jade said, "I'll be damned," when he found them. Hey, Samuel, Liberty Cap mushrooms. Yes, indeed. That's what I think that's what Geekademy said too. Let's see. Susie says, my guess is missing Dale, pile of teeth, mud drain mound, Sophia's clothes and glasses in a bundle. Okay, so in the pool, you're guessing what's going to be in the pool. Okay, so we will get to the pool scene shortly. Yeah, those are all great guesses. Maybe Dale will disappear. Yeah, I think Dale is probably the likeliest thing. Maybe his body is just gone, but I'm not sure where he would have gone. Like, yeah, I honestly have a hard time guessing what's going to be in the pool. Brandon K says, unbelievable Jade maybe story walking his past lives. One life could have been a child. Yeah, it looks, it's definitely child Jade there playing the violin. This is child Jade, 100%. And it looks like he's played by little Avery from the Institute, who I got to interview. Was fortunate enough to interview young Avery from the Institute. And it looks like he is playing young Jade right here. That's a spitting image of him. Now, it's odd to me that he's wearing modern clothes, though. Because the way I see it, Jade and Tabitha in the origin story grew up in the town that the monsters lived in before they became monsters. And so that explains why Tabitha was a little girl in colonial-looking clothes in her nightmares. She was wearing colonial-looking clothes because that was her remembering growing up centuries ago in the origin story of this place. But here's little Jade wearing modern clothes. So what's up with that? Why is he wearing modern clothes is what I wonder. I find that odd. I find that very odd that he's doing that, because I would think that he would get reincarnated as a grown man to come back there, but it looks like maybe in one of the lifetimes he was reincarnated as a child when he was, I don't know, like it doesn't really make sense. He would have had to survive a long time to grow up to be an adult and figure out how to go on this quest. It seems kind of unfair. It seems like it should be against the rules to reincarnate him and have him come back as a child. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? Yeah, Jade is going down into the caves. Yes, he is. Oh, MG found a higher quality version on Instagram. Okay, I'll go over and look at that. Thank you for that. Let me see. Let me find it. I'm gonna end the poll right now. So the poll for where Eloise is, I'll tell you what the result was. Well, it should say it in the chat too. Let's see. I'm trying to load it right now, but the chat is frozen on me. Anyway, just give that a moment. Daryl says Donna telling Jade he might not come back. I believe that's after Jade is tripped on mushrooms. Oops. Hold on. Now my YouTube tab is playing in the background. Okay, sorry about that. So, okay, I believe that's after Jade is tripped on mushrooms. I think Donna means the trip to the tunnels. Okay. So you think it's going to be a literal trip to the cave. That makes sense too. Yeah, that makes sense too. So he's going down into the caves. Yeah. Yeah, he is supposed to do that. It was in the full trailer. Okay, so let me see if I can. Okay, so the poll said, where is Eloise? So it was very close. 26% said she escaped to the real world. 25% said Julie sent her story walking. 25% said she's dead. And 24% say living out by the cabins. So that's almost a 4-way tie. Wow. That's the closest poll I've ever done. I think she's been story walking and she's still in Fromville. That Julie sent her there. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so I've got the Instagram trailer loading here, so I'll play it from there and it'll look a little better. The only thing is it'll be in vertical format, but we'll go with it. We'll play it from here.
You go on this little trip, you know you may not come back, right?
Yeah.
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
He came in a car just like the rest of us. And when everyone died, I saw him. He was eating her.
You go on this little trip, you know you may not come back, right?
Yeah.
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
He came in a car just like the rest of us. And when everyone died, I saw him. He was eating her.
Crazy. Okay. Well, it's nice to see a clearer version. Thanks, Michael. So I'm gonna go back to the YouTube tab though, just to go through screen by screen, since this thing won't let me, I don't think. Or maybe I can do it. Hold on.
You go on this little trip, you know you may not come back, right?
Yeah.
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am.
Okay, so I'll leave it there for a minute. Yeah, thanks for that. It's nice to see a clearer version. Let's see. Susie says Lake of Tears, salt float tank. Oh, so you're saying the Lake of Tears is like the salt float deprivation, the sensory deprivation tank in Fringe. Cool, Susie. I like that. I like that. So that's how, you can. That's how you can maybe see through. I don't know. Have a vision, but in this show by going into the Lake of Tears. Amy says, I still need to watch Fringe. Heard it was good. Yes, it's a great show. Highly, highly recommend. Daryl says, I think Jade takes the mushrooms, sees stuff, and then gets a sign or told to go to the tunnels, and then they have the meeting in the post office. And then Donna gives her speech to Jade about tunnels. Right. So the episode description, let me just take a look at it for a sec. So the episode description is Of Myths and Monsters. That's the title. And it says, an ominous discovery puts Boyd and his trusted circle on high alert. So that's where they discover the man in yellow's jacket, of course. And also, in the full trailer, we saw Boyd and his closest inner circle in the office talking. And that's probably going to happen there. The jacket is on the desk. So there's that. The jacket is on the desk in the trailer. So that'll be Boyd, Donna, Ellis, Kenny, and they'll be talking about the discovery of this jacket and what the hell it means. So I think that's that part of the synopsis. Julie searches for a way to harness her newfound abilities. Obviously, that's the story walking escapade into the 70s massacre. And Sarah is once again tortured by the voices in her head. So that's where we're going to see. So I'll just show the two images I think pertain to those scenes in the full trailer. So that'll be, I think Victor will dig up this drawing, obviously. So Victor will dig up this thing showing the man in yellow arriving in a car, looking like a normal person. And then, let me see. Where's the scene where they're in the sheriff's station? So they'll have this scene where Boyd says, like, we're losing. We're running out of time and we don't even know the goddamn rules. So that's probably going to happen in episode 4. We've got Boyd having a meeting with his inner circle minus Kenny. Kenny is among the missing. But Tabitha, Jade, Ellis, and Donna are all here. And there is the man in yellow's jacket on the desk. So they're like, what the hell is this? So that looks like it's coming. And then Sarah is going to be tortured by the voices in her head. That's part of the episode synopsis. So that should be where she's screaming. And Sophia is shown coming down the stairs. And I think this is going to be the voices trying to warn Sarah that Sophia is the evil entity. I think some of these voices are the spirits of the dead. So some of the voices are the spirits of the dead, and so they're going to try to warn her. And that's why Sophia wants to live with her in the first place, because she knows Sarah can commune with the spirits of the dead, and she's got to keep an eye on her. So I don't think Sarah is going to hear the warning clearly at first, though. So I think the spirits are going to be screaming in her head in this cacophony of noise, and she won't be able to make out what the hell they're saying because too many of them will be trying to warn her at once. So Sarah will be safe for now, but as the season goes on, she could be in danger if one of them does manage to warn her about Sarah. That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, Daryl, I think this is right. Jade's gonna go into the cave, and Donna gives her speech to Jade about the tunnels. They have the meeting in the post office. So we're also gonna see Jade in the cave. Jade in the cave with the monsters. That's probably happening in this episode. and they surround him, grab him up. They actually put their hands on him, and we see him. There's another trailer too where they're really like manhandling him, and they're holding him down. And then at the end, he's like laying on the ground screaming. So is this happening in episode 4? Maybe. This could be happening in episode 4. That's a lot for episode 4, though. So I don't know. I'm not 100% on episode 4, on this happening in episode 4. That seems like a lot, but it could be. And there's a skeleton, a child-sized skeleton hand behind him. It looks like there are 6 fingers on it, which is fitting with Fringe, too. Fringe had this weird handprint with an extra finger on it. So what the hell is Jade screaming about, too? What are they going to show him, tell him? My theory is out that they're going to show him a vision of Toby dead. That's not happening because the corpse from the trailer was just brick under the house. But the monsters could tell some of Boyd's secrets, maybe. I don't know. I think that's less likely to happen now. But they could tell him that Sarah killed Toby with her own hands, potentially. Let's see. Where's that other trailer we had? We had another trailer where they were just a little more aggressive, but we don't really need to see that. These are some of the official images that came out. There's that stuff. There were a few others too. But let's go back to the trailer and go through that. Amazon. So they had they have press photos here for episode 4. There were a few more that were released. Nothing spoilery. Pretty minor stuff, thankfully. But it was just Randall and Julie talking on the porch. Let's see. Randall and Julie talk on the porch. So that'll be that scene from the second trailer where Julie is saying that everything that happens here is impossible, and yet it's real. And she's wearing that boat shirt. A shirt with a bunch of boats on it. And then Victor and his dad. So Amazon had this photo too of just Victor and his dad standing here. And so it looks like this is Victor looking for his drawings. So he's got one of his little papers in his hand where he maps out how many steps to get to different things where he's buried stuff. He did this once before when he dug up a suitcase full of people's belongings that he buried in season 3. He had a little map with the number of steps to get to that item that he buried. So he's got some papers in his hand. That'll be, how he gets to the area where he buried the drawings. And he'll go look for those with his dad. And then there's also this scene. Hold on. I had these images screenshotted, but then I forgot to actually upload them. But Boyd and Jade hanging out on the colony house steps, looking deep in thought. So they're putting their heads together, which is great. We've got the smartest person in town, Jade, and the most resourceful, strongest person in town, Boyd, the leader, putting their heads together. Finally. I have been wanting to see this happen for the longest time. They're finally working together, and this is what was kind of teased in season 3, where they almost talked in the very first episode, and then the ambush happened with the livestock, and all hell broke loose and broke it up. But this is what needs to happen. They need to talk more, these two. And Jade's trying to figure out a way out of this place. He told Boyd that he and Tabitha have been reincarnated over and over again, and they have to figure out how to somehow save these children who are already dead. He thinks that he needs to trip on mushrooms to do it, and Boyd disagrees. He doesn't think that that's a safe way to obtain this knowledge. He thinks that's just going to scramble Jade's brain, but I disagree. I think that it's going to be exactly what Jade needs to shake loose that memory. So then there's the shot of Sarah and a few Colony House residents looking into the pool. So that's this one right here. So this is a press photo that came out. It's just a different angle than what we see in the trailer. Sarah, Christy, and some red shirts are looking into the pool. So what the hell are they looking at? That is hard to say, to be honest. What's down in the pool other than just Dale in the pool wall with a big stack of rocks piled in front of him? What the hell is in the pool? I think that's the last press photo. Let me just double check. I think that's the last one that was a new edition. Yeah, the others are already released. The images we already had. So yeah, what the hell is in the pool? Sarah looked into the pool in the trailer that we saw them looking, and it's like that one is tough. We also saw in the full trailer, both the episode trailer and the full one, Sarah standing there looking in the pool, seemingly stunned. So what is up with that? I'll go over to the chat and get your thoughts. Oh, I hope you guys can still hear me. Let me know if you can't hear me. I just got a weird error message. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream. Help me get some new subscribers. Keep growing the channel. Susie, I would love it, but we can't play music on here or we'd get a copyright claim. So yeah, we can't play Bob Marley, unfortunately, or the stream would get blocked for copyright. The damn copyright police would come after us. Football Affinity says, so it seems like Donna is going to die protecting Ethan and Tabitha. I think so. Yep. Man, imagine the effect on the town when she dies, right? I know. It's going to be a seismic thing. She's one of the two pillars of the town. She and Boyd are, essential to holding this place together. And this is going to aid in tearing the place apart. If we take one of them out, we get rid of Donna, and Boyd is, somebody that the town has been losing faith in for a long time. So that is going to be a serious problem. Heather says, I feel like the mushroom trip is going to take at least 2 episodes to build up, happen, and resolve. I agree. It looks like he's going to start in episode 4 based on the episode trailer. Thanks, Susie. Glad that my audio is still working. Lakila says, I'm not sure exactly what, but my guess is something Sophia put there to shock people. It could be. But what would that be? Chris Barmore says, Donna's body in the pool? Well, the timing wouldn't work because this one is for episode 4, and Donna is going to go out to the cabins with everyone in episode 5. So the timing of that wouldn't work out. But that would have been crazy. Imagine if Donna's body wound up in the pool along with Dale. They're married in real life. But no, she can't die until after the cabin episode happens. Susie says, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Oh, that's a lovely quote. Love it. Hey, Cameron. Speaking of Boyd and Jade finally talking, I really hope we don't get a whole season of Tabitha and Jade not working together. Oh, me too. Me too. I don't think it's going to take that long, though, for them to get back in sync. It's definitely going to take some time. And I think that was the intention. The man in yellow wanted to divide them by causing Tabitha so much grief, killing her husband. So, you know, that's why it's one of the reasons why he did it. Just to cause division, and Tabitha is going to be spiraling in her guilt and her grief for a while. She's going to feel guilty for leaving Jim alone and not work with Jade and not be effective on the quest for a while. MG says maybe that's where the promo photo came from. Granted, that had Boyd and Tabitha, I think. See, Destella Napster says, I really don't want Donna to get murked. Yeah, I know, it sucks. I don't want to see her go, but I think that all the clues are pointing us in that direction. Liz Saunders is doing an interview with Sci-Fi Vision on June 3rd, which is right after episode 6. That's the episode where news of the cabin attack reaches town based on the episode descriptions. And so the timing works out. I mean, the fact that she's doing an interview, all these clues, all this foreshadowing, it's pointing in that direction. Tabitha telling Jade, if you go on this little trip, you may not come back. That foreshadows her own death. And telling Tabitha, if anyone's going to do something stupid that could get themselves killed, it's going to be me. I mean, that is some really clear foreshadowing. And I've said it since the trailer. The back of her head is visible in the shot where the demonic Kool-Aid man busts through the wall. And it looks like the scarecrow monster could be heading straight for her. So even before all these other clues, that's what I was thinking. But Harajuku says, are Donna gonna find out she's Victor's sister? Maybe she don't remember, like Victor blocked his memories. I've heard a theory like that before. I have. That would be crazy. But I doubt it. But that would be a wild twist. Personally, I would love it if that happened. I would love it, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Victor is too good to do that to anyone. Let's see. Samuel says maybe Dale's grave gets desecrated. Yeah, I think that's probably the likeliest explanation for it, actually, Samuel. I could totally see his grave getting desecrated. It's basically a memorial to him. See, David says the motel sign missing star magic is also another wink to maybe there being several timelines at play. Okay. What if the rocks are moved and they can see Dale is not in the pool anymore? Maybe. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe Sophia kills a townsperson so people start to suspect Sarah went crazy again. Yeah, she could totally do something and blame it on Sarah. I could see that happening. Susie says, my screenplay would be Dale out the cairn, healed completely with all the stones replaced with teeth. All the cairn stones replaced with teeth. Oh, that's crazy. AA says, what if Sarah is the only one that makes it out? She seems to be the favorite of Fromville. I don't see her making it out. I think she's going to die there. I think Sarah is fated to, to die a heroic death, probably. Saving somebody or trying to warn somebody. Maybe trying to warn somebody about Sophia, and then she dies. Third Shift Lurker says, what if Donna dying is a red herring and then they kill her later in season 5? It could be. It is weird to kill off a major character in the middle of the season like that instead of at the end. But that's just how crazy this season is. I think it's possible we could get 2 major deaths, and the second major death will be at the end. Yeah, Daryl thinks she's definitely dying in the cabin attack. Heather doesn't know what to think about Donna. Jade having a bad trip. Daryl says maybe Jade enters the cave at the very end of episode 4, but Jade in the caves for the most part will be episode 5. I think so too. I think most of the cave stuff would, it's too much for episode 4. I don't think it's going to be in episode 4. Chris M says Julie wears yellow jacket to find man in yellow through time as a story walker. Oh, that'd be crazy. And let's see. Best trailer yet. Oh, it is an amazing trailer. I think it reveals too much, but PR Raglan says, I hope Sarah recognizes that the voices she had been hearing were coming from Sophia. Yeah, that would be interesting, right? Like she recognizes some of the voices and it was coming from her. You never know. Hey, One Black Panther. Honestly, you can't trust Victor's memory anymore. It's just too fragmented. Don't know what is truth or illusion. Julie's story walking is the only way to know what truly happened. Yeah, honestly, that's a great point. Victor's memory is so it's so unreliable that how else are we going to ever 100% know what happened other than her story walking flashbacks? Let's see. Samuel says, I think Eloise is dead, but she may still have an impact on the story via story walking. Okay. Yeah, we could totally see something like that. David says, my question is, who taught Jade the song? Was it his parents? Or maybe Julie story walks and teaches Jade the song?
No, where does she learn the song from? Does she know the song at the moment? No, she doesn't. So you're gonna story walk the story walk.
Right. Sorry, did you need to go around me? Okay. Let's see. I'm just going back and getting some comments I missed. Brandon says, if the From story, help me out with this theory. If the From story is written and it can't be changed, but a story walker can influence change, can the story walker also influence the story and storyteller?
If a story walker can story walk, then how much story can a story walker story walk? Help me out with this theory.
My head is spinning. I think that the story walker cannot influence anything other than just participating when she was meant to, like throwing the rope to Boyd. It's already written. I don't think it can be changed. So I don't think she can influence the author and the storyteller any more than she was meant to. Certain things Julie was destined to do, like throwing the rope to Boyd and possibly saving Eloise if my theory winds up being right. So that's my answer to that. So PR Raglan thinks that so this weird scene with Jade seeing himself is because he was remembering his own life as a child when he was growing up in France. Well, I can see that. It's just odd to me that he's showing up like this. He's remembering himself like this when he looked like that. He didn't live in this place. He grew up in the real world, but that makes sense. He's just remembering himself, and actually, yeah, I think I was overthinking it. Surprise. I was overthinking it. It's just him in this lifetime as a child, and he's there playing the violin, not as a literal memory, but just as a memory that Jade's having of himself when he was little. So this is where it'll be a little hard for him to trust, okay, what of this vision was actually from his memories. It'll be confusing for him because he'll see himself from this lifetime playing the violin in Fromville, which didn't actually happen, but he'll also see past versions of himself from different lifetimes hanging out with him. So that makes sense. It doesn't have to be a literal memory. He didn't actually do this as a child, playing the violin, and he wasn't in the, playing the violin in this place. He wasn't actually there. So yeah, I like that. Okay, let me go back down to the bottom here. Football Affinity says, remember I said a couple live streams ago that Sarah Sophia scene is gravely important to the answer of what the voices are and the intentions. Yes, and I remember that, and you're correct, because I think Sarah's voices, some of them are going to try to warn her about Sophia being the evil entity. So we'll find out. Some of them are good and helpful. Some of them are spirits of the dead, I think. They're trying to help. Let's see. Chris Barmore says, if they do end up cutting down the tree, I bet Kenny is involved. Sophia seems to have Kenny in her back pocket already. I agree with that prediction. Absolutely. She's already snowing Kenny big time. Chris doesn't think anyone makes it out in the end. That's a dark prediction. Susie is going with Dale Cairn. Let's see. Definitely got to do with... wait. It's got to do with Dale Cairn and its teeth/mud/water. Yeah, in the pool, what they're looking at. Okay. Hey, Ricardo. She will turn to a creature. Who will turn to a creature? Let's see. In the episode 4 trailer, it looks like Sophia is causing Sarah to hear the voices. Interesting. Yeah, it's possible that she could be making Sarah hear the voices, and they're torturing her. So you could say that the voices are torturing her, and Sophia's causing the voices to torture her. Or what if they're trying to warn her? They're trying to help, and too many of them are screaming in her head at once, and it's overwhelming. It could be something unexpected like that, subverting expectations. I think they're probably trying to warn her. So something shocking is in the pool then. Marielle goes running toward the pool. Sarah's standing there in shock. Yeah, that one's a tough call. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't think Sarah can pass this on to anyone else, incidentally. I think she's wrong about that. So I see what Daryl was talking about. Sophia has her eyes closed. Hold on. Right there. It looks like Sophia is concentrating, and they do make it look kind of like she's doing something to somebody, psychically.
And where is she?
It looks like she's in a bedroom and probably at home. So then she goes downstairs, and Sarah is down at the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, so you're saying
covering her ears,
it's edited
screaming
like that, and then Sarah's like, ah.
That's what it looks
Right?
like.
So it's and then ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. So she that could be deceptive editing, though. We've got to remember that trailers are deceptive. They don't give everything away. As much as this is spoilery, they could be making it misleading, making it look like Sophia caused this to happen, when in reality that could be a totally unrelated thing. I'm still going to go with the voices are trying to warn Sarah. However, that theory could still happen later, where a voice tries to warn Sarah, and other voices could be screaming in her head right now. Because here's what I think is happening with the voices in Sarah's head. I think she hears both good and evil spirits. And so some of the people who died in this place are evil people. I think that over the centuries, the evil entity has brought some evil people to town just to cause havoc. And so some of the people who have died there are just bad people who the man in yellow can use after death to torment Sarah. And so I think those are some of the people who have seemed evil who speak to her. Those are evil spirits. So
maybe Sarah's just hearing like Daryl and Bill fighting over her, and she's like,
maybe it's that they definitely are constantly competing for her affections. But yeah, I think that this could be potentially Sophia making the evil spirits torture her. Sophia. So I think that people who get broken by the evil entity and die there can be used after death for various purposes by the evil entity, right? So it's like a chess game, the man in yellow versus the boy in white, playing a game of chess and using the characters as chess pieces. Even after death, in the case of the man in yellow and the boy in white, I think they can use the spirits of the dead after death. So how do they do this? I think the man in yellow makes the evil spirits torture Sarah by screaming in her head and saying evil things, like, telling them that Fatima is close and she's in pain and they're not going to make it in time, back in season 3. Evil spirits said that. A good spirit seemed to tell Sarah that, hey, tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters, back in season 1 when they were in the woods. That was the good spirit of Abby, I think. I think Sarah is special in that she can hear both good and evil spirits of the dead, whereas other people, obviously nobody else can do that. And then there's the ghost entities. I think those are potentially all the real spirits who have died there. And depending on what they did in their lives, they can be used after death. So Abby was broken by this place when she died, and she killed a bunch of people. So I think maybe that's why the man in yellow entity can use her in an evil way to torment Boyd, like grabbing him from under the ground. In the latest vision, the Abby arms grabbing Boyd from the grave and grabbing him or lunging at him from the spider webs and trying to trick him into not smashing the music box, telling him they're all going to just die screaming anyway. Just give up. Those are all evil things. So Ghost Abby seems to be an evil entity, but I think in reality she's being forced to play that role by the man in yellow entity because of what she did in her life, because she was broken. So she's a chess piece who's now on his team and forced to work for him. Whereas Jim, maybe Ghost Jim is a good spirit. Maybe his spirit is allowed to work for good, is what I mean. And he could be helping Ethan, telling him to go find the Lake of Tears. I think the boy in white sends spirits like potentially Jim, potentially Ghost Khatri, to try to help and give advice. I think Ghost Tom was sent by the man in yellow entity. Now, he wasn't really broken when he lived there. He wasn't broken, but he lost hope. So maybe he's forced to play for the man in yellow side because he was completely hopeless. He never thought that anybody could get out, and he didn't help them with the radio tower before he died. He was the one person in town who refused to help. So maybe Tom is being forced to work for the man in yellow evil side since he gave up all hope. And he appears to Jade, and in my opinion, Ghost Tom gives him bad advice. But I could go on and on about that, but sticking to the trailer at hand here, getting back to this, yeah. Let's see what you guys have to say on that. Hey, Levy. Sophia in yellow playing games. Yes, the stellar Napster. Indeed. Charles says, LOL, Karl. Sarah would enjoy my lust for her. Hemi says, I'm wondering if they're going to do a freak off at the cabins. A freak off. Oh, my God. That would be Colony House style. Ricardo thinks Ellis is dead inside the pool. Oh, shit. That's a bold prediction. Ellis, huh? Oh, man. Yeah, that would be wild. I don't know. I don't think Ellis goes out. He could maybe die by the end of the season, but I think he's probably going to survive to season 5. But we'll see. Tem says Sarah just talking to Elgin like nothing happened. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's right. Good point. Sarah's talking to Elgin like, hey, what if she's sharing theories on the voices? Like, what if I can pass this on to someone else? Talking to Elgin as if she didn't just pluck his eyeball out. That's crazy. Yeah, that's a great observation. What the hell? I would never want to talk to her again. Are you kidding? I wouldn't speak to her. I don't think that Sarah can just pass on this gift of hearing the voices. I think she's a medium who can hear the spirits of the dead. And remember, the voices told Sarah that they're just like her, and they're trapped as well, and they've been waiting a long time for someone to come there who could hear them. That's what they said to her in season 1. They've been waiting a long time for someone to come there who could hear them. And they're trapped there too, just like them. That tells me Sarah is special, and she's a medium who can hear the dead, the spirits. And that's why I don't think she can just pass this on to somebody else. Let's see. Susie says, I think it can be changed because otherwise yellow folk wouldn't be wanting it in the middle to make it. Yellow folk. A belated good night to Faith. Hope you have a great night too, in case you happen to hear this. Thank you so much for all your support. Annie says, also Donna is dead because she is the mole. That's right. She did not do her job properly. That's why she is scarce as soon as the man in yellow is there. Yes. That's another point in favor of Donna dying. She's another person people have theorized about being the mole, and we've had 2 others die already. Tom, who everyone thought was a mole in season 1, and then Tilly. People thought Tilly was a mole. She's dead in season 3. Now Donna's going to die. Next, it'll be Clara's neck. Just wait. It'll be Clara, too.
And it's because they are moles, or because the writers are like, yeah, you thought that was a mole? Boom, that's not the mole.
I think it's going to be the writers picking them off, saying, haha, they weren't really moles, but...
Oh, they're kind of like, haha, your Snoke theory, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And nerds will know that reference.
Yeah, I don't know the reference, but I get the sentiment. But yes, I think it's just the writers saying they weren't actually moles. So, but you never know. I mean, you could spin it like, oh, they didn't do their job well, so they got bumped off. I've heard a theory like that about Tom. Like Tom was a mole who got in trouble because he helped the people. He helped Tabitha get a tool to break into the caves. He gave her the pickaxe that enabled her to, or he let her into the
hole. You're saying.
Yep. Yeah. Tom gave Tabitha access to the shed to get the pickaxe, so she was able to get into the monster's cave in the hole. So some people theorize that Tom got killed by the people running things because he was a bad mole, and then replaced by Tilly, brought to town, and then Tilly was brought immediately. But I personally don't think any of them are moles, other than Sophia, who's a confirmed mole. I don't think any of them are moles. I don't think Donna's a mole either. But all theories are welcome. PR says all the voices are coming from the man in yellow. That is Sophia. Okay, so that's what PR thinks the voices are. All right, let's see. Lakila says about little Jade playing violin. It's a memory of when he first learned the melody in this life. Okay. The melody is the connection to Fromville. Right. Let's see. Harajuku says someone they think the way Julie's story walks is, but the clothes she wears from the time, if there's, she might put on the Man in Yellow's clothes to save Jim, but see the Man in Yellow changing instead. Right. Okay. Chris Barmore says, what if Acosta finds an old photo of Sophia in the basement? Acosta seems like she might be making a character turn soon. Karl, that's what you were saying, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That she might find a photo of Sophia in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see that. I think that's likely to happen, actually. That would be an awesome twist. Let's see. Yeah, that's right, Tam. Ellis can't be in the pool because he goes to the cabin. He's in the trailer, heading to the cabin and sitting in the cabin. Samuel says, I wouldn't be surprised if Sophia breaks Sarah and makes her hurt someone. Oh, the townsfolk already don't like that Boyd let her go unpunished. She'll probably just do something and blame it on Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Very true. The way she's showing dissension.
Yes, she's already sowing dissension, and she'll probably blame something on Sarah.
She'll come up with some other obscure biblical story.
Yep. Oh, just wait. Sophia's going to come up with more biblical stories to twist to her own uses. Definitely. She's going to do that, which is ironic because there are no Bibles in town until she showed up. There were never any Bibles, and now she's going to employ all these biblical stories in all the wrong ways. Oh, I didn't know that, Susie. Of Myths and Monsters is a play. Is it a play or no, a game? A game on Game Boy 1991.
What is it?
Of Myths and Monsters. It's the name of a game for Game Boy. Yeah, we haven't seen a freak off since that couch sex scene in Quality House. That's true. Sarah Levy thinks Sarah has plot armor. I think she does to a certain point. She's a special person. She has a unique ability. It'd be hard to imagine her getting killed off. But we're getting near the end of the series. So we're getting to a point where certain people could die who you might not expect. And especially in season 5, I think a lot more people will be fair game. Chris says, to be fair, Sarah has killed people, so what she did to Elgin ain't no biggie. That's true. That's true. Okay. Yeah, PR. That was a great conversation between Jade and Dead Tom at the Bottle Tree. I agree. John Griffin is an amazing writer. Everyone is a mole. Yeah, there have been a lot of mole theories. Chris says Clara is more likely to be a mole than Donna. So here's the thing about the mole theories. I don't think they need a spy. I think the people, every time there's been a theory about someone being a mole, it's because they keep popping up everywhere as a spy. Tom kept knowing stuff about where people were and when, and Tilly kept popping up everywhere, talking about everybody's business. Donna is always popping up everywhere at interesting moments. Clara is now doing the same. However, I don't think this place needs a spy. I don't think the evil entity needs one. I think that Man in Yellow evil entity is omniscient, can see and hear everything, and doesn't need a spy. However, what's useful is somebody who appears to be just like them but can manipulate them for her own purposes. And that's what Sophia the mole is doing now, manipulating them and sowing dissension. Appearing like a sweet, young, innocent girl who can use the Bible, the world's most popular book, as Father Kotri once said, to influence people, to manipulate people's actions. That's where a mole is useful here. people are not going to be as likely to be influenced by the monsters or the ghost entities. They're not going to trust them as easily. Boyd doesn't trust Ghost Abby or Ghost Khatri. Boyd said to Ghost Abby, Ghost Khatri rather, he's like, that thing out there that was telling me to give up, that was not my wife. So what are you? He doesn't trust Khatri or Abby as ghost entities. And, most people are smarter than Elgin, who got duped by the kimono lady, and saner than Sarah, who got tricked by the voices into trying to kill people and killing people, trying to kill a child and killing other people, I mean. And, then there's that idiot porn stash who opened the window for an actual monster. But most people have more sense than that and are saner than that. So how do you influence more people? You infiltrate them and act like you're one of them and use something like the Bible to manipulate their behavior. That's how you do it. And that's what Sophia is now doing. She is using the Bible to sow seeds of dissension and manipulate people's perception of things. And probably next, she'll be manipulating people's actions. That is where you need a mole here. Levy says, someone said Donna survived because she is very safe. She doesn't take risks. Not my theory. Yeah, she doesn't usually take risks. But it looks like she's about to now. There's a clip that they released on Instagram today. MGM released. With Donna saying, if anyone's gonna... I can play that too. It's not very spoilery. She's just telling Tabitha, if anyone's going to, risk their life and by doing something stupid, it's me or something like that. So she's about to take some risks. David says, it's like From is showing us we are all born into a lie and many of the embedded psychological patterns that exist within us that are not from us, but drives us. Fascinating. Yeah, I do think that this could be a kind of microcosm of life. Fromville. People are all asking, where did we come from? Why are we here? Why do we all have to suffer like this? It's very much like life, isn't it? The questions that we ask in life, the philosophical questions. Pixie Amy says, I think Donna kept the big monsters at bay by keeping people from searching for answers. It shows her sweeping up puzzle pieces and throwing them in the trash this season. Oh, okay. That's a good point. Could be a symbolic thing. I like that, Amy. David says, and the prison is the gap between choices we think we are making and the choices that are being made unconsciously for us by external forces. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. How much of what we're doing is our own free will? Levy says, I think the voices might be bleeding over from other timelines. I really can't get anyone but Tony on this one. Bleeding over from other timelines. Yeah, maybe.
Because they're in the other dimension.
Right. Amy says she's not necessarily a mole, but Donna definitely wasn't pro finding answers. That's true. She didn't want to get out, really. She didn't really want to get out. David says the song Jade plays gives the children hope. The hope flows to the trees and traps the arrivals. So Jade has to stop giving the children hope. That's interesting. That's an interesting take. But I think what you need to do, though, is try to free the children's souls. But the question is how? How the hell do they do that? That's what I don't know. And I hope they keep us guessing until the very end about how they do that. I like to be surprised. And David says if the children keep having hope, then they will eternally trap them. That's an interesting point because there is a theme on the show regarding hope being a problem. Like in season 3, Henry said that the hope was the worst part. That little bit of hope he had that his family would just show up. He'd see them coming around the corner or something. And so it was easier for him to just give up hope and accept that they were dead. The hope was the hardest part. And like Julie said to Elgin that, that she thinks that her mom was able to get out just to be brought back in order to give them some hope and then take it away. Basically weaponizing hope, and all that exists there is false hope. Back in season 1, Boyd said, this place just wants to give them hope to take it away and feed on their pain. So
this place lies.
So maybe hope is a bad thing. This place lies. Maybe hope can be a bad thing in that way. So if the children keep having hope, then they will eternally trap them. So stop giving the children hope. Well, what gave them hope was the story. Victor said somebody told them a story that gave them hope. But, who did that? So they need to stop doing that, go back to the beginning and don't tell them the story. But I don't think they can go back to the beginning and change anything, though, through story walking. Let's see. Lakila says Sophia will make Sarah hear voices, then something weird will happen, and then tell everyone Sarah was hearing voices again and watch it explode like in the diner. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, she could totally do that. Absolutely. Great point. Yeah. Let's see. Now, let's talk about this. Victor's going to dig up. This is the biggest bombshell of the trailer. Victor's going to dig up another drawing. The other drawing is the man in yellow eating people's organs. And so Victor says,
delish.
So Victor specifically says he came in the cars just like the rest of us. And everyone died. I saw he was eating them. So
he was like, oh no, Miranda was getting chewed on by another man.
Oh my God.
And he's like, ah.
Oh my God. So yeah, now we know why poor Henry was screaming in the trailer, and he's screaming here. Because Miranda, not only did she get killed there, but the man in yellow feasted on her organs.
And not in the good way.
Yeah. So this is insane. Yeah. So Victor is going to dig up another drawing. One of them will show the man in yellow arriving. He said he came in the cars just like everyone else. So that means Victor is going to know that he looked like everyone else, meaning he was a mole. He's going to know that. We talked about whether or not he's going to know that. He just said he came in the cars like everyone else. How is this not going to throw suspicion on Sophia eventually? Eventually they've got to start putting the pieces together and say, wait a minute. Victor remembered that this entity came in the cars just like everyone else. He looked like everyone else originally. And then when everyone died, he ate everyone. So just taking that piece by piece. So he's going to remember that the man in yellow looked like everyone else originally. That's huge. That puts Victor in danger. That's too much knowledge for Victor to have. And if knowledge comes at a cost, how can Victor survive this? How can he survive knowing this? It does make me concerned for him long term. I don't know if he's going to make it out of this season. I'm not saying he's going to die right away, but I don't know if he's going to make it out of season 4. That's huge for him to know that, and that could eventually cast suspicion on Sophia. Now the other part is, this is.
Oh, here, you guys want a little out of context? Go back to that image of the man in yellow.
Which one?
The one where he's bent down. Right
This
there,
one?
that one. You see that Toyota Celica off in the background?
Yeah.
See those rims? You see that it's got blacked out taillights? That it's not from 1978. It's an old car from that time, but this is something customized after the fact. That's the wrong car to have in that shot. That car is customized newer than whatever year that was.
Oh, so it's a.
Those rims are not from 78, I guarantee you.
So it's an anachronism?
I think so. It's a little bit off. Like this Ford Falcon that they got right there, that should have been over there, and then some other older car should have been right here. Because when I look at that Celica or whatever it is, I'm like, that don't look like from 78. You know why? Because it's not.
Oh.
Anyways, go on with your live stream.
Okay. I wonder how many other people are going to notice that. How many other people are knowledgeable enough about cars?
Those rims are not from 78.
Anyway, so we're going to see Doug again. There he is, eating someone's organs. That's a crazy thing to put in a trailer. That's insane. Like, how could they put that in a trailer? I'm still pissed about that. Imagine if we didn't know that was going to happen, how shocked we'd be, how much more exciting this would be to watch this and find out in the moment when it airs. Come on. Oh, man. Oh, that's a good poll. I'm going to save this so I can put it up as an actual poll. What will happen? Eclipse, flood, earthquake, or all of the above? I would say definitely a flood. I would love an eclipse too.
All the biblical stuff is going to happen. So I'm all of a sudden leaning to maybe the eclipse is what caught everybody off guard, including Miranda. That's why nobody would be out running around at nighttime.
Yeah, how did they all wind up dead? Yeah, everyone in town.
Maybe they were outside and they're like, look at the sun, and it went whoop. They're like, oh my god, that's an eclipse, and no one realized, fuckers, it's nighttime technically now. Get in, hide.
Right. Mm-hmm. It makes sense. Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
And especially for Miranda getting caught out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that says eclipse.
Right.
For her, especially.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense. Jay says the trailers are intended to encompass casual watchers to come back for every episode. So instead, waiting till the end of the season to binge. So many people complain about answers, so they're showing them.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think it's the potentially Amazon's marketing is like, screw the people that have been here loyal since Epics, right?
Yeah.
Let's get some new people into the show in the last couple seasons that it has. So instead of them waiting for the mystery, they're like, hey, check it out. Look, gore, horror show. Check it out, yo. And then some random will be like, hey, bro, let's check out this From, man. Look at this dude right here. He's like eating something, cuz. Oh, man, let's check it out. And then we're over here like, oh, I think it's this. I think it's that. And then here they are just splooging all over us. What? Oh, what? Oh.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they're screwing the day one fans right now. They want to get the new fans and the casual fans to keep watching through the season instead of waiting to the end to binge it. Like, no, you got to see it now. Yeah. Yep. Creating more buzz around these crazy moments. Let's see. Levy says, in response to Hope and the Roots, I think the children are feeding on hope. I don't trust them. Oh, it's a unique take. David says maybe hope equals bad in the dark inverse mythological structure, or it's what makes the heart heavier and more for Man in Yellow to feast on. Right, because when people lose hope, then they feel even more pain. To get your hopes up and then have them let down. It's like a tastier feast for him. More pain. Let's see. Third Shift Lurker says, what if Donna left an abusive husband and she went on a hunting trip with her sister to help her feel better dealing with a monster at home and doesn't want to go back home and have him find her? It could be something like that. I think it probably is, because Donna said that at least here the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. So she didn't really want to get out. It sounded like it. Anyway, so Levy thinks Victor remembers Eloise was eaten. Oh, shit. Daryl said Miranda got ate out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Not in the good way.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
He went too deep.
God. Jay says, will Kenny be in charge of running Colony House after Donna dies, or will Fatima and Ellis do it together? That's interesting. Who's going to run Colony House? I think Fatima is going to have to take over. She and Ellis will do it. Fatima will have to step up. Maybe this will be what makes her rally and not fall into a million pieces. She'll have to step up for that place. They need her. They'll need her more than ever now. And Ellis is kind of useless, but he'll just be there to support her. Will Henry remember the man in yellow from Miranda's painting? I don't think he'll remember him necessarily, but he might. No, he probably will, actually. That was a really striking painting that Miranda made of him. He'll probably remember.
He'll be like, hey, that detective, he had a yellow suit.
What was that? Oh, I thought I smelled oranges. Yeah. Well, it turns out he has even more reason to scream than if he particularly knew the guy. But like, oh my God, his wife got eaten.
ate out, nigga. Your wife got ate out.
Oh my God. That's crazy. Thank you. Let's see. Tam says it's probably Miranda, but could be Eloise too, I think. It could be. Let's look at the drawing. I mean, pull up the drawing. Let's see.
Death by Snoop.
Death by what?
By Snoop.
What is that? I don't even know what that is. Let's see. Okay. Is this the... Wait, do I have this up or am I in the wrong screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like an adult to me. It looks like a full-grown person, like in relation to the size of the man in yellow. That's Miranda, and the bottle tree is right there.
Yeah. So then he's like,
yeah. Yeah. And we know.
This is my favorite part of Miranda.
God. And this is where Miranda died, at the bottle tree. Smiley killed her here. So
right, and then maybe left her as an offering to the men in yellow, huh?
Mm.
Like, yo, come feast on this, homie.
Mm.
And he's like, oh, tasty.
Yeah, pretty much. How weird is it that Victor was able to draw this scene and the man in yellow didn't kill him and nothing else killed him either?
Maybe what he was into was more delicious and he didn't even turn and care. It's like walking up on a predator that's eating something.
Yeah.
That they might attack you, but if they're in the middle of chewing down, you know?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Organs and stuff.
Yeah. It's weird that Victor was able to survive this, but again, it just adds to my theory that the evil entity didn't want to kill Victor. It intended to leave him as a sole survivor. You know, Victor was a perfect person to, you know, whose fear it could feed on for many years until more people were brought there. Leave a sole survivor so the evil entity has something to feed on. It needs someone alive to feed on their fear. You know, it doesn't just literally eat the organs. It feeds on fear. We've always believed that. So I think it was feeding on Victor's fear as this lone child stuck there and planned on using him to deter others from seeking answers in the future. Because he's so traumatized, he would encourage people not to go looking for answers because of what happened to his mom. And that's what he did until now. Makes me worry that he's not going to be safe much longer because he's trying to look for answers and helping others look for answers and seeking and gaining forbidden knowledge, remembering stuff. So I do worry that Victor may not make it out of season 4, maybe by the end. Like I think Donna is going to be the mid-season emotional death, and then Victor could die at the very end of the season. Victor was originally intended to die in season 1, but the writers were like, this guy is amazing. Scott McCord is too good. We can't kill him all. So they kept him. Maybe now his time's finally going to run out. They were going to get rid of him in the beginning anyway. You know? And how emotional, like that would be the most brutal emotional death we could possibly have on the show if Victor dies in the end of the season. And here he is worrying that his dad's going to die because Ethan's dad died, but it might be him instead. Later, not now. I think by the end of the season, maybe.
I think Samuel said that Snoo was a Futurama reference. I'll have to look that up later.
Oh, okay. Have you seen Futurama?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never seen Futurama.
What?
Yeah, never seen it.
It's pretty funny.
Hey, Anne-Marie. Welcome. It took 40 years because Tabitha had to be born and have kids. Right. The cycle has to repeat. Indeed. You know, there's got to be enough of a gap for her to get reborn and have kids and come back. I think it always probably waits until she has kids and brings her back. Because the story has to play out, I think, in a really similar fashion in every timeline. And to anyone who's new, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of season 4. And hit the like button. It helps bring new subscribers to the channel if you hit the like. Check out my episode 3 deep dive, which is going to come out in the morning. If I can get off of here soon. I'll take a break and then record my video before I go to sleep. And release that in the morning. Let's see. Jay says, Man in Yellow went after Victor, but the boy in white hid him using the faraway trees. Okay. Could be. Could be the boy in white protected him, and that's how he survived. Susie says they are like, eat the leftover stuff after battle, like the Morrigan aspect. Oh, yeah, I remember you wrote about that. Let's see. Chase says, in Oz, Augustus Hill, Boyd dies at... So in Oz, Augustus Hill / Boyd in this show dies in the penultimate season, and he was the narrator, so Victor could die at the end of the season. Okay. You're the first person I've heard say, yes, he actually could die. Nobody else can imagine it happening, but this is going to be a brutal season. I'm predicting it's going to be shocking. They only have one season left after this, so we're going to start seeing people dying who you might never expect to die. There's going to be less plot armor. Thank you. Maze says, Henry has that look of someone hearing voices in his head. The taunting of the dark side is getting brutal, like Jim in the barn. Imagine Henry hearing them laughing and taunting him. I've heard someone else say that they think that. I think he's just screaming in horror and holding his head like some people do when you're screaming in shock. You know, you clutch your head, finding out that his wife's organs got ripped open and
somebody was blowing her back out.
Oh God. Yeah. But you're right that he has the same, the look and the position that Sarah gets in when she hears the voices screaming in her head. She puts her hands on her head and screams. So you never know. I mean, I think they're leading us to believe that, actually. Because Sarah says in this trailer, what if, like this happens to somebody else? I forget how she puts it now, but she says, let me play it back and remind myself what she said. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, they're trying to make us think that's happening to Henry.
Yeah, because it's like, hey, what if I pass it on to someone else? And then he kind of does the body language of the same thing. So it's like it's going into Henry's head like that. Like, ah.
Yeah. I think it's a misdirect, though. I don't think it's going to happen to Henry. Because I think that Sarah is special. I'll say it again. In season 1, Sarah said that the voices told her they'd been waiting a long time for someone to come who could hear them. That they're just like them. They're trapped there too. And they also want to get out. So I think they're the spirits of the dead, and she's a medium who can hear them. You know, like those people in real life who they say they can hear the dead people talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I don't think that you can just pass it on to somebody else. I think Sarah is a natural medium for the spirits. Just my opinion. I could be wrong. Let's see. Jay says Henry looks like he just sat on some fire ants. Yeah.
he just realized he left the stove on. No.
Oh man. Yeah. I've seen like a swarm of fire ants on a cliff one time when I was hiking. When I used to be able to hike. And the person I was with stepped on some fire ants, and it wasn't pleasant. He got bitten by some, which I kind of enjoy thinking back on it now in a kind of sadistic way.
So are they that aggressive to where you step on and like, oh, excuse me, and then they just jump like they run out to get you?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, they're mean. David, I agree. I think the numbers in the lighthouse correlates to all the failed cycles, the start and the end of all the cycles. I don't know, like if it's the start, the end, or both, but I do agree with you on the dates in the lighthouse dream indicate the different cycles when they were reincarnated. So let's see. Samuel says Henry would recognize the man in yellow if he saw the drawing. Miranda painted him. I agree. I think he will remember that. He probably spent a lot of time looking at those paintings over the years. Yeah, so Levy said, yeah, they run up your legs. Burns like hell. Yeah, they're horrible. They're like spawn of Satan. Fuck those redheads. Yeah, they're mean. Yes, they are mean, even if you try to be nice. If Susie says that, you know that they're mean. She's like the nicest person. Susie says, no, but for real, I think Henry is experiencing likeness to whatever Sarah is at the same time. Okay. It could be. It could be. Either that or it's a misdirect, because trailers do try to mislead. They don't want us to guess everything, even though these idiots at MGM do seem to want to show us too much, in my opinion. Chris Barmore says, I think Man in Yellow got his fill and went back to sleep like Pennywise the clown. Ah, interesting. So he goes dormant in between cycles.
Yeah, food coma.
Yeah. Man, if that's the case, they're really plagiarizing from It, if you ask me, from Stephen King. An ancient evil entity who shapeshifts and feeds on people's fear, then goes to sleep in between.
And actually feeds on them physically.
Yeah.
Doesn't Pennywise do that, Jim?
Yes. And he goes to sleep in between cycles. It happens in cycles, where he wakes up and then feeds and then goes back to sleep.
Maybe the Man in Yellow is its cousin, from a different galaxy. As you would say, another dimension.
Yeah, another dimension. We know. David says we know Victor didn't see Miranda die. These must be Eloise's drawings. She might have seen Man in Yellow Smiley eating Miranda, then jumped through the tree herself. She had to survive that night to draw it. Okay. So you think somehow Eloise drew that? That's interesting. Well, Victor found her body. We know that he found her body, so he could have found her the next day. So what I think is Victor came out of his hole and he saw everybody laying there in the daytime dead. Miranda died at night by Smiley. So he might have gone to the bottle tree and saw the Man in Yellow eating her then. Since
during the day.
Yeah, because he found her body and buried her, he said. So that's when he may have seen that. But I really like the theory that it could have been Eloise, though. Because I do believe she's alive. You know what?
That Eloise drew the drawing?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, isn't the style of drawing a little bit different? Doesn't it look more like some of the drawings that he pulled out of the trunk that were hers?
Yeah.
The way that the hands are like the fingers are little spikes, like hand is a round ball and fingers are spikes. Wasn't that reminiscent of those other drawings that they found and are different than what he has drawn?
That's a good point.
Because isn't the one drawing that he in that other trailer that he holds, it's the Man in Yellow, and he doesn't have spiky hands, right?
That other one, no,
where he's
he doesn't.
Standing up and he's smiling, and there's a car in the background. Does he have spiky finger hands?
I'll go back and look. I have the folder open with that drawing.
Drawings?
Yeah, I'll just look at it really quick.
Right there. What do his hands look like in that one? If you can maybe zoom in.
They're spiky.
They are?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I see little spikes there.
Well, that still could be hers.
Yeah.
That still could be hers, but because that's what I remember. That's what I thought there was a difference between what she drew versus what he drew.
Right.
And then also, wasn't it a different medium? Like she mostly used markers and he used crayons, right?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
So, yeah.
And
it's like, is that one with marker or crayon?
Well, let's look at Eloise's drawings. I have that here too.
Right.
Let's just look at a couple of
compare and contrast real quick.
Yeah, so Eloise, these are some of Eloise's drawings from the trunk of the car. So you can see it looks kind of more like, it does look more like markers, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Looks like she may have done these in marker. And let's see if I can get any better shots of it. So these are some of the people.
So there's the spiky hands, right?
So they do have little spiky looking hands.
Mm-hmm. And that's something she drew, not him, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That was her drawing.
Right. What else?
See if I have anything else. Nope, that was it. That's like we didn't get a very good view of her drawings. Mm-hmm. They mostly just stayed in the trunk.
And then do you have that folder where you were like in that one live stream where we went through all the different drawings?
Yeah, this one here.
Maybe just run through a few real quick of Victor's or what was on Victor's, wall or whatever.
So these are there's a different style here. Mm-hmm. These are Victor's drawings. And
let's look for people's hands in this one. If it's kind of similar, then whatever I'm saying doesn't really matter.
Let me see here. Okay, so that's a massacre. Where's that one of
Where's that one of the boy in white on the back?
That one didn't have spiky hands. It seems like Victor draws a little bit better.
Right.
Like he colors in the lines. They're neater. I'm seeing like these looking a lot neater, and potentially Eloise may have drawn that picture he just dug up. Maybe. Just based on the style. The style is very different. Victor's drawings look different to me. Then there's There's some other drawings of people, but I don't know who did them. They're in the opening credits.
Right.
But here's another one. Oh, Victor also draws hands like the same way Eloise did.
Oh, he did?
Yep. With the spikes. That one's Victor's.
And that throws it all off. And then we can't determine it based on that.
Wait a minute. Is this Victor or Eloise's? This one is from season 3 after Victor goes through the trunk with Eloise's drawings in it.
Uh-oh.
So I'm not sure who did this one. Because Eloise's drawings, a lot of them were on this lined paper too. Yeah, because this is, let's see, this is Ethan going through pictures in season 3. I don't know how Ethan would have, unless Tabitha took a bunch of these, because Tabitha has Eloise's drawing of the lighthouse. She had that, and she just used it to write a note to Donna in season 4.
Right, I left a note.
Yeah, she used Eloise's drawing of the lighthouse, so she may have taken some others, and these may be Eloise's.
Right.
I think they might be. She might have just grabbed some and took them with her, maybe. Because how did she get Eloise's lighthouse drawing?
And how does Victor get from seeing the man in yellow, in the middle of the... Well, then again, they don't show him seeing him, right?
Yeah.
I was going to say, how does he get from seeing the man in yellow chewing down on people in the town and then chewing down on her wherever the bottle tree is?
Right.
It seems like kind of far away.
It is kind of far away.
Unless it's just Julie that sees the man in yellow in town and then Victor sees this first. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, that he probably just made a whole day of it. He took a day trip out there to the tree and, had a whole feast. Now, after looking at Eloise's drawings, comparing them to this, I think this looks more like hers than like Victor's, personally.
Right.
Like, if you look at it, it looks more like marker. And it's sloppier. It could go either way, though. Lakila says Eloise is the younger sister. It makes sense her drawings are less neat than Victor, right? Yeah. She was younger than him. Chris Barmore says Victor draws to detail because they're his photographs. Yes, they're memories for him.
Oh, I like what David just wrote. If Victor drew it, he is just making the connection and assumes the man in yellow is eating Miranda, but he only draws what he sees. And this is something he didn't see, making it Eloise's drawing. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. I mean, how would he...
it's hard to be in those two places at the same time, is what I'm saying.
It would have been
part of it.
It would have been tough for him to make it out there in time to see this. I think he probably discovered his mom's body a little bit later.
But didn't see the man in yellow actually consuming her.
Right. But what the hell was Eloise doing at this time? Eloise ran after her mother. Maybe she was hiding somewhere and came out and saw this. Because she ran after her mother, and the big question mark is what happened to her. Are we going to finally find that out in this episode? Is that possible? Like, they're going to show us the aftermath of the massacre. We may find out. I think it would be a pretty big bombshell for episode 4, but it could happen. I mean, this could be her drawing. Like she ran after Miranda when it was still daylight. And it was just moments after Miranda left. And then the next time we saw Miranda, it was nighttime and she got killed at the tree. Where's Eloise? There's a big gap there. We need to fill in that gap. And Julie may story walk more than once to this time. So we may see this in more than one episode because that would be a big reveal to fit in. But I would love it if we finally got an Eloise reveal and find out what happened to her. And, I think Julie may have saved her. Potentially through story walking. But Julie hasn't completely figured out how to control it yet. So I don't know how she would take Eloise with her somewhere. She's got to figure out how to physically story walk, like we talked about.
Well, maybe they go through a faraway tree and they get separated, like the way Sarah and Boyd got separated.
Could
maybe,
be.
Maybe she's like, oh, we gotta get out of here, and then she sees a faraway tree. Oh, let's go through here, and then she ends up somewhere else, and
yes,
Eloise like whoop.
Because we've seen that happen twice, where two people go in a faraway tree and they wind up in two different locations. Sarah and Boyd, and the other one was Julie and Victor. Two different places. So future Julie or Julie could find Eloise, have to go into a tree, and they wind up two different places. Down the road, Julie needs to figure out, I think, how to physically story walk so that her body is not laying helpless in a seizure. If she could figure out how to do it the way Boyd did, by physically going somewhere, Boyd physically did it, and that way, if Julie did that, then she could take somebody with her. She could move through time with someone.
Right.
Levy says, see, that's why I think people can swap timelines. Okay. Susie says, in Lost, Eloise Hawking has no birth certificate or point of origin. They will leave her unanswered. Oh, they better not. No, they wouldn't have introduced a forgotten sister just to leave that open. There's no way. If they were going to do that just for the emotional gut punch, I think they would have said, Victor would have been like, oh my God, I forgot I had a sister and she died and I saw her body. And they would have told us all at once. It wouldn't have just been a big question mark for so long. And then in season 3, he randomly just throws out a casual line. Oh yeah, my mom and sister died. And then they go to the graves. This is where I buried her, I think. She was so small. There were only pieces. That was leaving the door open to Eloise being alive. When he said, I think. That was it. She's alive. They wouldn't leave it so uncertain unless she's alive and they're going to reveal it later. And I don't think they're going to leave it open. There's no need to introduce this forgotten sister unless you're going to use that later and she's alive. It's a Chekhov's gun. Like Victor said, she was always the best at hide and seek. He could never find her. Oh, hey, that's so cool. 5:43 in Brazil this Saturday. The sun has risen. So cool. We got a Brazilian in the chat. That's cool, Ricardo.
Ciao.
Is that a Portuguese name? I'm guessing.
What?
De Oliveira.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it could be. There's a lot of like crossover Latino sounding names.
There are a ton of Portuguese people in Brazil.
Portuguese. Yeah, of course, because they all speak Portuguese.
Yeah,
that was a Portuguese position.
Yeah. I say that because I'm half Portuguese, but not from Brazil, not Brazilian Portuguese, from the Azores. Football says no. The bottle tree is the dead ass giveaway. That's Miranda. Also, I don't think the bottle tree was far from where Victor was at. Yeah, I don't think it's as far as we thought at one time, because all of a sudden in episode 3, people are going there pretty easily, and then they'll just walk back. They did the same thing in season 3 too. So it's a little closer than we once thought. That's true. Let's see, Levy says, I don't think he saw Boy in White. I think it was Man in Yellow. Levy says, that's Victor's drawing. The massacre drawing is similar. Yeah, that's true that the massacre drawing is similar. So it could go either way. Victor's drawing from last week. Yes, I'm just seeing that now. Victor's drawing. Which one? The one from. There was one from last week? Was there a drawing featured last week?
I don't remember. Are you saying on the show?
Yeah, Levy says he sent them with Julie through the tree. He sent the drawings. Let's see. Yeah, Victor's drawing from last week. Which drawing? The massacre one is similar. I know we showed the massacre one earlier, and it is similar. Let me see. There are actually 2 different massacre drawings too. Let me just go to that one more time just to compare. I still can't believe they revealed this in the trailer. I'll never stop complaining about that. But maybe they'll reveal something even more shocking, and like Eloise. That would be wild. I swear to God, if they reveal Eloise in an episode trailer, I'm gonna be pissed. Just imagine if they do that after all this time.
Oh, you see the spider in the trailer?
Yeah. Yeah, when they reveal the giant spider, it's going to be in a trailer. So the massacre drawing is similar to this one, to the one of Miranda getting eaten.
So then that should be Victor's drawing then too, right?
Yeah.
So he changes up his stilio, huh? Whatever. Depending on his mood, depending on his inspiration.
Yeah. So yeah, that looks a lot like.
Today I will have spiky hands.
So that looks a lot like Eloise's style too. So yeah, they can kind of be interchangeable. Well, let me go back to where was it? No, I lost it. Here. Oh no, not that. This one. Yeah. So we're gonna see. So people who were upset about Doug being out of the show, he's gonna be back for more scenes. Just like I figured, he'll be back.
He'll be chewing up the scenery.
Yes, he will. Hey, Tony Teflon, nice to see you. Tony says Eloise is Sarah. The picture doesn't match what Miranda was wearing that night. Well, I mean, Victor, he's not a very good artist, the way he draws, so I wouldn't rely on what she was wearing that night being in the picture. You know, he probably got that wrong.
Yeah,
and
he's right in that the color is different, right? The color of what that person right there is wearing is different.
But Victor's memory is also terrible, too. So if he drew this, he probably, even in the short time since he saw that, when he went to draw the picture, he probably forgot what color it was. Anyway, yeah, shout out to Tony. Did a couple of great interviews this week. Really enjoyed that. I finally got a chance to rewatch the interview I missed. I saw some of it live, but I missed too much of the interview with what's her name who plays Sophia. Anyway, it was fantastic. Let's see. So, and if you guys haven't seen the live Tony did with Acosta last Sunday, definitely watch that replay. That was an amazing interview with Samantha Brown, who plays Acosta. David says we also see Victor leave the cellar the next day, so we have to assume Victor stayed inside and only Eloise could have seen Miranda die. True, but when the man in yellow is eating people, it seems like it's the next day. So
yeah, because it's like Smiley that kills her.
Yes,
but perhaps it's the man in yellow that comes by and gets his little snack on.
Yes, later. Yeah. So like what we see with the man in yellow eating people is it's later. It's the next day. So Smiley and the monsters, probably kill everybody. And at the very least, we know Smiley killed Miranda. And then later, the man in yellow comes and feasts on the organs. So it could have been that Victor saw all of it. It's possible Victor could have seen the man in yellow eating Miranda's organs. But I really do like
a regular smorgasbord everywhere.
Yeah. I really do like the idea that Eloise is the one. I'm not shooting down that theory. I think it could have been Eloise who saw that and drew that. picture. Levy says Victor sent some drawings to Ethan when he and Julie took the rope. Julie went through the tree. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, we looked at those. The ones that he took with him. We looked at Victor's drawings that he sent with Julie. Let's see. David says the town massacre drawing looks exactly like the town massacre point. I noted on the cave painting as well. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does. It does look a lot like that. I remember what you're talking about. Oh, that's right, Levy. The drawing from last week is his gift to Ethan. I forgot about that. And that looks, to be honest, that looks nothing like anything. It looks like somebody completely different drew that picture. I don't like it.
Which one is this?
So last week, Victor drew the whole Matthews family.
Oh, that's right. So then that's the one that he was talking about. Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah. And it was very like bright and crayony, right?
Yeah. So to be fair, this doesn't really look like Victor or Eloise's normal style. So when we compare it to this, I mean, who the hell drew that?
Yeah, maybe. Who was it? Who was it that did all the drawings, or a bunch of them? It was John, or who was it?
John Griffin. Yeah. No, not him. It was
the other guy, right?
Oh, what's his name?
Is he the one that worked on the Institute as well?
Yeah, Jack Bender.
Jack Bender did a bunch of those, right? So maybe he wasn't available. He's like, maybe they mailed him the crayons and the paper, and they're like, "Hey, we need a," and he's like, "I can't do it. You know, have somebody else do
it." Maybe. He did a lot of the major artwork for the show, the paintings, the tapestry in Ellis's room. And then they have this other guy who does a lot of Victor's crayon drawings. And who the hell knows who drew that one? Because that looks completely different than all the others.
One of the hairdresser's kids did that one.
Yeah, seriously. I really think this is, like a shitty...
Here, make AI make this look like a kid's drawing.
Yeah, it doesn't fit in at all. Jay says the cycle can't reset because Eloise is still alive. From wants Miranda, Tabitha's youngest child, which is why they want to kill Ethan. The cycle will end the sacrifice. The cycle will end if she sacrifices Thomas's body as a technicality. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, they want to kill Ethan. They definitely want to kill Ethan. I've been pointing this out. I don't think people pay enough attention to the fact that something wants Ethan dead. Something definitely wants him dead. There was an entity that wrote "kill the boy" on Sarah's arm, and the evil Thomas voice told him, "Mom's coming back on an ambulance. You can't be afraid." So he ran outside at night when the ambulance came. And, they sent his favorite goat to walk by the window at night when the livestock went loose.
Alma shimmied past, and Ethan was like, "Oh, baby, no."
He opened the door to the monster then. So some entity wants him dead. That's true.
Tony says that the guy who did the drawings is on Instagram, and Phil is friends with him.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Oh, he's supposed to do a drawing of Phil and him.
Oh, no way.
Is he going to incorporate a helicopter into that drawing?
That's really cool. Phil is friends with him. He was supposed to do one of Phil and I and sign it and send it out. That's amazing. Oh, man. That would be worth money. At least it should be. Cool. Yeah, that guy is really talented. The drawings look so much like a child did them. And the idea that the cycle can't reset because Eloise is still alive, that's interesting. And what was the other thing they said? What was it? Victor, the cycle can't reset because Eloise is still alive. And, it was, the kids. The evil Thomas voice told Jim they're not your children anymore. I think this place does want Tabitha's kids. It wants them as sacrifices. It wants Ethan dead.
Yeah, the kids are the sweetest meat. Has the sweetest taste.
Right.
And so I'm butchering like a line from Game of Thrones about them.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's sick.
I think it's Vermeer Sixskins who says something about it. You could let Tony correct me on what he says about sweet meat or something like that, I think.
Right. Tony says, I don't like them having him eat people. It's too Walking Dead zombie tropish. I hear you. That's not something I expected either. I am surprised that he's actually eating the organs. I think that's where the organs come from. That's where the organs have been going all this time. The monsters are collecting them to give to the Man in Yellow entity. That's why people's chest cavities are all hollowed out and the organs are missing. Now we get an answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I do think it is kind of Walking Dead tropish, zombie tropish. That's a good point. I'm not crazy about that either. Where was that still? Let me go back to the video. That still of Doug with all the blood was crazy.
Where he turns.
Yeah.
The blood on his mouth. Uh-oh. And my phone died?
And this still of Julie.
Yeah.
This still of Julie with his horrible wig is crazy too. What the hell?
Has such a stuck on stupid look right there.
She does. That's a really bad wig. Once again, they couldn't invest in a better wig to show her longer on screen in this season.
I mean,
Come on.
They gave her like a super 5 head in that shot too.
Yeah, the wig is too far back on her forehead. Just no.
No.
I thought that they would cut her hair for real this season to make it look better. But there she is. There she is, story walking.
Where's your mid bagger?
Out in the living room on the floor next to the chair. But let me find the still of Doug with the blood. That was crazy. I think it's in this. I think this is the right trailer that shows it. I guess Julie is going to do that trope where she chops off her hair because she's grieving for her dad. For some reason, this is missing a shot. There's something missing from this. This is supposed to show, it's supposed to show Doug turning toward the camera. Yeah, there's a shot missing. The shot of Doug looking toward the camera with blood going down his face. Thank you.
Are you sure it was in that trailer?
Yeah.
Or that other spoilery one?
I think it was, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, we don't
Here
need to.
Here it comes. There's that, and then.
Yep. I think it cut and it cut past that part. Anyway.
Yeah, I thought on that one
it was right there.
Looks that way, it was right there where he turns like, I'm hungry.
Yeah, it was. Tony says
it's in the, like I said, in the spoiler trailer, not that one.
Oh, so there's another trailer that shows that?
Yeah, that shows him going like, I'm hungry.
Yeah, that was nuts.
He's like, where's my bicycle? I want to ride through Toronto.
I'm glad that we get more Doug, because that was just a ripoff. That was a ripoff having Doug on for such a short time, and then boom, he's Sophia in the very first episode. So it's
we knew when this character says, when did you come from this time?
Right. He said to Julie, when did you come from this time? So
seeing her somewhere else, nerd.
Yeah. I figured we would see him story walking with her story walking.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which is what's happening right there.
Exactly. So it's happening. So I couldn't even take a moment to be happy I was right about a prediction, because I was so mad this trailer spoiled it. But it is cool. Like, we'll see if the rest is right. But so far, the first part of my prediction is right. Julie's story walks to the time of the massacre, encounters the Man in Yellow again. And now we'll see. Is she going to meet young Victor while she's there? Does she save Eloise? We finally get an answer on Eloise. I really hope so. Chris Barmore says Victor must have made that drawing when they first arrived, since Ethan still has the cane he used after his leg surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yep. It was a long time before that he must have drawn that. And he says pictures are for things that are gone, so he must have held on to that, in case something happened to them, as a memory, so he'd remember the Matthews family.
Memories of the times we had before.
Tony says it's like you're going for a cheap horror scene. Let's have him eat them. So predictable, and they should do better. Yeah, I have to agree on that. I don't think they needed to go there. Definitely. They didn't need to have him eating the organs. Feeding on people's fear and pain is enough. Feeding on that, he didn't need to literally feed on them too. Feeding on their suffering is good enough for me. Amy says her wig is so bad it makes her forehead look like Pennywise. A little bit.
That's one big forehead.
Makes her look like Michael Jackson, kind of. Julie lost her edges. Seems like MGM is prioritizing getting new viewers over the OG fans' viewing experience. Oh, absolutely.
Yep,
Sam. Yep.
That's what we were saying earlier.
Oh, yeah. Looks like she got a bald cap for sure. 100%.
They should advertise on that motherfucker.
Yes. Tony says she probably had that fancy magazine cover and couldn't cut her hair for the show. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's why she didn't want to do it. Hey, welcome, Prodigal Flower. Good morning. Levy says there are 2 trailers. Okay, yeah, there's another version. That's right. Daryl says that shot of Doug you're looking for is in the 10-second trailer. I think I'll leave some mystery for the show and not do the 10-second trailer. One gives more away than this one. Okay. Tony said it's in the spoiler trailer.
Yeah, it's that one that everybody's seen.
There's a heavy spoilers trailer. Have I seen that one already?
You saw that one already. I thought you even showed it on here already.
No, I didn't show it on here yet.
Mm-hmm. Somebody.
Levy says the trailer that had too many spoilers looks like it was recorded from an old-fashioned TV. Well, all of these episode trailers kind of look like that because people literally take recordings of their TVs since MGM doesn't put this online
anywhere, do they?
They put this one on Instagram, but it's not in wide format. It's only in the vertical format, so you don't see as much.
Right. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. Like all the content creators that will show the episode trailer, it usually looks pretty crappy.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why they don't just put it on YouTube in this format and not just on Instagram in vertical.
Right.
But instead they put it on TV, this TV station that shows From.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the MGM network or whatever.
Yeah, which I've never had. I've never had the MGM network. Tony says, what did he shoot that year? That Julie and Jim stuff could have been shot last year. The actress who plays who? Shopia? Says she met him in his final shoot.
Yeah, Sophia.
Sophia. Oh, okay. He did the Resident Evil turn when he eats them. Yeah, he did. He did. Emery says maybe he needs different parts to stay alive. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he needs to.
I'm low on pancreas, guys. All right, we got you.
Yeah. Susie says that unless he's one of 3 aspects of the Morrigan. Could be. And Susie, we're not saying she doesn't look pretty. She's a beautiful girl, but it's the wig that needs to go. It's not her. It's not her real hair. It's a bad wig they put on her.
What's Susie saying?
She said, "Y'all are just mean. I think she looks beautiful."
Yeah, we're not being mean. We're being real. We're in fact caring more about her than whoever the stylists are, because we're letting you know, girl, this does not make you look good.
Right. Hey,
Can
welcome.
Can I help you?
I was just wondering what that is. Hey, welcome. I'd like it better if I agree. I'd like it better if the man in yellow acted like he was above getting in the muck and made the monsters do his dirty work. Right. I agree. And it seemed like he was like he's the boss of the monsters, so it seemed like he didn't need to get his hands dirty, but now there he is chomping down on organs. I wonder if that was always the plan from the beginning, or if this is a new addition. I feel like they've tried to lean a little bit more into the horror element to try to hold on to horror fans who were bailing. In season 3, some horror fans started to bail because they wanted more blood and guts. And they tried to appease them by finally showing somebody getting ripped apart on screen. They never showed it before. They showed Tien Chen getting ripped apart in Boyd's flashback, his memory. And, you know, it's more gory than what they usually do. So I think they're trying to appease horror fans more. So maybe they decided to go with this man in yellow eating organs thing for that reason. I don't think it was necessary. It's like they're trying to.
I mean, they always were gonna have somebody. You know, we always wanted to know what happened. If they didn't not do it from the beginning. At some point, you had to show. Okay, well, why are these people's organs missing? Where do they go?
Right. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, it had to go somewhere.
That's true. That does make me think that it was planned.
Yeah.
From the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Anne-Marie, maybe Man in Yellow comes after they're dead. That's what I think. He comes after they're dead to collect parts.
To motherfucking partake.
Yeah. Darryl says they released the episode promos on Instagram on Fridays. The monsters are also missing ribcage organs. Yes, they are, Levy. Creaky says they did her dirty for sure with that wig. You can tell they pulled her head back too much. Look at her eyebrows. Yeah, her eyebrows look.
She looks surprised, huh?
She does. She looks too surprised, even for the scene that she's in.
Mm.
Amy says they gave her a facelift, basically. Yeah. Emery says Tien Chen was ripped apart that much to torture Boyd and her son when he saw her. Right, but they never showed us that on camera before. Somebody getting ripped apart. And they could have left it at Boyd's face at the end of that episode. All it showed was his face reacting to her getting ripped apart. It was horrible.
That was horrible. That made me emotional.
Yeah.
The way he was acting after when they find him and he's just repeating what she said.
Yeah. That was brutal.
Yeah.
They could have just left it at that, but then they showed us a flashback actually with the monsters ripping her apart on camera. Mm-hmm. They didn't need to do that. I think that was doing too much. I don't think that was necessary. Like they didn't need to show it to us because they never did that before. But they're amping up the horror for the residents, so maybe that's intentional. They're trying to
the horror
to do the same for us.
The horror.
The brutality was the point. Yeah, I mean, it definitely was. Yeah, she looks wild here. I don't know where this dumb boat shirt came from, too. I mean, they really did her dirty here. Like, I do think the boats are another hint, another shout out to Boyd's boat that maybe it'll materialize one day.
Isn't Ethan wearing like some pajamas or something that has some boats on it too, or no?
No,
it had thinking of something else.
I think it had cowboys, Ethan's pajamas.
Nobody else had a boat shirt on?
I don't think so, but then there was a boat. There's a boat on the wall in Tien Shen's house, a little boat, piece of art.
Right.
Looks like a boat. And now Julie's got a shirt with boats on. So,
boats and hoes.
It's a shout out to Boyd's boat, which may just materialize in the end. Maybe that's how they whoever's still alive goes out.
I agree with this, Tony. It's better when you don't show it. Your mind, if what's happening is far crazier than what they show. That's the Steven Spielberg approach to horror. I agree. They don't need to. I really think they don't need to show as much gore as we see in horror nowadays. It's not necessary. It's it's just too much. I think it was better when some of it was left to our imagination, and what you imagine in your mind can be even worse. And I like psychological horror the best. That messes with your mind instead of just, going for disgusting. Sometimes we get to the point where it's not even scary anymore. It's just gross. And it's going to get gory with the man in yellow eating organs. It's going to get bloody. I still can't believe it. Let's see. Chris says, I think in that instance, they had to show it to really hammer home what Boyd went through seeing it. Maybe. Amory, I agree. Gore is overkill. Yeah, so I can't believe I feel like we've already seen the episode and it hasn't even aired yet. we can plot out most of the episode, and I think we just did that tonight. It'll be interesting to see, compare this live stream to Monday's live, breaking down the episode, and see how close they are, how similar the ideas are that we talk about. I bet it's going to be close, because they basically gave away most of the episode already. So, yeah, that Monday we'll be doing the deep dive, of course, at 10 p.m. Eastern. That's the plan. It could go 10:30, but I'm going to try for 10 Eastern, and we'll break down the whole episode then. Later this morning, I'm going to try to release my deep dive into episode 3. So please check that out. Like the video, comment, and if you can, hype the video when it comes out, because that is going to be necessary to try to get enough visibility this late in the week. It's taking me too long to make it, unfortunately. So you can really use the help. When you see it, just, if you have any hypes to throw at it, that would really help a lot. Next week, I'm going to try to get it done a little sooner. Of course, we'll do our watch party, as always, at midnight Eastern in the Discord. So if you're not in there, you can join, of course. Everyone is welcome. I can fit up to 50 people, and so far we've been able to accommodate everyone who's wanted to join, which has been great, including Doug, who watches with us. So the link to the Discord is in the description of the live stream, but I'll get the link right now just to throw in the chat too. Let's see. Did we cover everything that's in the trailer? I think we did. What?
Sorry, I'm assembling something. That's a little...
What are you assembling over there?
I'm assembling an acrylic shelf.
Oh, okay.
For my smell good stuff, honey.
Okay. So here's the Discord link. You can join the Discord. And our watch parties at midnight Eastern. I stream it 2 times. So if you missed the beginning and you want to watch it, come back. We stream it again. Or just watch with us and then watch the beginning again. However you'd like to do it. And then we do a voice chat after. So that's always a good time. Tony, let's see. Tony, that was a great interview. That was like the best From interview I have ever seen with Samantha Brown. Tony said, I felt and still do feel amazing. Not many people's Hollywood crush actually knows their name. She's mad cool people. She is. She seems like a really cool person. Like down to earth, funny, charming, just amazing. Amazing, amazing. That was so cool. Really happy for you that you got to do that. And she seemed like she had a great time. Chris says maybe Julie was on a speedboat and it blew her hairline back. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Annie, so happy Tony met his number one girl. I mean, it was meant to be for how much he backs Acosta. It really did seem meant to be. Everyone knows how Tony feels about Acosta. Absolutely. And it looks like, Kenny and Acosta are not going to be a thing after all. So the writers heard your pleas. Anne-Marie says Acosta is going to have some big storylines coming up. I think so. I think she's going to uncover something in that basement. Like Karl, I agree with you. Like she may find a picture of Sophia down there from the past.
Some picture, some correspondence, something that's gonna reveal the true nature of somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she's gonna find something big. She's gonna uncover something big in that basement.
Because remember, last time people poked around in that basement, what happened?
They found the Polaroid camera.
And how pivotal was that to advancing the story?
That was big.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's going to happen again.
They're going to find something else in that Colony House basement. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think Acosta and Kenny are going to take over when the town turns on Boyd later in the season. It's probably happening. Boyd said to Abby at the end of episode 3 that if he can't hold this place together, then none of their progress is going to matter. So in other words, they're going to tear each other apart. He's not going to be able to hold this place together. He needs to be able to do that, and they're going to turn on him soon.
And that's the Man in Yellow's favorite part.
Yep.
Because it's his favorite part because he likes that and because he implements that.
Right.
It's not just like it happens. You see that he's being proactive. He's like, oh, hey, Julie, I know who you are. Blah, blah. Whisper, whisper, whisper outside of audience hearing. What the fuck, bitch? Because
right.
she's talking shit.
Right.
She's planting little seeds in everybody's heads. She's like, what the fuck? Is that right? Yes. That's how it works. That's how a mole. That's the kind of mole that this place has.
Yeah.
That's how it works. It isn't about like knowing who's where or who's at this house or that house. It's like, hey, did you see the way that bitch looked at you?
Yeah, exactly.
She don't respect you. She don't give a fuck about you. You better watch her around your man. Something like that is what's going on. Right? And then you're there like, yeah, that bitch always hovering around, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah. That's what's gonna happen with Sophia. She's planting a bug in people's ears. She could definitely blame some shit on Sarah. And, so she's going to wind up like killing somebody, blaming it on Sarah. People are already ready to get the pitchforks and go after Sarah.
And she's there to point them in a certain direction.
Yeah. Yep. So either Sarah's life is in danger. But I think more likely instead of Sophia killing Sarah, because Sarah is going to out her as the evil entity. Instead, Sophia will make the other people do it. Make the other people blame Sarah for killing somebody. Make Sarah a scapegoat. Like, oh, Sarah's gone crazy again. She's hearing the voices and now someone's dead. Let's blame Sarah. And Sophia will be there to point the finger.
Yep.
Tony said about Samantha, understand I didn't hit her up. She slid into my DMs. Oh, wow. Then thanked me for fooling us. Wow. Samantha Brown slid into his DMs? Really? Oh, that was fun. Yeah, Greeky. It was a great interview. Definitely check it out on Tony's channel. Tony said, I thought I'd never hear from her again. The fact that she did that is even more amazing. Oh, I'm really happy for you. That is dope. That's really amazing. knowing what a fan you are of her character. You deserve it. Susie says, if she did a cartwheel through a faraway tree, where would she end up? Who? Meaning, like Eloise? A cartwheel. That would be quite the acrobatic activity there. Amy says they knew Tony wouldn't stand for a Kenny Acosta matchup. No, Tony would riot. Acosta gonna save the day. Yeah, she's definitely gonna surprise people, and she's my least favorite character, but I think she'll win us over in the end with what she's able to do. But if she leads the town against Boyd, then we're gonna hate her again. So what?
I'm trying to see if you put that on top of my little screwdriver missing.
Oh, yeah, I think that basement is going to produce a lot of content too, Levy. Tony says that Kenny Acosta thing isn't over, unfortunately. They may do it to hate on me, them bastards. They could do it. They could do it. They pay attention. They listen to what the content creators and the fans are saying. So they troll people. They troll people's theories. So I could see them doing it. I think they did a shout out to the alien theory in season 3 too, with Victor Henry calling Victor's army guys little green men. Henny says she was mad cool. My first interview I've ever seen of her. Yeah, me too. I've never seen her before in any interview. She was really cool. Let's see. Chris Barmer says, isn't the girl that plays Sophia relatively new to acting? Yes, she is. Tony just interviewed her too. Julia Doyle. I think she is pretty new to it, and she's phenomenal. She's going to go far, I'm sure. She's like a natural. She really is. Tony says, unless Kenny died first, he has photos on Instagram holding 2 big sword-like blades. Oh, man, really? Creaky says, hear me out. What about Boyd and Acosta? I don't actually think they will, but they'd make a cute couple. It'd be like Boyd and Abby Redux, another blonde Caucasian woman. But yeah, I don't think they'll go there. I don't think Boyd will ever get paired up with anybody. He's going to grieve Abby forever, I think. And I don't think Kenny is dying ever. This place is going to just milk his suffering forever. Death is too good for him. It's the easy way for Kenny. Shakwe says, my big 3 for finding out Sophia's identity is between Julie, Sarah, or Victor. But my number 1 pick is Sarah. Sarah is going to pick up on Sophia playing the nice, sweet, innocent girl like she did. I agree. I think Sarah is going to be the number 1 to sniff her out. But Victor, I'm worried about Victor figuring it out too, because he says in this trailer, he came to, he what did he say? Let me play it again. Hold on. We'll play it again from the start. Victor said he came in a car just like the rest of us. So that makes me worry that Victor is going to figure out, or at the very least, Victor's going to tell enough people that somebody's going to figure out, wait a minute, Sophia just came in a car.
Wait a minute.
Like everybody else.
There's no girl's clothes in the trunk. None of the stuff. This pastor was, let's look through this pastor's. And then, then you see, this pastor, came alone.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be like,
yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sophia didn't have any stuff in the pastor's car. Mm-hmm. Where's her phone that she claims was in there, in the car? Mm-hmm. people might start putting that together. If Victor tells like Jade, for instance, like the man in yellow came in a car like everyone else, Jade's gonna put the pieces together. Like maybe Sophia is also this entity. Maybe it can shapeshift. If the man in yellow did it, then I mean, there's nothing saying the man in yellow can shapeshift in what Victor said, though. So there's hope for Victor. They could figure out maybe he could come in a different form as Sophia, but Victor doesn't know for sure that he's a shapeshifter, so that could keep Victor alive. Sarah is more at risk because I think one of the voices could tell her, one of the good spirits of the dead that she can hear, I think, in her head. Let's see. And he says, you guys called it. The scene Kenny outside at night. Red motel sign shining. I think you and Phil are right. That either is the moment or Kenny goes psycho on that monster ass. Yeah, Tony and Phil. What did Tony and Phil say? I'm not sure what they are referring to there. But
how many hours is that?
5 hours, 40 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I should wrap it up soon. Samuel says, wouldn't be surprised if Kenny got with Acosta. She's a detective at this point. They'll get close. Right. Yeah. I could totally see that. So they might get together. Let's see. Karl's Discord name is I think it's just Karl now, but it was Ponda Kalima. So Football Affinity wanted to know. Mm-hmm. Yes, Amy, that wig looks like something they got off Temu. Sophia being the little devil whispering in people's ears. Absolutely. And I forgot to mention Fatima. This was the kind of the least interesting part of the trailer, but Fatima saying, that thing inside me, it knows I'm scared or something. So there's that phenomenon where mothers feel a connection, some kind of connection to their babies.
Even when they're evil.
Even after they're born, like like not just love, but like something else. I've heard something about that.
Oh,
like
oh, I'm hungry, or
yeah.
The baby. Oh, my baby's hungry.
Right.
My baby's hungry somewhere. Right. Is what you're saying, like that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Like a psychic connection.
Yes. So let's play what she said one more time. So that thing I carried inside me, he feels how afraid I am. He likes it. So Fatima is still gonna feel a connection to Smiley. That is interesting, actually.
Oh, like maybe because he was inside of her, they formed a bond now, no matter what kind of thing.
Right. So yeah, that is interesting. So now Fatima's not 100% free of him. Well, that's cool.
See, yeah, and it was only like $6.
Yeah.
So
nice,
right? Cologne.
So Fatima, somebody in the fandom mentioned this in the chat once too, that maybe Fatima won't be completely free of Smiley, that she'll still have some kind of psychic connection with him.
Wait a minute.
What?
Maybe Fatima will be able to, like, through the connection, change Smiley, and Smiley will become more apt to actually smile.
Oh.
And then maybe Smiley will join their team.
Oh.
And then right? No.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
And then you can see Smiley in the swing, and Fatima's there, and Boyd's there, like, hey, Papa Boy. No?
Papa Boy.
No?
No. No, that's not gonna happen. They're not converting Smiley.
No,
Nope.
it's
But
gonna be all negative. Huh?
yeah.
I hate it when Smiley come around. He always fighting. Right? It's gonna be like that at the family cookout. Oh, why Smiley here?
Yeah. Yeah. It could be like
Oh,
that.
here comes Smiley again, bringing all his zombie ass friends.
Yeah. So yeah. So that's it's interesting to think, she's still gonna have a connection with Smiley in some way, and it's gonna be like probably upsetting to her, emotionally upsetting. So she's still gonna be tormented by him, like she knows she birthed this thing, and he's aware that she's afraid now. Smiley just needs to be nurtured. Yeah, he just needs a little love. He's misunderstood.
He's like, my daddy Ellis rejected me.
Yeah. 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 That deadbeat dad Ellis. Chris Parmore says Fatima has a two-way street with Smiley. He feels her fear, but she sees his past. Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, maybe she'll be able to sense what the monsters are planning because she can feel what Smiley is. If it works one way, it can work. Yeah, it should work both ways.
Yeah.
So the same way he senses their fear and it's like he.
Yeah.
She might be able to sense like, hey, watch out, they're behind that rock right there. There's something, right? There's some benefit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there could be some benefit to it. Chen Hack said Fatima will see him on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Yeah. Happy Mother's Day. Imagine, where is he? Let's see if I can get him on the screen. No, that's the wrong one. This one. Imagine that's your visitor on Mother's Day.
Hi, Mom.
And of course, this is just a rehash of what we saw in the cave already. He said, it's nice to see you again to Kenny.
Yeah.
So this one is from episode 1. So Michael doesn't think that. Let's see what. Let's see. I think I'm kind of missing this line of conversation here. Doesn't think that would be a lake of tears.
Oh, because someone said salt water. I saw salt water. I don't know if they're implying that the ocean would be the lake of tears.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I saw someone say salt water. I don't know if that has to do with that or not.
Yeah.
I haven't been watching the chat like I should.
Annie says, wonder if that is when Kenny dies. Add that to the picture of the swords he posted. Suggests he was fighting. Yeah, I doubt he's gonna die. This place likes to torture him too much. I don't think Kenny's gonna die.
So they're saying he posted on Instagram him with some swords that potentially were used on the TV show.
Yeah, let me take a look at that. I think I
then
heard
where did they
about
find
that.
the swords? Is that in the basement?
Maybe. Let's see. Wait, is this it? No, that's a reel. Maybe it's it. Maybe it's this reel. I'll take a look at it before I put it on screen.
Oh, look, he's sad again. Oh, he's fucking with us, right? It's so funny.
Yeah. Oh shit! Is that Tian Chen talking?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Can they hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
her.
That's her. Yeah.
Oh, I liked her. She seemed like a real sweetheart.
Yeah.
That was her first ever major, like actual acting gig, other than being an extra.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. She did a job. What did she tell Jade about? Like, did she tell him?
What did she
She
tell?
said too much something something. Right?
She said, complain, too much complain. You stop complaining.
In other words,
Yeah.
shut your bitch ass up.
Yeah. Yes, she did. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any swords. That was a cute video, but I don't see any swords. So I don't know where maybe that was in the Instagram stories. The stupid app just deletes after a certain period of time.
No.
Yeah.
Whack.
Yeah, I hate that.
You may have to like Google it or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate how Instagram stories go away. There's so much good stuff from the cast that they post, behind the scenes images. So maybe that's
And
what
it
they're
goes
talking
away
about.
like in a day or something?
Yeah.
Dumb.
Oh, let's see. I think there are no other. Yeah, that's the clip we already watched of the season 4 trailer. Let me see. Yes, we played the trailer with sound. MG. Was I playing the trailer on mute? Oh yeah, I was doing that just to show images, but I played the trailer with sound earlier. We don't have to worry about copyright claims for the trailer, so I played it with sound earlier multiple times. Tony says I saw in a picture that had other actors in it, like a bunch of small images. Oh, okay. I bet it was in a story that went away. Hey, the mole 47. I love that handle. Julie, I keep going back to the fact that Julie in the trailer is wearing clothes from an earlier time period in this clip. Does she need to have items from a given time to go back to a specific time? Could be. Maybe that's how she figures out how to control it. She starts experimenting. That could be why the boy in white asked Victor to bury something from each person in the massacre so Julie could later enter different times, etc. Yeah, maybe. That's a cool theory. I think there was definitely an ulterior motive to that, definitely. And it wasn't just to remember or honor those people. I believed it at the time. I just didn't know what it could be. Now I think maybe it's to prevent the man in yellow from shapeshifting into any of those people. Bury their stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, it's true that maybe he could go dig it up, but maybe there's some rule in the game that if the boy in white has Victor bury the stuff, it's untouchable. Like this game does have rules. We just don't know what they are. Like remember Boyd says in the trailer, we're losing, we're running out of time, and we don't even know the goddamn rules. There are rules to this place. We just don't know what the man in yellow's rules are yet. But he has to have rules like everyone else. They're more lax than the monsters, but I think he has to have some kind of rules. He can't just shapeshift into anyone under any circumstances, for example. Like he had to dig up that suitcase of Sophia's stuff. Let's see. Yeah, Susie, the actress who played Tian Chen, she was a sweetheart. don't know if you said that was gonna make you cry looking at it, but let's see, Kenny. So Kenny, oh, thanks, Annie. Yeah, if you find it again, please send it to me on Discord. The picture of Kenny. The major part is he was outside at night, so we will see what he was doing out there again. Okay, yeah, maybe so. MG didn't hear sound on the one with Kenny on the couch? What? Why didn't that come through? That's weird. That's weird. I don't know why. It should have had sound. I was playing it unmuted. The Mole 47 says it would also make sense why the man in yellow says, "When did you come from this time?" Yeah. Because she's come from all different times. Yeah, that's a cool idea that maybe she has to put on certain clothes from a certain period to go to that time. I like that. She has to find some way to control it. Maybe she puts on 70s clothes to be able to go back to the 70s.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. I wonder if she'll find something in one of Ethan's books. Like she said, she wants to figure out how to control it so she doesn't get killed. She also needs to figure out how to control it so she can find where the hell her dad got killed and try to intervene. But I don't think that'll work anyway. Let's see. Okay, just looking through what I missed here in the chat. I hope that the sound was playing earlier when I played the trailer. Guys, when I've been playing the trailer earlier, could you hear the sound?
Wouldn't they have told you?
Yeah,
I told you by now.
Yeah, I think they would have told me. Just as a test, I'm gonna try something. Because this is where I played it earlier. Let's see if it's playing now.
Yeah, but how do we hear if it has sound?
Well, they can tell us.
Oh,
I'm not playing the right thing. Hold on. Okay. Sound or no sound? Was there sound? No sound. So when I was playing this earlier, maybe there was no sound then too. What the hell?
smooth move.
I don't know why that's happening. I don't have headphones in, Samuel. What the hell? I've literally played it so many times and thought it was playing sound. Okay. And I'm guessing this also has no sound.
Let me just turn it on here. Could have turned up the volume here, we would have known.
Oh.
You're doing it too fast. Where's the remote?
Oh, I got it. So, sound on that? No. How do you like that? So, the whole time I've been playing sound earlier, there was no sound.
And everybody
either.
was just electronically, cyberly tapping you on the head. Oh, it's okay, Julie. It's okay.
That's nice. That's great.
Oh, she trying.
I don't understand it, guys. I have no idea. Anyway, Tony says the way Doug played the man in yellow was classy. He had jokes, quick-witted. Then to hear him then to heal him, turn him into a zombie eating people is just dumb. Takes away from all that. Yeah, I have to agree with that. I have to agree. I think it was unnecessary. It was a unique type of villain, and we don't need to, stoop to that level of turning him into a zombie eating organs. I agree. No. Well, every time I played it though, I was repeating the stuff they were saying. So I repeat all their quotes. So it's, at least I did that to go along with it. Hey, Carla. Nice to see you, Carla Way. Hope you're doing well. Another Australian in the chat. We had a few tonight.
Oi, oi, oi.
There are always a few.
Dingo ate your baby.
Fellow Australian here, Jen.
Oh, remember? What that video we watched? Now say no. No. No.
No.
No. Just say no. Like, no.
Yeah, there's this funny video where they're trying to get an Australian to say no, and they say it like that.
They just say no. No.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Chris. This is like the third Chris tonight. Chris McCullough. Thank you for telling me that. So there was sound earlier.
Oh, okay.
There was sound. That's good to know. So I don't know why there isn't now, because I haven't changed anything. But I'm glad.
There's near sound.
Yep. I wonder if is it possible that MGM stopped me from playing it over and over again, playing the sound? No, they couldn't have. They would have just taken the screen down. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's weird. Yes, they crave blood and rotting things, apparently, Amy. They do. Susie says the middle is the monsters. They are like the greedy cats that play with food, just leaving you a dead animal at your door. Yeah. Susie says the first aspect is that the Morrigan entity is the land itself. So the boy in white is a sovereign entity tied to it-ish, or portals around protector. Yeah, this Morrigan thing is fascinating, Susie. I like it. Let's see. Carla said, "Ner, LOL. We really do like to jump on our R's." Yeah, I can't hear. You can't hear it when they're singing though, so it's different. Because Carla's a singer, so I can't tell where Carla's from when she sings.
Oh, okay.
I've never heard her speak, but she's a beautiful singer. She sang a cover of Que Sera Sera that Tony used to use on his streams all the time,
Okay.
but then he had to stop because he was getting copyright claims.
On a cover?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah, copyright claims suck. Hey, Incognito. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Chen says Americans can't say car or for without overpronouncing the R. Yeah, trust me. Your accent is a million times better than any American accent, if you ask me. I love Australian talk.
Wait, Jen is from Australia as well?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I love Australian accents.
Work a bit.
I love it. Yeah. I think it sounds way better than a lot of American accents. Anyway, let's see. Amy reloaded the video and the sound came back and all she heard was us laughing. Yeah, that's okay. It worked earlier. Jen Hack says maybe Julie fools the man in yellow by changing her appearance so he doesn't know which time she is coming from. I bet that would piss the man in yellow off. Two people changing looks at war. LOL. Oh, that's clever. Very clever. Yeah, like, because the man in yellow keeps changing form. I'm going to look up one more thing. Because I think I know where to find the the trailer that has a couple other shots in it.
Carla's saying that Scott McCord is releasing a version of Que Sera Sera this week.
Oh, that's so cool. I love his voice. He has a beautiful voice.
And Samuel says she's also got the best version of Tennessee whiskey. I'm assuming Carla's version.
Oh, nice. That's a beautiful song. I love it. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen him play jam sessions with David Alpay on the violin. It's so cool. They're amazing musicians. Nice. Carla. Yeah, Carla's going to do an acoustic version this week, so copyright can't bite us on the ass. Nice. And then Tony can use it again. I'm sure it'll be gorgeous. You have a beautiful voice.
But I mean, whatever happens, happens, right?
Yeah.
Que
será,
será.
Yeah. Yeah, Carla has a channel too. That's right. Carla has a channel with other music on it. So
She dropped the link.
Yeah.
Where's my tablet at? And I'll do that. Oh, okay.
There you go. So I'm trying to pull up the slightly longer trailer, although I don't think the sound will come through, but that's all right. I'm looking to see if this is it before I play it. Let's see.
Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. It's only one other shot that's in this trailer that I'll put up on screen. So it's not any more spoilery than what I've already shown. Just FYI, it's just the man in yellow turning with blood on him.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, so I'll show that.
What's that? Da-da.
Oops.
And then she's like, "Let's get out of here."
Yeah.
She's like, "Yoinks, zoink."
See if I can pause it on the right moment.
And he was,
damn it.
He was eating her out. What?
Oh my God, Karl. Yeah, not in a good way. I'm gonna have to. You know what? I'll just play it in slow motion with it muted because it'll sound all fucked up. Let's slow it down. Yeah, so Doug's gonna have a really gnarly scene in the next episode. Steve and I, we can't talk to him about it, but he can't. He's gotta stop doing interviews. MGM didn't approve anymore, so unfortunately he can't do any at the moment. I really hope that changes. I want him to be able to do interviews again so we can talk about insane stuff like this. This is wild. He's got blood all pouring down his shirt and his face and his suit. I mean, we talked about how dirty his suit got. He talked about this beautiful, gorgeous suit that it looked like they ran over with a truck. And now it's all bloody and nasty. The shirt underneath is completely drenched in blood. And mouth is all bloody. Personally, I don't like this either. I mean, it's wild to look at and talk about, but I don't like this development because I'm not a big fan of gore. I don't think this was necessary. It's crazy to see. It amps up the horror for sure, but I don't need it. I just think it would have been better if he didn't eat the organs and, we stick to the evil entity just feeding on fear symbolically, feeding on fear, this godlike entity, fear, pain, and suffering. But now he's literally eating the organs too. And like Karl said, that is similar to Pennywise, the way not only did he eat people's fear, but he also literally consumed them physically, ate their bodies. So, yeah, and he said the fear would spice the meat. It would make them more delicious.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the fear makes these organs taste better too. So, there's not much else to see in this shot. There's a couple of old cars. And good morning, Mark. Hope you're doing well. It was nice to see you. Yes, Karl. Yes, damn. So glad there is more Doug. Me too. He didn't get enough screen time. So it's good that he's back.
Amy's saying that there was more gore in Buffy. I didn't watch that many episodes.
Really?
But I'll take her word for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen Buffy, actually. Add that to the list of movies and shows I've never seen.
Yeah. No, I know it had it's got a huge cult following.
Yeah, MG, he's not allowed to do like actual interviews at this point. They'd just rather him not do it. I think they're worried about spoilers. So we're
Yeah. In other words, they want to spoil the stuff themselves.
right. Like this, like they're doing now. They want to spoil their own show. So they don't want to risk their actors doing it. They'd rather just splash this man in yellow stuffing his face with organs on our screen themselves than risk him letting a little hint slip out. Doug has never once said anything remotely spoilery at all. They're the ones spoiling their show. So it sucks. I wish he could come on the stream and do interviews on this. But it's about media training. They haven't done media training with him. So, they want to do that with their actors before they do more interviews. But it is what it is.
Right. And even when they do media training, certain actors will slip up either way.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Not that Doug would, but it's one of those like insurance things, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Samuel's asking if Doug's fine from his accident, right?
Oh yeah, he's fine. Yeah, Doug was riding his bike and some idiot wasn't paying attention to the bike lane and hit him, but he's fine. He just got some bumps and bruises, no injuries.
He wasn't able to rip the guy's throat out, so that's the only disappointing part of the whole scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't get to let his inner man in yellow come out. He's talked about how he unleashes his inner man in yellow in situations like that where he's riding his bike and people drive like idiots. But he's okay. He's perfectly fine. So don't worry about him. It was just a scary incident. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, he's fine. Doug and his bikes. Yeah. He insists on riding his bike everywhere. I find it worrisome. But he's done it for decades, riding his bike through Toronto and just in general. That's how he gets around. Yes, what an image to wake up to. Bloody man in yellow. That's quite an image. Yeah. He's a scavenger. Yeah, he's a crow. Oh, kind of like the crows.
Yeah, crows will eat some carrion. I know that.
Yeah. I've heard gross stories about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had to read something in French in high school, in French class. Something, I forget what it was, but it was about, like, crows picking the eyeballs out of corpses that had been executed,
Oh, like in Game of Thrones, Feast for Crows. Because the books go Game of Thrones, Clash of Kings, Storm of Swords, Feast for Crows. Because after the Storm of Swords, there's a lot of dead bodies.
Oh,
so Feast for Crows. What do you think the crows are eating?
Dead bodies.
Eyeballs. Yep.
Gross. That's what the book is called?
Those are the names of the books. And then Dance with Dragons was the last one.
Oh, so that's the book that hasn't come out yet?
No. Winds of Winter is the one that hasn't come out. But those are the titles of the books as they came out. It's like Game of Thrones, right? Everybody's like, machinations, right? And then Clash of Kings are like, I'm the king in the north. I'm this king. So they're clashing, right? And so then what happens after the clash, right? There's swords everywhere. Swords. And then after the swords do their thing, what do you got? Got a bunch of dead bodies.
Feast for crows.
You got a feast for crows.
Oh, okay.
It just logically, like in your mind, you can kind of hear the titles and know which one comes next.
Right. Mm-hmm. But I don't think the crows are evil on this show anymore. I think they're warning.
Evolved on that?
I've evolved. I think they're warning people now.
Karl, we not evil.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to be joining him in this feast.
Oh, let's see who gets this reference. I'd like to do a little impression for you. Call, bang, fuck, I'm dead.
Amy says, glad there is too. He needs longer screen time. Oh yeah, Doug deserves more than that. I think he's an iconic villain and he deserved more screen time. So I'm really glad that he's going to be back. Like I knew he would. I knew we'd see him in, not that I knew anything insider knowledge, but I just believed we'd see him in story walking scenes with Julie.
Yeah, it just made logical sense. Why would you introduce, a character like that and just get rid of him?
Right. You wouldn't. Carla says, most of the stuff I do is with another channel called Sing It Live these days. Hopefully I can do some more on my channel soon. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, we'll if you do that on your channel, we'll definitely share the link and spread that around when you do. If you stop by and let us know. That's so cool. I always wanted to be able to sing. Like if I could have a talent, I would kill to be able to do that.
You should just sing, Juju.
I can't. I can barely carry
like
a tune.
No one's listening.
I can barely carry a tune. Levy says, where I am, they kill their own chickens. I could never. I would starve first. I couldn't do it. I'd feel too guilty.
You got to get the ones from the shade. Those are more tender.
Oh, no.
That's a line from George Lopez.
Oh, really?
From his comedy.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. Good morning, Diana A. Oh, I remember seeing you in Real Cinema Therapy stream the other night, and she asked when the stream was, and I let her know. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Mark says, I noticed that Sophia wasn't too happy to see them at the funeral. Yeah, it didn't look that way, did it?
It seemed that way, huh? Like, she's like, what are these fuckers doing here?
Yeah, she looked like she was displeased. She was displeased and kind of taken aback by those. So, chicken pad thai gotta come from somewhere, Julie.
That's right.
That's true, Sam. I love my chicken pad thai. This is how privileged we are nowadays. This is, modern day 21st century privilege. I compartmentalize where the food comes from. We're disconnected from where our food actually originates. Like we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to kill any animals. Most of us, I mean, we can choose not to, and it's all the dirty work is done for us. We just go to the store and live our privileged lives. So I just don't think about it. Oh
yeah, we'll see. Even in this scenario, even in a localized scenario, you still wouldn't have to, because it'd be me who had to do it.
Yeah, that's true. It would be you.
Yeah.
Sure as hell wouldn't be me.
Poor Juju.
Mark says she gave them a kind of subtle side eye. She did.
Criminal side eye.
She did. Let's see her side eye. It was definitely some serious side eye. She was not pleased. Yeah, definitely. It was all over her face. Diana says she was scared and looked questioning. Yeah, I think she was taken aback. You could say maybe a bit scared, maybe inquisitive, like what's going on. MG says comes from the pad thai tree, which you talking about.
There's just like small styrofoam containers hanging from the tree.
Yeah, right. Chicken pot pie, chicken pad thai. I love chicken pot pie too. My mom makes an amazing homemade version. Instead of pie crust, it has dumplings. It has homemade dumplings, and she's making it for my birthday meal for for this weekend. We're celebrating it early with my mom. My birthday is not until Tuesday, but we're having my birthday dinner Sunday and doubling it with Mother's Day. And she's making that, actually, the chicken pot pie with dumplings instead of pie crust, and it's phenomenal. It's really good. I haven't had it in years because it's a lot of work to make, and it tires her out. She's doing it this time. Anyway, so we should wrap this up. I need to rest my voice a little while and probably get on the treadmill before
Before you sleep.
Before I record a video and go to sleep.
Uh-huh.
Still have to record a video, but I can make my thumbnail on the treadmill and just hit record, do it, and then schedule it for release. You have to release that episode 3 breakdown today. If I don't do it and I wait till Sunday, then it's gonna hurt the views even more. It's already coming out way too late, so I think I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to cram this in before I go to sleep. Susie says, "I'm coming to your birthday party." I'm not having one, but we can. Monday night will be my next live, so I'll actually be streaming on my birthday because it'll definitely go past midnight. So that'll be a virtual. We'll call it a little virtual birthday party, I guess. I haven't had a birthday party since I turned 30, and that was a really lame one. That was at the preschool I worked at. My mom threw me a party at work that day because she also worked there. And so I had a party with a bunch of 5-year-olds.
Oh, nice.
That was my 30th birthday party.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good times. So other than that, I mean, I haven't had a birthday actual party since I was, I don't even know, 20, 19, I don't know, 18, something like that.
Would you want? I mean, we can rent out we can do a Chuck E. Cheese one. I'm sure there's a Chuck E. Cheese around here somewhere.
I think most people.
Or wait, did Chuck E. Cheese go out of business? No.
Yeah,
no, there's still Chuck E. Cheese, right?
Yeah, there are.
Oh, okay.
No, we're not. I did love Chuck E. Cheese when I was a kid, but I was more of a fan of the other one, the rival one. That
there was a rival?
Less. Yeah, it's less commonly known. But what was it called? Shit. Oh, I had 2 birthday parties there.
Chuck E. Cheese had a rival?
Yeah, in my area it did.
Oh, that sounds like some East Coast nonsense.
Yeah, it was better. They had way more. You know the tunnels that they have at Chuck E. Cheese? It's an indoor playground full of plastic tunnels and slides.
Yeah.
Well, the one at what the hell is it called? The other one.
The Pizza Factory one? The Jonas or whatever? No, John's?
No, it's not that one.
It's not that place either.
No, it's not that one. Well, at this other place, the indoor play area was like quadruple the size. It was massive. And
Dave and Buster's? No.
No.
Showbiz Pizza?
No. Where was it? Oh, I can't remember.
It wasn't Shakey's either, because Shakey's didn't have a playground.
No. I can't believe I blanked on
McDonald's. Bullwinkles?
No.
I remember there's a Bullwinkles in Old Town Pasadena, but that is not that kind of fucking place. That was a bar.
No, yeah. No, this place had an arcade.
Freddy Fazbear's.
No. I've never heard of that, Susie. Freddy Fazbear's. McDonald's, Bullwinkles.
From that horror show or whatever that is.
Oh, what was it?
Yeah, these people are all saying Showbiz Pizza Place.
My mind is blanking because my brain is so tired.
Right now, you said my mind, and all I heard was R. Kelly. My mind is telling me no.
Oh, fuck. That's going to drive me nuts. I'm going to have to ask my mom. It's gone out of my head.
Oh,
I had 2 birthday parties there when I was 8 and when I was 10. And it had pizza and an arcade, but the best area was the playground that was like quadruple what Chuck E. Cheese had. And it had like an obstacle course. You could climb up and over all these different really complicated things.
McWally's?
No. I think it was a very local thing. There might have been only one location.
What is the
for all I know.
character's name?
There was no character.
So there wasn't any cartoon characters?
No. Nope. No cartoon characters. But that was always the least popular part of Chuck E. Cheese anyway.
Billy Bob's Wonderland?
No. Amy is singing along with you.
Oh, yeah. My body.
Oh, nope, not Dave and Buster's. Oh, fuck. Nope, it's gone. It's gone.
I know Dave and Buster's has a rival too.
Yeah. I think it might have been a one location place. And
well, you got us all riled up like it's a rival to Chuck E. Cheese, right? Chuck E. Cheese is a national place, dude.
In Rhode Island, it was a rival.
Well, Rhode Island is like 3 feet long. It doesn't matter.
Trust me, it was way better than Chuck E. Cheese.
That's fine. I mean, somebody's backyard might have been better as compared to, but a rival to Chuck E. Cheese is like it's a corporation throughout the nation.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, it was a rival in this 1 block radius. Oh, fuck.
It had 3 levels of tunnels, so like 3 floors. So you'd keep going up higher. It had like a 3-decker, 3 floors of tunnels and obstacle courses, and this slide on the 3rd level that felt like you were going straight down. It was like the steepest.
Wait, a slide made you feel like you were going down? Whoa!
It felt like you were going straight down, like 180.
Was it even a slide then? Was it just a hole?
It was no, it was a slide.
Oh.
But it was like the infamous red slide that everyone was terrified of because it was like a 180-degree angle. At least it felt like it was. Oh, it was so good. Yeah, I'll probably remember it as soon as I go off the stream.
Tune in next week when Julie reveals.
But I actually remember it. It'll probably take me till next week too.
Discovery Zone.
It was Discovery Zone.
Oh.
Holy shit.
That's what Michael wrote.
Somebody actually knew it.
Is Discovery Zone only a one-place thing? That sounds like, the Discovery Channel or something.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it had multiple locations. Yes, MG, you got it. You win. You win no prize, but you win bragging rights because you somehow got it. I don't know how.
He said Google AI helped.
Wow, I'm impressed. Discovery Zone. No way.
Diana says that they had them in Massachusetts as well, it looks like.
Diana had them too. It was epic. It was amazing. Oh, it
doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
This has me nostalgic. Oh, life was just so much better as a kid. Think of how much better birthdays are as a kid. Now it's like, oh, great. Another birthday's coming around. Another year older. Terrific.
Speak for yourself, sweetheart. I am just, I'm in all my glory how old I am.
Oh, yeah. You're aging like, not all of us age like a fine wine.
Yeah.
Susie had one in Raleigh, a Discovery Zone.
Oh,
how about that? Wow. I can't believe it. I'm shocked that somebody else knew what I was talking about or was able to at least find it using Google. I'm impressed.
Samuel's they filed for bankruptcy, but there might be a few locations left.
Oh my God. No way.
If they liquidate some of the playground, you want to get a piece of the tube or a piece of the slide?
Yeah. I'm going to find some pictures of it so you guys know how epic this was. I'm finding some pictures right now. Holy shit. Yeah, this was like kid heaven, okay? Look at this thing.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah.
No wonder they went bankrupt.
It was gigantic. This was like kid heaven. I'm telling you, there was nothing better than this place.
Can you imagine just one kid with diarrhea just fuck up that whole place.
Yeah.
We gotta shut it down. We gotta shut it down, guys. We gotta shut it down. Sorry.
Right.
We got to spray the whole thing down.
Oh my God. Yes. you would. That's the thing. You would have the best time ever there, but you'd pay for it by getting sick almost every time. You'd pick up some
by the
nasty
food
shit
or by the playground, huh?
by the germs, by the ball pit or something. Yeah, it was crazy. Like there were things like this. This was like a roller slide. I mean, you'd go down, and the whole thing was made of rollers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So all of those
looks
little
uncomfortable as fuck, actually.
It was. It was. But as an adult, it would hurt. But as a kid, no way. You know, you're so immune to these sensitive areas. Like all of these different colors on the slide rotated. So all of those little bars rotated.
Like Samuel said, I bet there was no way. There was no way. You probably sample any square inch of that place, and it'd be full of fucking virus and E. coli and who knows what else. There's probably like salmonella all up and down that slide.
You know it. No, that wasn't me, Amy. I wish I had pictures in there. I don't know why I have no pictures from Discovery Zone. MG says might have had a kid's birthday party there back in mid-2000s. No way. Oh, Gabrielle knows Discovery Zone. No way. I loved Discovery
they had
Zone.
one in Brooklyn or something.
No kidding. At the mall in Brooklyn. Wow. So it wasn't just a Rhode Island thing. How about that? It was so sad. Oh, now it's a Victoria's Secret. Oh, that makes me sad that it's not there anymore. But I would literally be jealous of the kids who could still go have fun there if it existed. But it would be amazing just for nostalgia's sake to be able to go there.
Oh my God. Looks like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Yeah. The insurance rates is what took them down.
Oh, yeah. Probably. Probably. I mean, look at this stuff. It's, yeah.
My child scratched their cornea on this exposed bolt. Look at that kid.
Yeah. This was like literally every kid at Discovery Zone. This is the mood. It's just pure euphoria. The best birthday parties I ever had. I wonder if there are any others. There are so many like obstacle courses that you'd have to climb through like that. It was so much fun. Yeah, just heaven. But yeah, they went bankrupt. A lot of them. I couldn't understand why they went under because they were always doing a huge business. And sometimes my mom would take me there just for fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just not even just for a birthday party because birthday parties were expensive. So she would take me there just.
I'm sure you could go there and just have like a simple pizza or something, right?
Oh yeah, you could go there just for the afternoon, you know. But wow, that was like memory unlocked, childhood memory unlocked. I had forgotten about it for a long time, but yeah, that's childhood. Adulthood is just, you know, birthdays are just not the same. They'll never be the same. That was a kind of lame version of it. I had a better one. It varied depending on the location. Mine was most like the first image I put up, that gigantic thing. Now, you see what I mean? How it's way better than Chuck E. Cheese? Because, I mean, Chuck E. Cheese has got nothing on this.
Right. Other than, I think Chuck E. Cheese is still open.
That's true. But, like, it's way bigger. Discovery, when I went into Chuck E. Cheese, I'm like, this is it? After this, I was spoiled for anything else. I went in there, and I'm like, there's like 2 little tubes you can go through on a couple levels and like maybe a slide.
You play skee ball and you win some Chinese stuffed animal or whatever.
Yeah.
What tickets you get through? How many tickets did you get for crawling through that tube?
We had those
you
too.
You just got a cold or something, huh?
We had.
You got the flu. Here you go. Here's your ticket. Flu.
We had skee ball too. We had skee ball and an arcade. It's just that this stuff was better.
Ah, right. Okay.
I didn't care about the arcade so much, but I did like skee ball. And I got sick at Chuck E. Cheese too. I went there a few times. I'd get sick every time I went either place. Anyway, that was a weird tangent. Massage slides. Yeah, Susie. It's like, it was basically like you're getting a massage. So anyway, can't believe you've been up all night and are still functioning. Oh yeah, this is typical for me. This isn't that surprising, Diana. I stay up all night way too often. Hey Jackson, nice to see you. Happy early Mother's Day to everyone, just in case I'm not able to say it to you guys on Sunday. Well, that's nice of you. And happy early Mother's Day to all of you in the chat. And hope you have a great Mother's Day weekend. And we will be doing the yes, it does look like a lawsuit waiting to happen. That was Mark. Samuel lived 8 miles away from one. I think I went to one. Yeah, see, now you guys are remembering. When I was describing it, nobody could remember what I could be talking about. It's because I think everyone kind of forgets things like this for and then their memory gets unlocked by something.
I never went to one.
No, you missed out.
Yeah, I went to Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah. Oh, well, you got Chuck E. Cheese. That's good. Anyway, we'll be doing the watch party as always. I'll stream it tonight at midnight Eastern when the episode drops. So join us in Discord if you'd like. The link is in the description of this live stream. Let me get the link one more time and drop it in the chat. Here's the Discord link. And as always, I'll stream it twice. And then we'll do a voice chat tonight. And we'll have some fun with that. Oh, thanks, Mike. Thanks, Michael. I keep calling you Michael or MG. I don't know which to call you now. I'm definitely going to check that out.
What's that?
It's a reel with some of the attractions, tubes, and bouncy stuff. Michael, you are always the king of the links, I swear. He's always got the links ready to go. I'm gonna click on that because I gotta see it. I'm feeling nostalgic now. Anyway, so I'll be putting the finishing touches on my video. If people could still watch it, the video for episode 3, I would greatly appreciate it. I'll have my predictions and theories in there, as always, with the episode breakdown. Thank you for that extra link documentary, MG. Appreciate that.
Amy said that maze represents us trying to figure out from. Like, yeah,
pretty much.
Yep.
Pretty much, that's us. It's perfect. It's actually, I thought I was off topic, but that's apropos to our battle trying to figure out this show. Let me see. This is a reel from Discovery Zone. No way. Let's see. Something wrong with the sound, but that's all right.
Let's see. I'll turn it up over here so you do that sound. There's sound there. There's no sound.
Oh.
Oh, let's do it.
Oh, it is? Oh.
Hello.
Oh, it is? Oh.
Yeah, no. It's not us, not the video that has sound.
Oh. Okay, well, that's all right.
What the hell is this creeper doing with this thing? Huh?
Right.
That kid had a mullet, right? saw a mullet.
Oh yes, that was a
Oh,
mullet.
there he is. Ginger mullet. Future mid-level manager.
Yeah, I forgot that it had a bouncy house built into it. Man, imagine being physically able to even enjoy this place. I'm so disabled now. I'm like jealous of these kids enjoying this and running around like I did in the 90s. You, you had to be like a little athlete for some of these things.
Oh, so then that area was called the Mega Zone.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, then that slide looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, yeah. This would hurt me now. Yeah, this would be painful though. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, it is. I miss the 90s. That was some nice nostalgia. So yeah, I will definitely be checking this out. This too. This other link. Thanks, Michael. I forgot about the whole Mega Zone. I don't know if mine even had that Mega Zone and Mini Zone, but maybe I just didn't notice the signs.
Yeah, Incognito says I remember Megazone. Does that mean that there was one in Vive la France?
Oh, that's right. Incognito
Oh,
is in France.
uh-huh.
Interesting.
Vive la Megazone.
So it sounds like I was right. This place was a rival to Chuck E. Cheese.
Whatever.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you too, Samuel. Thanks for being here. Marky, a girl got scalped at the TZ in my state. What? What the hell? Emery? Oh my god.
At the what? At the Discovery Zone?
Yeah.
Oh, she must have hit her head off of something, huh?
Holy shit. No wonder some of these places closed down. They do look like.
They do. It's like lawsuit waiting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would have had to nerf the whole place.
Oh my god. Just think of all the accidents that could happen in there.
All right.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Yeah. I always wondered why it went under. Maybe it was a lawsuit.
Maybe it was the multiple lawsuits.
Yeah. Because it was expensive too. They did a good business. It was always packed and it cost a lot of money. And birthday parties really cost a fortune.
She'll be fine. Just walk it off.
From's as twisty as that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it was awesome. Trust me, as a kid, it was the best thing ever. Kid heaven. There was a Cabbage Patch doll that ate fries, and some girl got her hair stuck in it, and it went to the scalp. It got recalled.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
It's horrible, Amy. Susie said I went there as an adult, and they only let you play games. It would be awesome to just be able to go in there for nostalgic purposes.
Imagine a full-grown adult is like, "Hey, watch out, kid! You know, crawl through this tube."
You know what I always wondered? Like, who cleans that entire thing? Like, they must have
and
to.
How do you clean it?
Yeah. Like that gigantic thing that doesn't really fit adults very well. They must have to pay small enough adults to go in there and clean the whole thing, if they even ever cleaned it.
Right.
Let's face it. How much do you think they really cleaned those things?
Yeah, probably not much.
Probably not much.
You probably just have somebody like get a semi-moist towel and just a towelette and just wipe it down, or just spray some disinfectant spray in there and just make it smell good. Don't worry about actually cleaning it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got some real nice viruses from that place.
I'm sure.
If I wasn't disabled by pain, I would totally want to go there as an adult and play on that thing. Like I seriously would. Like, I wish I could.
Wow, we wish we could have did more at the Mall of America. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, the Mall of America, I just went to for the first time last year with Karl. It was really fun, but couldn't do that much. It's mostly like roller coasters, and I was too afraid to go on most of that stuff.
Yeah, what did we go on? We just went on the Ferris wheel. Right?
Yeah,
There?
we just went on the Ferris wheel, and that's all. Yeah, but that was cool. A Ferris wheel in a mall. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Incognito, there's no connection with From. It was just connected to my birthday on Tuesday. I was reminiscing. Went to Discovery Zone when I was little. Can't believe you actually know what it is.
Well, he's saying that they had them over there in France.
Yeah, I'm shocked at that. I mean, it was wildly popular in my area, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I just never knew it was a big chain. Emery says those places aren't cleaned well, if at all. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. The pizza was kind of nasty, too. It wasn't anything special.
No, kind of like Chuck E. Cheese. I don't think the Chuck E. Cheese pizza was that good either.
I went to Chuck E. Cheese as an adult and ate the pizza, and it was sucky. It was like rubber. Go there and bring home all of the child diseases in one go. Pretty much, MG. Pretty much. Yeah, I liked Mall of America. It wasn't as, like, I gotta say, though, it wasn't as impressive as I expected. You hear about the most, the biggest mall in the country. I expected it to be so big that it would take us way too long to even traverse the whole thing in an afternoon or something. And we walked through, like, the whole thing. Well, maybe not the whole thing.
How many times did we go there? We went there, like, because of a bunch of snafus. We went there, what, like 3 or 4 times?
We went there several times. Yeah. And it wasn't, I mean, I felt like we really got the, the lay of the land in not much time. And I expected it to take longer to traverse this gigantic Mall of America, that I had heard about. And I thought the amusement park would be bigger too, but
it was cool though seeing it there.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. SL Roads, yeah, good times. Chuck E. Cheese pizza is horrible. Yes, worse than the cheap box pizzas. It sucked. SL Roads broke my ankle at the ball pit at DZ in St. Louis in the 90s. Damn. Yeah.
And you want to know why it shut down? There you go.
There you go. Like, God, there must have been so many lawsuits. I never thought of that. Yeah. Well, here, I learned something new, and I never expected so many people to have been to a Discovery Zone and share my childhood memory and nostalgia for that. That's very cool. There are a lot of people in this fandom who are like in the same generation as me. I've noticed. It seems like a lot of us grew up around the same time, either like 80s or 90s. So either my generation or the one before. It seems like it's mostly millennials and what's the one before? Gen X?
Gen X. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's you, right? Would that be you? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I feel like we're mostly Gen Xers and millennials, so we have a lot of the same touchstones, generational touchstones.
I'll touch your stones.
Oh my God. Okay, with that, I think we should say good night. I'm gonna get ready to do one more walk. I should be going to sleep, but now my pain is getting worse. I feel like I need to walk again.
Oh, okay.
So I will but I'll get off the stream, rest my voice, and get ready to finish my last video. Oh, I left a salad out like all night. I think I might have squeezed it in the fridge, actually. Sorry, it's just my random ramblings now. All right. So yeah, final predictions for episode 4. Julie meets young Victor, maybe, while she's in 1978. I mean, that's a high possibility. And she meets young Victor.
The man in yellow looks for a a very sturdy toothpick in 1978.
A sturdy toothpick, yeah. Yeah, he's going to be chowing down on tasty insides. Maybe she encounters Eloise and we finally get answers on Eloise. That would make me so happy. But I don't know. I'm afraid to hope for that at this point. It almost seems like it's never going to happen. They're going to dangle Eloise forever. But no. The license plate, I think, is a clue that we're finally going to get answers on Eloise. And as far as what's in the pool, I'm not sure. Maybe somebody disturbed Dale, but it's got to be something more shocking than that. So honestly, I don't know. I'm stumped on that one. And well, let's see. Jackson says, I believe we'll see everybody is in this place somewhere, whether they're reincarnated or the same individual. They were from their cycle. Okay. And Jackson says, my prediction for the next episode is she's actually the one who saves Victor, and that's why he was there the whole time. Okay. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I think she's definitely going to meet young Victor. Definitely. And you have a good one too, Emery. Susie, you're sweet. If I send you mini hoops, do you want to learn? If I weren't disabled, I'm too disabled to do it, but I would totally do it if I could. I can barely stand for long. I can walk, but I got to keep moving. If I stand in one place to do anything, my legs feel like they're getting ripped apart. So I wouldn't be able to do stuff like that, but you're a sweetheart, Susie. Yeah, good night, Jehovah Sins. And now it's after dark. Yeah. Yeah, we had a brief after dark moment, MG. Oh, that's awful, Amy. I had pneumonia around the time COVID was being released around January, and they got a vaccine for flu. I didn't get vaxxed, just stayed home. The thought of them shoving something up my nose was a no-no for me. Yeah, I understand. I did it because I was scared of the virus. I was terrified. So I took every vaccine for the first few anyway. Let's see. Oh yeah, the 90s were the best. I agree. I miss the 90s. Chris Adams says, Man in Yellow drives in with the peach truck. Oh, nice. That would be cool if we get to see the peach truck arriving. I would like that. Cool. Yeah, that's a good one, Chris. Chris M. We've had a few Chris's. Julie steals the peach truck. Susie says, okay, I'll send them to you. Send me your address exactly where I'd start doing them. Oh, sweet. Okay. Man in Yellow ends up eating people. Yeah, that's what it looks like. He's eating their organs. So, okay. So, that's going to do it for us. Thank you so much for the awesome discussion, as always. Let's see. I'm just looking at what Karl's avatar is here. Oh my God! It's my cat. I just zoomed in on what it is. I just now noticed what's in Karl's avatar. That's how observant I am. But I mostly show images all night. It's my cat. So if you zoom in on Karl's avatar, on the left is my cat Boo. And on the right is my mom's Chihuahua, Paco. That's fantastic. and it's a plate in the foreground that he was eating with dessert that my mom made. Oh, it's too funny. Hey, speaking of this dessert, where the hell is this dessert that my mom made? Didn't she send that home with us? I forgot all about it. We've had it all week. We've had that all week, and I forgot it was there. Anyway. Wow. That's how many sweets we have. I forget what we even have here. It's this bar my mom makes with 3 ingredients: graham cracker crumbs, sweetened condensed milk, and chocolate chips. And you mix it all up in a bowl. 2 cans of sweetened condensed milk, 2 cups of graham cracker crumbs, and 2 cups of, or 1 cup of chocolate chips, I think. Something like that. Or maybe 2 cups of chocolate chips. And you mix it all up, then you bake it in the oven, and it turns into something like a brownie, but it's made of graham cracker crumbs and sweetened condensed milk, and it's delicious. We call them chocolate chews, even though they taste more graham cracker-like than anything. But that's what's in the avatar, with whipped cream on it and a cherry. And then 2 animals begging in bookends on either side. Boo begs like a dog. So she's sitting there begging Karl, and on the other side is Paco begging Karl for stuff that they shouldn't be eating. Oh, that's hilarious. I never even saw that picture. Sorry. Anyway, just noticed it. Yeah, it's delicious, Diana. It's really good. Yeah, it's easy. You can bake it yourself. So you get 2 little cans of sweetened condensed milk, 2 cups of graham cracker crumbs that you buy in the store, and like 2 cups of chocolate chips, and you bake it in the oven at like 350 degrees or 375 or something. I forget how long you bake it for. Maybe like 15 minutes. I forget. I have to ask my mom, but it's delicious. Good morning to Stella Napster. Thanks. I will definitely be getting some sleep. And good night, Annie. You have the best day too. Oh, we'll see Doug again eventually, Amy. If we see Doug again, we should ask him if he uses salt to prime his meat. Yeah, indeed. But yeah, we'll definitely see him again eventually. He just had to take a break. He felt like it was time to take a break from social media for a bit. That's all. Eating people is Man in Yellow's favorite part. Yeah, this is the best. This is his favorite. See you guys later. It's midday now, so less time for me to wait. Yes, Annie. See you later. You can use coconut oil to coat the lining of the pan, and it will give your brownies a lovely taste. Oh, nice. End of season, Stephen King comes to town. Yeah, they need to do a Stephen King cameo. The show is extremely influenced by Stephen King, so yeah, we need a Stephen King cameo. You have a great day too, Mark. And good morning, Incognito. And prime his meat. Whoa, Julie B cracking the innuendos out. I didn't mean to, Eddie. I was just reading the chat. Wasn't me. That was Amy with the innuendos. I'm innocent. Okay. So, anyway, keep an eye out for my episode 3 deep dive breakdown. It's going to come out within the next day. So if you don't see it today for some reason, you will definitely see it by Sunday morning. But within the next day, you'll see it. And you can hype it still within the same week, even if it comes out on Sunday, like I did this week. I released my episode 2 breakdown on Sunday. And so you can still hype it as part of the same week. Your hypes renew on Monday. So on Monday, you get 3 more hypes to use for the next week. So if you have any hypes left, you can use them through the weekend, and then you get more hypes on Monday. So if my video doesn't come out, I'm going to try to get it out today, but if for some reason I don't make it, then Sunday would be the absolute latest, and it's still part of the same week. So if you have any hype left over that you've been saving, that would be the one to hype for me this week. So, yeah, thank you in advance for doing that. And hope you guys have a great weekend. Enjoy the episode. I'll see some of you at the watch party at midnight Eastern tonight. And we'll see you. Other than that, on the live stream, well, the next live will be Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern to break down the next episode. Have a good day, SL Rhodes. And say goodnight, Karl.
Good night, Karl.
Let's see. Michael, no, I did not see the Instagram photo of Fatima unfolding the right side of the tapestry. Not much extra on the right, but still cool. Sounds like they've been listening to things we've been curious about. Nice. Thank you for sharing the link to that. I will definitely check it out. Thank you, Diana. Thanks for coming. And hope you have a great day. And good night, Amy. And we will see you guys next time. And make sure you keep the notifications on so you see when my video actually drops and the next live, because sometimes we do have to postpone the start time a little bit. All right. Have a good day or good night, everybody. See you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself. And a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it, slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
One more thing before I actually say goodbye and end it. I forgot to say thank you. I just noticed I got a donation. So thank you so much to Daryl Stone for the very kind donation. It is much appreciated. I don't know if he'll actually hear this, but I wanted to throw it in just in case. So thank you, Daryl Stone, for the donation. And to anyone who wants to support the channel, there is just Cashapp and Venmo as ways to support.
I don't have monetization, so I don't have super chats or memberships. But I am going to get my PayPal working so that I have another option, because PayPal is international and my other options are only domestic, the US. So Cashapp and Venmo, just US. But those are in the description of this video and scrolling on the bottom of the screen always. That is when I remember to put that there. And anyway, thank you so much to Daryl Stone for that once again. And it's always appreciated. Every little bit helps. YouTube is expensive, so it makes a difference. So anyway, thank you. Good night. Bye, Amy, Incognito, MG, Daryl, Seymour, and we'll see you next time.